Shin Woo-jin spent 12 years in captivity, locked away in an abandoned warehouse, enduring relentless abuse and forced labor. Deprived of human connection, he survived by devouring books, absorbing vast knowledge, sharpening his mind, and developing an uncanny ability to analyze people and situations with terrifying accuracy. Rescued at the age of 18, Woo-jin struggles to adjust to a world that moved on without him. Though his family welcomes him back with open arms, he remains disconnected, his extraordinary intelligence making the ordinary life he desperately craves seem impossible. His sharp perception draws him into mysteries and dangers he never sought, but something darker lurks within him, waiting to take control. As he navigates university, unexpected friendships, and the haunting echoes of his past, Woo-jin begins to understand that true freedom isn't just about escaping a prison, it's about choosing how to live. But can someone who sees through the world ever truly belong in it? Or will the darkness inside him consume him first? Now let's diving into the story. The story begins with breaking news about the arrest of a man in his 40s for kidnapping and imprisoning a child. The boy was held captive in an old, abandoned warehouse for an unbelievable 12 years. The police have charged the man with kidnapping, imprisonment, and violating labor laws. As they take the accused away, journalists rush in, eager to ask questions. One reporter asks whether the accused knew the victim before. Another asks who first reported the case. The police push through the crowd while journalists demand answers. The victim has hearing and speech impairments, and investigators suspect that the kidnapper knew this beforehand and planned the crime accordingly. When they rescued the boy, the warehouse was filled with books. The police also discovered many injuries on his body, making them believe he has suffered long-term abuse. The victim, identified as 18-year-old Shin Woo-jin, is immediately taken to the hospital where he is now resting. At the hospital, two doctors examine Woo-jin. One doctor explains that he has a severe nutritional imbalance, external wounds with inflammation, and hearing loss. The second doctor looks at the boy, wondering how someone so young and beautiful could have been imprisoned and forced to work for so many years. She takes a deep breath and writes a question on a notebook, asking for his name and whether he can say it out loud. Woo-jin looks at the question. The doctor encourages him to speak. After a moment, he finally responds with words that shock both doctors. He calls himself a son of a bitch. A flashback reveals Woo-jin's life in captivity. He worked on hot summer days while a man watched him. When he finally ate, he devoured his food like an animal. The perpetrator mocked him, calling him disgusting. In the harsh winter, he suffered in the freezing cold, forced to eat insects to survive. Back in the present, the second doctor wonders how much brainwashing Woo-jin has endured to call himself such a horrible name. The countless scars all over his body suggest unimaginable abuse. Whoever did this to him deserves the worst punishment. But despite everything, there is a small relief. His medical test results are not as bad as they feared. She gently places her hand on his shoulder and tells him that it is okay now. He can finally rest as much as he wants. He is safe here. She promises to be right back. As she leaves, she encounters a group of journalists. The hospital guards try to block them, but they keep pushing for answers. They ask about Woo-jin's identity, his condition, and whether his family has been found. They also question his ability to communicate. The doctor gets furious. She cannot believe that these journalists are treating someone's suffering as a source of entertainment. She demands to know how they got inside the hospital. Did the guards even check their IDs? She threatens to report them all for trespassing and obstructing hospital duties. The journalists panic. One of them quickly suggests leaving and going to the crime scene instead. Woo-jin is sleeping, and suddenly he opens his eyes and stares at the ceiling. He notices the fluorescent light above him, and then looks at his own hand. As he sits up, he sees another patient in the room. It is a middle-aged man, busy using his phone. The man glances at him and casually asks if he was kidnapped. He then remarks that life is strange for him too. Woo-jin doesn't respond, trying to observe the man. He quickly assesses his details. His name is Kim Nam-soon, 57 years old, with blood type B. He has an open femur fracture. His height is around 167 centimeters, and he weighs roughly 60 kilograms. His hands are rough and dry, showing signs of frequent dehydration. He is left-handed and doesn't wear any watches or rings, suggesting that he is not interested in accessories and probably has no spouse. Based on all these details, Woo-jin concludes that Kim Nam-soon fell from a low rooftop while doing plastering work. His left-handed brain instinctively made his left foot land first, but the impact caused his femur to fracture and break outward. As he thinks about the best first aid treatment for such an injury, the doctor returns. She gently asks Woo Jin if he slept well and whether he is feeling hungry. She offers him food and gives him a fork and spoon, thinking they will be easier for him to use. Woo Jin silently observes her. He carefully analyzes her face, the wrinkles around her eyes, the way her cheek muscles tighten, and the corners of her mouth rise symmetrically. These small details tell him that she is genuinely smiling at him, offering support. He concludes that she is not a threat. The doctor reassures him that he can eat comfortably now. No one will say anything about the way he eats. Woo Jin looks at the food and immediately starts eating. The doctor and Kim Nam-soon are shocked at his speed. He devours the food so quickly that he begins coughing. The doctor tells him to slow down, warning that he will get indigestion. But Woo Jin doesn't stop until he finishes every last grain of rice. The doctor watches him, stunned. She wonders what kind of life he has been living to make him eat like this. Just then, her phone rings. She answers the call, listens for a moment, then nods. She turns to Woo Jin and tells him that his parents have arrived. Hearing this, Woo Jin repeats the words to himself: father, mother, family. The doctor confirms it and asks if she should bring them in. Then she leaves. Alone in the room, Woo Jin stares at the clock. He begins counting the seconds and then the minutes, measuring how long it will take for his parents to reach him. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his mind. He is about to hear them. His heartbeat quickens. Anxiety creeps in. He senses their presence just outside the door. Outside the room, the doctor speaks with his parents, reminding them that the patient's stability is the top priority. His parents acknowledge the doctor's words. Then, they finally enter the room. As the door opens, Woo Jin sees them standing there with the doctor. His father and mother call his name. He stares at them silently. They rush toward him and embrace him tightly. Tears stream down their faces as they apologize over and over again. Woo Jin listens to their words repeating like an echo in his mind. A feeling he cannot explain grips his chest. Then, panic takes over. His parents notice his reaction and grow concerned. They ask him what is wrong, but Woo Jin suddenly starts shouting. The story continues with Woo Jin's younger sister, Bomi. She talks to her mother on the phone and tells her that she has cleaned the house. After ending the call, she reflects on her brother's return and wonders if things will feel awkward. She doesn't remember much about him since she was very young. As she watches a YouTube video about the warehouse where Woo Jin was found, she tries to imagine what it must have been like for him. She realizes that he spent 12 years there, and although she can't fully understand his experience, she thinks it's a relief that he was finally rescued. The doctor informs the family that Woo Jin doesn't have hearing loss, but may be experiencing psychological difficulties. When Bomi notices her parents arriving with her brother, she feels nervous. Her mother calls her name and tells her that she has brought her brother home. Bomi welcomes them, and her mother quickly moves to prepare dinner. Their father calls Woo Jin inside, and as he enters, he silently looks at Bomi. She smiles but hesitates to approach him. As Woo Jin takes in his surroundings, his gaze is fixed on an old childhood photo of him and his sister. His father reassures him that it's understandable to feel awkward after being away for so long. His father then shows him his old room and asks if he remembers it. Woo Jin confirms that he does. His father suggests that he look around the room and spend some time with Bomi. Bomi is shocked by the suggestion, unsure of what to say. Her mother encourages her, saying that she should try to get closer to her brother. At first, Bomi refuses, offering to help with dinner instead. But her mother insists that spending time with Woo Jin is just as important. Eventually, she agrees. While their mother is cooking, Bomi and Woo Jin enter his room. Bomi finds the situation incredibly awkward. Woo Jin observes the furniture, including his bed, the window, and the computer. As he processes his surroundings, he thinks to himself that this is his room. Bomi finally speaks, calling him brother. When Woo Jin turns to her, she suddenly starts crying, realizing that he looks even more handsome than when she last saw him at the hospital. She then takes out a smartphone and offers to teach him how to use it. Sitting together, she explains how to turn it on and how to store important contacts, including their parents' numbers and her own. To help him practice, she deletes her number and asks him to save it again. Woo Jin takes the phone and follows her instructions. When he succeeds, Bomi gets shocked and wonders if he really understood everything so quickly. She tells him that he doesn't have to use formal speech with her since she is his younger sister. Woo Jin acknowledges this and continues listening to her explanations. Bomi then instructs him to turn on the phone. As he does so, he seems amazed by the device. Next, Bomi introduces him to internet search functions. She tells him that he can type anything he wants to know in the search bar and tap the magnifying glass icon. When she asks if he wants to try, Woo Jin immediately searches for the word family. He looks at the images on the screen, processing the concept of family, his father, his mother, and his sister Bomi. He then softly repeats the word family. Bomi finds his reaction amusing and starts laughing, reassuring him that they are indeed his family. Suddenly, Woo Jin becomes alert and starts sniffing the air. Bomi watches him curiously as he asks if the scent he is detecting is perfume. He then begins to recall information about the history of perfume, including its origins and uses. He stands up, commenting that the smell is pleasant. Bomi, confused, asks what he just said, but he doesn't answer. Instead, he suddenly leaves the room. Bomi follows him and asks where he is going, but he doesn't respond. He walks straight to the dining table, realizing that the scent he noticed was not perfume but the aroma of freshly cooked food. He seems fascinated and thinks to himself that the dinner smells amazing. His mother, seeing him, happily calls out, saying that he arrived just in time. She asks if he is hungry and invites him to sit down. His father tells him that he made kimchi stew, exaggerating that the taste is so good one could die without realizing it. Confused by the phrase, Woo Jin asks if he can eat it. His father laughs and clarifies that he didn't mean it literally. The family then fills his plate and serves him food, feeding him with their own hands. Together, they enjoy the meal. The scene shifts to a police interrogation room, where an accused man is being questioned. The police officer states that the man's family members have all died over the past 5 years, one person per year. He asks the suspect if he has anything to say about this. The first victim was the man's wife, followed by his mother. Later, his sister-in-law died after consuming poisonous herbs. Even 2 people in his neighborhood mysteriously lost their lives. The officer accuses the man, saying that all these deaths were linked to him. The suspect, growing furious, insists that he is innocent. The officer presses him further, raising his voice and accusing him of organizing these deaths. The suspect, desperate, suddenly shouts that someone else might have been responsible. The officer, now intrigued, demands to know what he means. The suspect then yells that the person he had once fed and sheltered is the true culprit. He insists that it was all that person's doing. The officer, losing patience, scolds him for yelling. The suspect, still agitated, swears that he has no idea what kind of person that bastard really is. He claims that everything that happened was because of him. Late at night, Woo Jin sits in his room staring at the YouTube icon on his phone. He remembers Bomi telling him that many people watch videos on YouTube. Curious, he opens the app and feels amazed by the huge variety of content available. He scrolls through different videos and listens to people speaking. As he hears them talk, he starts repeating their words. He practices saying phrases like, "Hello, everyone," and "Hello, family," trying to match their pronunciation. Then, he comes across a video titled Tteokbokki Mukbang. He clicks on it and watches 2 girls eating spicy rice cakes. One of the girls greets the audience and says she has been craving tteokbokki for a week. She takes a bite and praises the taste, calling it seriously amazing and absolutely delicious. Woo Jin's eyes widen, and his mouth fills with water as he suddenly craves the food. He wants to eat it right away. Suddenly, he hears a knock on his door. His sister, Bomi, stands outside and asks if she can come in. Woo Jin gets up, opens the door, and sees her waiting. He asks if she called him and if she needs him to do something. Bomi becomes curious about what he is doing. Woo Jin wonders if she needs help with cleaning or some other work. He asks what kind of task she wants him to do. Bomi quickly tells him that it is not about work and that he doesn't have to clean anything. She then asks if he wants to go out for ice cream. Woo Jin gets astonished. He asks about ice cream, and Bomi confirms, explaining that it is cold and really delicious. She assumes that, as expected, he has never had it before. She grabs his hand and tells him they should go. Their mother reminds them that they cannot go anywhere else, but their father tells Bomi to hold her brother's hand tightly. Both siblings say they will be back soon and leave the house. They arrive at an ice cream shop, and Woo Jin looks around in shock. Everything inside the store amazes him. Bomi calls him over and tells him to choose any ice cream he likes. Woo Jin stares at the colorful options, feeling confused. He lets out a small "wow" in amazement. Seeing his hesitation, Bomi offers to help. After thinking for a moment, she picks an ice cream and hands it to him. While paying for their treats, she considers giving him money to let him try paying himself. However, she decides it is better to take things slowly. She tells Woo Jin to give his ice cream to her so she can handle the payment. As they leave the store, a group of girls sitting nearby notices Woo Jin. One of them urges her friend and tells her to look at him. The others also turn their attention toward him. Meanwhile, Bomi teaches Woojin how to open the ice cream wrapper. The girls continue to watch him. One of them finds him handsome and suggests asking for his number, but her friend stops her, saying it would be too embarrassing. They also notice Bomi standing beside him and wonder if she is his girlfriend. Bomi takes the ice cream from Woojin and opens it for him. She hands it back, telling him to try it because it is super cool and sweet. Woojin takes a bite and freezes for a moment. Bomi watches him closely and becomes curious. She asks if something is wrong. She wonders if the ice cream tastes strange or if it is too cold for him. She starts thinking that maybe she should have bought something else instead. She quickly reassures him that he doesn't have to eat it if he doesn't like it. Woojin looks at her and tells her that the ice cream is delicious. As he eats, he suddenly becomes emotional. He continues taking bites, enjoying the sweet taste. Bomi notices and asks where he learned the word delicious. The girls sitting nearby continue to watch in surprise. Bomi reminds Woojin to eat slowly and asks again if he likes the ice cream. While enjoying their dessert, Bomi suggests taking a picture together. They take several selfies and decide to head back home. Bomi feels satisfied, thinking the outing turned out well. As they approach their house, Bomi becomes busy on her phone. She sends their selfies to a group chat and starts reading the comments. Suddenly, Woojin stops walking. He notices a strange man standing in the distance. As Bomi takes a turn on the road and Woojin is looking at the strange man, the man becomes agitated. Woojin observes the man closely. He notices the brim of the man's hat has multiple marks on it. His expression changes as he focuses on the details. His eyebrows lower, his eyelids stretch tight, and his pupils dilate. He recalls that when they left home earlier, their family didn't recognize this man. This means the stranger doesn't belong to their neighborhood. As the man makes eye contact with Woojin, he suddenly looks terrified. His face changes, and he quickly decides to leave. Woojin continues watching him closely. He notices that the man's armpits are soaked with sweat and that the knees of his pants are creased. His shoes have pedal marks, but they are too narrow to be from a bicycle. They look more like they came from a motorcycle. There is no muddy area nearby, yet dirt clings to his shoes. Woojin realizes that the man must have come from somewhere else. After processing all this, Woojin calls his sister. Bomi turns around and asks why he is just standing there. She wonders if something is wrong. Woojin looks at her and firmly tells her to go inside the house first. Bomi becomes curious and asks him if something is wrong. She worries about going inside alone because their mother will scold her. It is too late, and she doesn't want to leave him alone outside. Their mother said she would wait, so she tells Woojin they should go home together. After some hesitation, Woojin agrees and follows Bomi home. The streetlights turn off, making the night even darker. Inside his room, Woojin stands near the window watching outside. His inner monster speaks to him, telling him that he must stay out of things if he wants to protect his family. But Woojin insists that it is his family and his responsibility. The inner monster mocks him, asking if calling the police is how he plans to protect his loved ones. It calls him a fool. Woojin believes there are many ways to protect them and refuses to listen. The inner monster reminds him that he did what he had to do in order to survive, saying that someone like him would have died long ago. But Woojin argues that he could have survived on his own, and that the monster should not exist in this world. The inner monster questions him, asking if he is calling it a monster, then what does that make him? It challenges Woojin, asking if he is truly better than it at anything. Woojin asserts that he is the master of his own body and that the monster is just another persona he created. The monster laughs and claims the opposite, saying that this is its body, not Woojin's. Woojin remains firm. He understands that worry and anxiety feed the monster, and whenever he feels those emotions, the monster consumes him. But now, he has gained control. If he can summon it from his subconscious, he can use its knowledge and abilities to his advantage. Closing his eyes, Woojin calls out to the monster, inviting it to appear. When he opens his eyes, he stretches his body. Looking outside, he notices the strange man standing in the rain, holding an umbrella. Woojin smiles and leaves his room. He steps outside and walks toward the man. The man turns around, but Woojin silently passes by him. He lifts his hand to catch the raindrops and reflects on how rain can even conceal human presence. He hints that he has been waiting for a day like this. The man, curious, asks him what he means, but Woojin responds playfully, telling him not to be boring. The man asks who he is. Woojin smiles, acting hurt that the man doesn't recognize him. He describes the man's day in detail, mentioning that he had jjajangmyeon for lunch and works as a delivery person. He even mentions how the man tirelessly rides his motorcycle over hills. The man becomes intrigued but also uneasy. Woojin continues, mentioning how the man has been lurking around their villa and how there is only cat hair on his sleeves. He then accuses the man of killing a stray cat for practice. The man becomes terrified and demands to know who Woojin really is. Without answering, Woojin suddenly attacks. The man falls to the ground crying and trembling in fear. Woojin rips open his shirt, revealing his scarred chest. The man stares in astonishment. Stepping closer, Woojin warns him not to appear in front of him again. If he does, he will carve the same wounds into his body. He tells the man to stop crawling like a worm and leave quickly. The man crawls to his feet and runs away. Left alone, Woojin looks up at the sky, feeling the rain on his face. He smiles and listens to the soothing sound of the rain. Days pass. One evening, Woojin sits at the dinner table with his parents and Bomi. They share a warm meal together, enjoying each other's company like a real family. The next day, he goes out with his mother. They try new food and go shopping. The following day, he spends time with Bomi, going to the movies and trying popcorn for the first time. On the fourth day, Woojin stays in his room, studying. Bomi watches him curiously as he solves problems at an incredible speed. She tells him he should read the questions before answering instead of just guessing. But Woojin assures her that he has read them all. Bomi wonders where he learned to talk like that and regrets teaching him about YouTube. She checks his answers and finds that they all seem correct. Doubting her own judgment, she gives him another notebook to try. Woojin solves every problem quickly. Bomi watches in shock, realizing that all his answers are correct. She tells him that he is like a genius. But Woojin disagrees. He doesn't want to be special. He wants to be ordinary. Bomi is surprised and asks if he really wishes to be just an ordinary person. Woojin confirms it, saying that it might be difficult, but he wants to be normal. Bomi thinks about how, at her age, or even younger, Woojin must have suffered. She imagines him being beaten and held captive. Tears well up in her eyes as she realizes everything he has been through. Observing her closely, Woojin notices the subtle changes in her expression. Her eyes slightly lowering, her corrugator muscles tightening, her eyelids relaxing, and the corners of her mouth drooping. He gently places his hand on her head and tells her not to be sad. Then, he starts writing something on a notebook. Bomi watches him curiously and asks what he is doing. When he finishes, he shows her the note. Bomi looks at it and, as soon as she understands what he has written, her eyes widen in shock. Woojin writes a note for Bomi. He tells her not to be sad because sadness can weaken the immune system, increase stress, and cause health problems like weight gain and cardiovascular disease. Sadness also affects the brain, making people feel tired and lowering serotonin levels, which can lead to depression and anxiety. Bomi reads the note and feels amazed. She asks him how he knows all this. He replies that he has read many books. Their mother calls them for dinner, and Woojin runs to eat. Bomi, still looking at the note, feels surprised, but their mother calls her again, so she quickly joins them. Later that night, Woojin watches YouTube food reviews. People in the videos say the food is really delicious. He scrolls through different videos, amazed by how many food-related videos exist. He clicks on one, where a girl introduces malatong. She says she has already eaten earlier, so she will have a modest amount, 10 servings. She starts with flat glass noodles, ordering a spicy flavor. It is extremely spicy, but she still enjoys it. She then tries cone noodles and loves the texture. Woojin keeps scrolling and finds more videos of the same girl eating different foods. He clicks on another video where she does a ramen mukbang. She starts by boiling water. Before eating, she adjusts her hair. Then, she begins eating and continues talking about the food. As Woojin watches the videos, he wonders about the girl. He believes the girl is behaving just like him. He thinks about how someone like him might react the same way to food. He remembers a conversation with his parents. His father once asked him what he wanted to be in the future, but his mother said he didn't have to decide yet. She just wanted him to be happy and healthy. Woojin answered that he wanted to be an ordinary person with an ordinary job. His father agreed and said that would be good. Later, Woojin arrives at a building. He observes a situation where two men argue. One man accuses the other of a crime, saying the CCTV caught him, but the other man denies it. He insists that he was not there and doesn't even own the hat seen in the footage. The accuser, growing frustrated, points out that there is an eyewitness. The accused still denies it, saying it is impossible because he was never there. Woojin approaches them and greets Detective Kim Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun is shocked to see him and barely recognizes him. He says Woojin has grown handsome and asks how he has been. A flashback shows Tae-hyun rescuing Woojin in the past. taking him to an ambulance and promising to take responsibility for his safety. Back in the present, Woojin thanks Taehyun, saying he has been doing well because of him. Taehyun, happy to see him healthy, orders his colleague Gicheol to take the suspect to a holding cell. The man continues to insist that he is innocent. Woojin watches the scene and asks Taehyun if suspects always deny their crimes at first. Taehyun laughs and says that is true. It happens as if there is a manual for it. He then asks why Woojin is there. Did he come because he missed him? Woojin says he has something to show him. Taehyun becomes curious and asks what it is. He suggests they get a drink and talk outside, but Woojin insists that he look at something immediately. Taehyun looks at the phone screen and sees a mukbang video. He asks why Woojin is showing him a food video. Did he start a YouTube channel? Woojin explains that the girl in the video was once in a situation similar to his. He analyzes her body language. Her eyes look up and to the right, which indicates lying. Her fingers move toward her lips, a sign of nervousness or anxiety. She bites her lip as if she is chewing on it, which is another sign of nervousness. Feeling anxious while eating delicious food seems strange. If she were only worried about the taste, she wouldn't show this level of anxiety. Her eyes dart to the right again. She says the food is delicious, but her body language suggests otherwise. While eating, her shoulders are hunched. This posture appears when someone feels threatened or attacked. The limbic system makes people curl up in self-defense. Then, her eyes look up and to the left. This movement means she is recalling a memory. At the same time, she covers her mouth with her hand, a sign that she is hiding something. This is often an unconscious reaction when people don't want to talk about something. While boiling water, she fiddles with her necklace, a common action for stress relief or psychological stability. Taehyun listens and asks what Woojin is trying to say. Woojin points out something important. The girl is sending a signal. Her fingers form letters spelling out SOS. He explains that micro-expressions and unconscious actions all add up. It is too perfect to be a coincidence. This girl is being held captive just like he was before. Taehyun, still unsure, questions if that is really the case. Woojin insists. He points out that at first only small signs appeared. A barely visible hair, then a hair tie, then cotton. The girl is getting braver in sending signals. Taehyun processes the information and realizes that the victim is likely in her early 20s. She might not have a family or could have grown up in a poor environment. Woojin says the perpetrators are likely multiple people, ranging from teenagers to young adults. Most likely the leader of the group is in his 20s and probably didn't finish middle school. Taehyun questions if he knows the person who was held captive. Woojin says no. He was also locked up for a long time, so he understands how captive people behave. Then, he asks if coincidences can become the truth when they pile up. Taehyun gets confused. Woojin points out that the outfit Taehyun is wearing was bought by his mother. Taehyun gets shocked and asks how he knows that. Woojin says this is just one coincidence. The suspect earlier that got taken away, for example. The culprit likely plays the violin or viola as a hobby. Taehyun reacts, surprised that the suspect plays an instrument. Woojin explains that if he is right, that would be the second coincidence. Taehyun asks if he wants to be a profiler or something. Woojin says no. He just wants to be an ordinary office worker and comes to file a report. He is only trying to explain his reasoning. He then suggests that Taehyun ask the suspect in the holding cell what his hobby is. If he is wrong, Taehyun can punish him for obstructing official duties. Taehyun agrees since they already have a connection, then leaves, wondering what he is doing. Then, he approaches the suspect in the cell and asks if he happens to play the violin or viola. The man looks curious, then admits that he does, as a hobby. Taehyun gets shocked and wonders if Woojin has some kind of special ability. A flashback shows Woojin observing the suspect earlier. He had closely examined the man's fingers and realized he played violin or viola. Back in the present, Taehyun returns to where Woojin was, but he is gone. Gicheol informs he doesn't know where Woojin went. Taehyun notices a note on his desk. It says, "Two coincidences. Shall they try for a third?" The high school mukbang girl is desperate now. The note also mentions Woojin's phone number. Taehyun tells Gicheol to search YouTube for high school mukbang. Gicheol acknowledges his order. Meanwhile, Woojin waits at a bus stop. The bus arrives, and his mother reminds him to get his transit card ready. He boards the bus as a student and takes the window seat. A flashback shows him drinking with his father and uncle. His uncle asks if he really wants to be an office worker. Woojin confirms that he does, just like at his uncle's company. His uncle laughs, and his father comments that the company is not exactly ordinary. His uncle says he heard Woo Jin is great at studying, solving problems in seconds, so for him, it would be an ordinary job. Woo Jin asks if he can visit the company. His uncle agrees and asks when he wants to come. Back in the present, Woo Jin sits on the bus, thinking about the promise. Today is the day he is scheduled to visit. He has 4 stops left, about 32 minutes to arrive. After some time, he reaches his uncle's office and calls him, saying he has arrived. Woo Jin looks up at the large office building and reads the sign, Manhwa General Trading. It is a major corporation, just as he expected. He observes the people around him, thinking about his dream of living an ordinary life. His uncle arrives and greets him, asking why he waited outside instead of in the lobby. Woo Jin is grateful for allowing the tour. As they walk inside, his uncle explains that there is a large office in the basement, and this building is the headquarters. They also have branch offices in different locations. Woo Jin names all the branches, and his uncle gets astonished. He asks if Woo Jin looked them up before coming. Woo Jin says yes, he thinks he needs to know a lot to live an ordinary life. But now, he realizes that living an ordinary life is actually difficult. His uncle praises him for being clever, then leads him to the entrance. As they wait for the elevator, a girl approaches and asks if Woo Jin is the manager's son. His uncle recognizes her and calls her Hyerim. He clarifies that Woo Jin is his nephew and is only visiting. Hyerim glances at Woo Jin and finally asks if he is in high school. Woo Jin asks the same about her. Hyerim gets confused, can't he tell from her uniform? The elevator arrives and his uncle quickly interrupts their conversation, saying goodbye to Hyerim and taking Woo Jin with him. They arrive at the 7th floor, and his uncle leads him inside. Woo Jin is amazed to see the office. He walks around, watching employees work. His uncle lets him sit in a cubicle and asks how it feels. Woo Jin says it doesn't feel real yet, but he will work hard to become a real office worker someday. Just then, an employee approaches his uncle and informs him that the Saudi contract was cancelled. His uncle gets angry and says they should have set up a meeting first in the conference room. His uncle apologizes to Woo Jin, saying he had planned to have lunch with him in the cafeteria, but now he has urgent business. Woo Jin says it is okay. He has already seen a lot. He thanks his uncle and decides to leave on his own. Back on the 1st floor, he sees Hyerim again. She notices him too and says they meet again. Woo Jin checks the time. It is 11 a.m., not a time for a high school student to be here. He observes her. She doesn't seem intimidated when dealing with adults. Her expression remains calm, and she moves confidently, controlling the space around her. Hyerim asks if he received what the manager passed on. Woo Jin analyzes her body language. The way she blocks his path suggests she is related to a high-ranking company executive. It would not hurt to confirm. He responds that he got it, then starts walking away. Hyerim gets annoyed and calls after him. Woo Jin turns back and Hyerim asks if he is skipping school. Woo Jin replies that he doesn't go to school. Hyerim gets astonished and asks what he means. Woo Jin repeats that he doesn't attend school and tries to leave again. She stops him, questioning why he keeps ignoring people. Woo Jin replies that he doesn't want to waste time on things that don't benefit him, like this conversation. He doesn't think he will gain anything from talking to her. Hyerim gets shocked by his words. Woo Jin thinks, people deny and undervalue others to prove their own worth. Now, he wants to see who she really is. Hyerim then asks, what if she is the daughter of the company's CEO? Woo Jin knows that in situations like this, he needs to show an expression. He slightly widens his eyes and opens his mouth a bit to react. Hyerim asks if it changes how he sees her now. Woo Jin thinks after revealing her identity, she looks at him like a superior talking to a subordinate, unaware of how rude she is being. But she quickly regains control of her excitement. Hyerim asks why Woo Jin is not in school. Woo Jin replies that he isn't attending school. Hyerim finds it perfect because she is bored and invites him to hang out. Woo Jin notices her body language. Her pupils dilate and shift to the upper right, the corners of her eyes droop slightly, and her mouth curls into a mocking smile. He realizes that she sees him as a plaything, but he thinks he can use that to his advantage. He realizes she is not giving him a choice and agrees. He thinks that if she grows up, she will likely become either a sociopath or a narcissist. Hyerim tells him she knows a good place, and when Woo Jin asks where it is, she doesn't give him the location, expecting him to follow without question. Woo Jin thinks about how she expects the world to revolve around her. After that, they reach a cafe. Hyerim asks if he is trying to become an idol since he isn't in school. Woo Jin explains that he is studying for a high school equivalency exam. He asks why Hyerim isn't in school. She says she left early because it is that time of the month. He observes her eyes moving to the upper left, a sign of possible lying. She also flips her hair, an unconscious stress relief habit, which makes him suspect she isn't telling the truth. Woo Jin responds by thinking about the biological process of the uterine lining, shedding due to hormones. Hiram hesitates and asks what he is talking about. At that moment, the waitress arrives and asks if they are ready to order. Hiram looks annoyed and orders the S course for both of them without asking him. Woo Jin notices that she once again doesn't give him a choice and realizes she has a strong desire to dominate others. Hiram then asks for his name. Woo Jin introduces himself, and she comments that it's not a bad name before introducing herself. Then she asks if Woo Jin is always this quiet. He replies that he is. The waitress returns with their soup, and Hiram complains that it is boring. Suddenly, she gets scared, and the waitress apologizes. Hiram says it is fine. After the waitress leaves, Woo Jin asks if she is sensitive since nothing really happened. She reminds him that it is that time of the month. As she ties her hair tie falls to the floor. Woo Jin gets up to help her. She questions what he is doing, and he says he is protecting her head from injury. She suddenly becomes self-conscious. Woo Jin thinks that something bad must have happened to her in the past. Hiram panics and denies it, asking what makes him think he knows anything. Woo Jin simply says she looks a bit tired. Hiram tells him to worry about himself instead, saying that his face is so pale. She then encourages him to eat before the food gets cold. He agrees and starts eating. As he tastes the food, he finds it delicious. Hiram watches his reaction and says the soup here is as good as the one at a restaurant in Busan. Woo Jin realizes he has found something useful and decides to backtrack the conversation. He asks who she went to the restaurant with. Instead of answering, Hiram asks if he knows Kim Yena. Woo Jin doesn't recognize the name. She tells him that she is an actress and questions if he lives under a rock. Woo Jin changes the topic by mentioning that Hiram must have enjoyed seeing the ocean. Hiram's mood brightens, and she excitedly describes the fireworks over Gwangan Bridge, comparing them to a painting. Woo Jin observes that her brain and body are likely flooded with pleasure-inducing hormones as she recalls the moment. Woo Jin knows that the brain cannot tell the difference between reality and imagination. Just like thinking of a lemon makes a person salivate, recalling a joyful memory brings back the same emotions. By guiding her through happy memories and listening, he realizes he has become a source of pleasure for her. Their conversation continues as she describes heart-shaped fireworks. He listens, making her talk more. The waitress returns with their main dishes. Woo Jin gets excited about the food, and Hiram feels awkward watching him. She asks if he has ever been on a trip. Woo Jin says no. Hiram tells him he should definitely travel and mentions that she went to Holbox Island last year. Woo Jin immediately states the exact location of the island in Mexico. Hiram confirms he is right and describes the beauty of the place. Suddenly, Woo Jin stands up and says he has to go study. Hiram is shocked and asks if he is serious about studying all of a sudden. He reminds her that he is preparing for the high school equivalency exam and says goodbye. Hiram tries to stop him, asking for his phone number. She offers to help him when he travels to Holbox in the future, saying she knows the best hotels and restaurants. Woo Jin realizes that she is addicted to the pleasure hormones he triggers. He suspects she has attachment issues and weak family bonds. Woo Jin hands Hiram his phone so she can input her number. She is shocked that he doesn't even have a passcode. After she saves her number, he thanks her for the meal and leaves. Hiram follows him outside and asks where Woo Jin lives, but he doesn't answer. Just then, he notices a crime. A man is being attacked. Hiram asks what is wrong with him. Woo Jin tells her not to look because someone has been stabbed. When the perpetrator hears this, he runs away. Instead of chasing him, Woo Jin rushes to the injured man. He thinks about how difficult it is to live an ordinary life. He places his hand on the man's wound and calls for help, urgently reporting the stabbing. He provides the location in front of a restaurant and realizes the injured man's pulse is rising rapidly due to blood loss. He asks for the man's blood type. The man weakly replies that it is type B. Woo Jin informs the emergency responders that the man has an abdominal stab wound and severe internal bleeding. A blood transfusion is needed urgently. The person on the other end asks him to repeat, and Woo Jin does so. They instruct him to lay the man flat and apply pressure to the wound, but he is already doing that. He demands that they prepare type B blood and send help immediately. Hiram watches the entire scene in shock. Meanwhile, Woo Jin thinks once again about how difficult it is to live an ordinary life. The ambulance arrives with the police. Woo Jin cleans his hands with a cloth. The police officer wants to ask him a few questions. He describes the suspect in detail, mentioning the short hair, gray hat, black-collared t-shirt, blue jeans, and height and weight. The officer asks him to start from the beginning again. Woo Jin repeats everything. The police officer thanks him and asks for his contact number. Hiram watches him from a distance. The officer tells him they will stay in touch. Woo Jin agrees. He thinks this must be Hiram's first time experiencing something like this. He compares her reaction to a child taking their first steps, trying but eventually falling. When a baby falls, parents comfort them. Right now, he can be that person for Hiram. Woo Jin walks up to Hiram and asks if she is shocked. He tells her everything is okay. He believes this will become a strong memory for her, and she will think of him. Hiram, feeling curious, says, yes, she is shocked. Woo Jin reassures her, saying the victim is not badly hurt and she doesn't need to worry. He reminds her that there are many CCTVs around and the culprit didn't even see their faces. The police will probably catch him soon. Hiram nods and agrees. That night, Hiram is at home, taking a bath. She keeps thinking about the incident. She remembers Woo Jin telling her not to look, saying the victim is not badly hurt and telling her not to worry. She thinks about how he comforted her. After finishing her bath, she sits in front of the mirror and looks at herself. Then, she realizes she didn't get to ask Woo Jin something. Meanwhile, Woo Jin is in his room watching food videos on YouTube. He wonders if MSG is really the seasoning of gods and thinks the food looks delicious. He decides he will try it someday. Just then, he gets a message from Hiram. She asks if he got home safely and if he's okay. Woo Jin replies, saying he is totally fine. Hiram asks what he means. Woo Jin tells her he is going to bed now and says goodnight. Then, he goes back to watching food videos. A little later, Hiram messages him again, saying it's only 10 o'clock, and she is surprised he is already going to sleep. But this time, Woo Jin ignores her message and continues watching his videos. The next morning, he has breakfast with his family. He enjoys the food, and his mother feels happy seeing him eat so well. After breakfast, he studies in his room and completes all his work. He checks his phone and reminds himself that keeping it beside him is the golden rule for maintaining an ordinary daily life. He gets a message from Hiram, but decides to ignore it. He tells himself that ignoring messages is also part of an ordinary life. He looks out the window and sees a sparrow. He thinks about how peaceful and ordinary his life is. He believes that because being ordinary is difficult, he must work hard at it. Just then, Woo Jin receives a phone call. He answers, saying hello. The person on the other side introduces themselves as Kim Mi-young from XX Capital. They talk about business funds and emergency loans. Woo Jin suddenly becomes alert, thinking he might have won something. He asks if he can get 10 million won. The caller sounds astonished and asks what he means. Woo Jin raises the number to 10 billion won, feeling confident that he knows how to handle the situation. Then, he receives another phone call. He answers, and the caller introduces himself as Officer Lee Sang-chul from XX Police Station. Woo Jin immediately wonders if he has won again. The officer asks if he is the student who reported the stabbing near XX. Woo Jin confirms. The officer asks if he is okay, saying it must have been a shocking experience. Woo Jin replies that he is fine. The officer then tells him that the suspect has been caught, and they need him to come in for a witness statement. Woo Jin leaves his room and tells his family he will be back soon. He thinks about how, unlike in childhood, he will not return home late this time. He will come back on time every day. After that, he reaches the police station. In the interrogation room, he tells the detective that he could not see the suspect's face well because of the hat. He says he focused on the overall impression instead. The detective asks if the suspect seems like the person from that time. Instead of answering immediately, Woo Jin asks what the suspect is saying now. The detective asks if he wants to hear his voice. The suspect is frustrated and tells the police that they are harassing innocent people. He insists he didn't do anything. Woo Jin observes the suspect's face closely while listening. The suspect claims he doesn't even know the victim, so why would he attack them? He asks why he would ever do such a thing. He points to the blood on his hands and argues that he got hurt while cooking. He shows his hands covered in small cuts and sarcastically asks if it is now a crime to be bad at cooking. Woo Jin gets shocked after hearing this. The detective asks what he thinks. After a moment, Woo Jin says that the suspect is lying. The detective asks Woo Jin if he thinks the suspect is the culprit. Woo Jin confidently says yes. The suspect tries to defend himself, saying he was just walking around the neighborhood. But Woo Jin carefully observes his body language. He notices that the suspect frequently touches his nose, which is a common sign of lying. When people lie, their bodies release catecholamines, which increase blood pressure around the nose and eyes, causing itchiness. He also sees the suspect chewing his lips and touching them with his hands. These unconscious actions often indicate regret and a desire to take back a lie. Woojin recalls that people react to danger in 3 ways: freezing, fleeing, or fighting. He notices that the suspect freezes by crossing his feet, which could mean he feels psychologically pressured. Even if he is innocent, he might freeze due to stress. But when analyzing his overall behavior mathematically and probabilistically, his body language shows fear of being exposed. Woojin asks about the suspect's educational background. The detective gets confused and tells Woojin that the suspect has a master's degree. Woojin thinks that highly educated people value logical evidence. If the suspect is guilty, he would worry about DNA, witnesses, or other proof against him. Woojin asks if they mentioned an eyewitness. The detective says not yet. He also confirms that Woojin only saw the suspect from a distance. Woojin suggests that if they tell the suspect there is an eyewitness, he will likely confess. He firmly believes the suspect is the culprit. Before leaving, the detective asks if Woojin needs him to walk him out, but Woojin declines. After he leaves, the detective enters the interrogation room and tells accused named Kim Youngbae that they have an eyewitness who saw him at the scene. The suspect is visibly shocked and asks about the eyewitness. The detective asks if he admits to the crime now. The suspect finally confesses, saying it was impulsive. Meanwhile, outside the station, Woojin remembers people eating food. He wonders what jjajangmyeon tastes like at the police station. He imagines it being incredibly delicious and thinks that he will definitely try it someday. He then checks his phone and receives a message from Hiram. She asks what he is doing. Woojin replies that the culprit has been caught, so she can relax now. At that moment, Hiram is sitting in her school cafe with her friends. But Hiram is too focused on her conversation with Woojin. She asks why he is only contacting her now. He simply tells her to get home safely. Hiram gets shocked and furious, finding his response unbelievable. Woojin casually thinks that people usually just read messages and ignore them. Hiram gets intrigued and asks how he knows that. She also asks what he is doing now. Woojin says he is taking on a challenge. She asks what kind of challenge, and he tells her that if she comes, it might increase his chances of success. Later, Woojin and Hiram go to a restaurant to take on a food challenge. Hiram is still annoyed about his earlier messages. The waiter explains the challenge. They must finish all the food within 20 minutes. If they fail or throw up, they will have to pay a 2001 penalty. Woojin is determined to win. He thinks about how there is no set maximum amount of food. It keeps increasing. The real challenge is dealing with leptin, the hormone that signals fullness to the brain. Fat cells release leptin when eating, so he must finish before his brain registers that he is full. The waiter asks if they are ready. Woojin confidently says yes, and the challenge begins. He starts eating at an incredible speed, shocking both Hiram and the waiter. He continues to eat rapidly and finishes his bowl. Hiram, still in shock, doesn't finish hers. The waiter announces that Woojin wins. Woojin thinks about asking Bomi to praise him. Hiram is shocked and asks if he is trying to become a YouTuber. She finds it crazy that he ate so much so quickly. She questions if he is even human, since eating like that doesn't seem normal. After leaving the restaurant, Hiram comments that the place was great and thanks Woojin for the meal. She asks if they still have room for more food. Woojin replies that it is a rule to have dessert after a meal when dining with a woman. Hiram thinks he is weird but also strangely interesting. Woojin asks if that is not normal. He tells her to come quickly, and they go to another cafe for dessert. He finds the sweets delicious. Hiram tells him he needs to stop watching YouTube because his way of speaking is unusual. But Woojin continues enjoying his dessert, repeating how tasty it is. Hiram silently watches him, feeling a bit awkward. In the evening, Hiram's driver arrives to pick her up. She tells Woojin again that he needs to stop watching YouTube. His way of speaking is strange, almost like he is copying the phrases he hears. She offers him a ride home, but he refuses and leaves on his own. As she watches him walk away, she smiles, finding him peculiar yet interesting. Later that night, Woojin is in his room watching a YouTube video. He repeats the words from the video as if practicing them. Suddenly, he receives a phone call and wonders if he won something at this late hour. He answers the call, and the person on the other end asks if he is Woojin. He confirms his identity and asks who is calling. The caller is Detective Taehyun. Taehyun asks if it is a good time to talk. He then mentions the YouTube channel Woojin told him about, the high school mukbang channel, where a student ate 10 servings of malatang. He reveals that there was not just one perpetrator but several. The victims and perpetrators met in a group of runaway youths. The victims' families didn't look for them much since they frequently ran away. One of the victims, who turned 20 after years of running away, appeared on YouTube while being held captive, but no one suspected anything because of their history. Woo-jin realizes that the runaway group likely committed the crime. Knowing this, Tae-hyun tells him that his tip saved someone's life and asks how he figured it out. Woo-jin asks if the victim has returned home safely. Tae-hyun confirms that they did. He thanks Woo-jin for helping solve the case and offers to treat him to a meal as a thanks. Woo-jin sees this as an opportunity and suggests they meet instead of just having rice. Tae-hyun agrees and asks what he would like to eat. Without hesitation, Woo-jin requests 2-horned Hanwoo grade 9. Tae-hyun becomes curious when Woo-jin mentions Hanwoo beef. He misunderstands and asks if it's tukbaegi bulgogi, but Woo-jin corrects him, saying it's Hanwoo grade number 9 salchisal. Tae-hyun is confused by the term 2-horn, and when he hears number 9, he misinterprets it. Eventually, he agrees, excited to try the premium beef. Tae-hyun asks when they should meet, and they decide on Saturday. On the day of their meeting, Woo-jin walks outside, looking forward to finally eating the high-quality Hanwoo beef. While walking, a boy and a girl approach him. The girl apologizes for stopping him, and the boy asks if they can talk. The girl says he has a lot of good fortune on his face. Woo-jin is confused and asks what she means by fortune. She explains that she means luck or good fortune. She adds that they are students and that his energy is so bright they couldn't just walk past him. Woo-jin thinks about the different types of study and lifelong learning. He asks them what kind of study they are talking about. The girl says they mainly study the principles of all things. Woo-jin finds this interesting and asks if it can be considered a science like physics. The two students become awkward. The girl explains that it's not the same as physics, giving an example. People don't see mountains and water as they naturally are, but assign meaning to them. Woo-jin responds by explaining mountains scientifically as high-altitude tree formations and water as H2O, composed of hydrogen and oxygen. He asks if there is any mistake in his knowledge. The girl praises him, saying his bright energy must make his insight extraordinary. The boy suddenly asks if people often tell him he is handsome. Then, he mentions that Woo-jin resembles his ancestor who is sitting on his shoulder. He says Woo-jin's ancestor has been watching over him but looks slightly displeased because he hasn't been very pious. Woo-jin looks around, trying to see the spirit, and asks if it's a ghost. The boy gets astonished, and the girl corrects him, saying they don't call them ghosts, but ancestral spirits. Woo-jin asks how she perceives such non-organic entities. He explains how the human eye processes information and asks if she has a special organ, an evolution, a mutation, or the ability to see energy wavelengths. The boy whispers to the girl, saying something bad might happen if they take Woo-jin with them. The girl suddenly suggests they meet another time. Woo-jin, still curious, tells them not to leave and asks to talk more about ancestral spirits. However, the boy and girl quickly run away from him. Right after, Woo-jin notices a man recording him. The man laughs and says the video is complete. Woo-jin becomes curious, and the man introduces himself as Kiorite TV, a YouTuber. He explains that he was filming to expose scams and leave evidence, but he has never seen anyone react like Woo-jin before. He asks if he can use the video for a YouTube upload. Woo-jin refuses, saying it's not ordinary. The man questions what ordinary means and says he will blur Woo-jin's face. Still, Woo-jin insists that he delete the video. The man argues that videos like this should be widely shared for the public good. Woo-jin starts leaving, but the man offers to change his voice so no one can recognize him. Still, Woo-jin asks him to delete the video. The man then shouts that he will pay 500,000 won. Woo-jin remains firm, so the man increases the offer to 1 million won. At that moment, Woo-jin shows him his phone with his bank details. The man gets confused by how quickly Woo-jin's attitude changes, but transfers the money to his account. Later, Woo-jin meets Detective Tae-hyun at the restaurant. Tae-hyun asks him again what he wanted to eat. Woo-jin repeats that he wants 2-horn number 9 salchisal. Tae-hyun checks the price, and Woo-jin quickly says that something else is fine too. However, Tae-hyun insists that he will treat him so they should eat what he wants. Then, Tae-hyun places the order. After placing the order, Tae-hyun thanks Woo-jin, saying they were almost too late to stop a serious incident. When they arrived at the scene earlier, there was chaos, and people were about to tear down a screen and jump out. Woo-jin responds that it's fortunate they arrived in time. The waitress brings the food, and both of them are amazed by how it looks. Woo-jin's mouth starts watering. The waitress serves them and tells them to try it first with just salt. Woo-jin takes his first bite and is overwhelmed by the taste. He shouts in surprise, and Taehyun watches him, confused. He asks if Woo-jin bit his tongue, but then Taehyun takes a bite himself and has the same reaction. He explains that the meat is incredibly delicious and worth the price. The meat juice surprises him. Taehyun tells Woo-jin to snap out of it before he eats everything. Woo-jin quickly takes another bite. The waitress continues serving them, and they both find the meal incredibly delicious. Taehyun then asks Woo-jin if they should order naengmyeon. Woo-jin responds that, as expected, the detective knows the golden rule. Taehyun reassures him that if the meat isn't enough, they can order more. Woo-jin hesitates but accepts. The next day, Woo-jin studies in his room. His mother serves him food, and he also helps his sister with her studies. He takes his classes and goes out with Hyrim to cafes and libraries, and life continues normally. Eventually, winter arrives. At school, everyone encourages the seniors, saying, "Good luck and do well." Woo-jin looks up at the sky. He then enters the school to take his exam. Inside the classroom, he sits at his desk and receives the question paper. Looking at it, he decides to let's get started. Woo-jin finishes his exam and steps out of the school, feeling anxious. He worries that he has made an irreversible mistake. His parents have always told him that they only want him to stay healthy and that it is okay if he doesn't do well in his studies. They believe that living an ordinary life is the best. Taking a deep breath, he imagines his family welcoming him happily and telling him that he has worked hard. But now, he wonders what he should say when he gets home. As he reaches home and enters, Bomi runs toward him. Noticing his upset expression, she immediately asks why Woo-jin looks like that. When he doesn't answer, she starts to worry. She wonders if he might have messed up the test, but there is no way he could have made a mistake. Still, she asks again if something bad happened. Finally, Woo-jin speaks, saying that he thinks he overestimated himself. Bomi starts to think that maybe he was too nervous during the exam and made some mistakes. She tries to comfort him, saying that even if he did mess up a little, there will be other chances. Woo-jin doesn't respond much. Instead, he simply says he will go wash up, then heads to his room. Checking his phone, he sees a message from Hyrim asking how his test went, but he doesn't reply. He puts his phone on the table, thinking about how he solved too many practice problems unnecessarily. After that, he leaves his room, still looking depressed. Bomi watches him, feeling worried. She has never seen him like this before and doesn't know how to comfort him. Just then, their mother calls Bomi and asks if Woo-jin is home. Bomi hesitates and then tells her mother that he seems really down, probably because he didn't do as well as he thought on the test. Their father, overhearing the conversation, also becomes concerned and asks if Woo-jin is home. Their mother explains that he looks really disappointed, most likely because of his test results. Hearing this, their father becomes even more worried. He asks Bomi if Woo-jin said he did badly. Bomi responds that he didn't say much, but from his face, he seems extremely disappointed. Their father reassures her, saying that it is just one test, and these things happen. He tells her to remind Woo-jin that it is okay and not to be too upset. He then adds that he will be home soon with something delicious to cheer him up. Bomi agrees, and then turns back to her brother. Woo-jin comes out of the bathroom, and Bomi hesitantly asks if he is upset because he got a lot of questions wrong. She reminds him that these things can happen and reassures him that their parents will not be disappointed. But then, Woo-jin suddenly says something unexpected. He was not aiming to be extraordinary. Bomi, confused, asks what he means. Stressed, Woo-jin explains that he thinks he got everything right on the test. He says that he should have intentionally made some mistakes to be more ordinary. Bomi is stunned, realizing what he is saying. She asks again, trying to confirm. Woo-jin repeats that, without realizing it, he solved every problem correctly. Bomi feels her soul leaving her body. She cannot believe that this is the reason he is feeling down. Woo-jin then starts wondering if it is because he practiced too many problems. His hands moved on their own, answering questions without thinking, as if it were second nature. He worries that this is not normal. Bomi suddenly panics, rushing toward him and insisting that he cannot tell anyone about this. But Woo-jin, still deep in thought, concludes that it is just as he feared, he is not ordinary. Trying to calm him down, Bomi tells him that he might have made a few mistakes. She suggests checking his answers to make sure. Woo-jin sighs and says that would be nice. But then he admits something else. He remembers all of his answers. Bomi, shocked, asks if he really remembers each answer for each question. Without hesitation, Woo-jin confirms it, saying that they were problems he solved, so of course he remembers them. Now even more stunned, Bomi says that is not normal. Still, she insists that they should check, hoping that he got at least a few wrong. They begin checking his answers. Woojin simply says the question numbers and his answers. One by one, Bomi checks them. As she goes through each answer, she realizes they are all correct. Woojin, still hopeful, asks if there are any mistakes. But Bomi tells him that they are all correct. Determined to find even one mistake, she checks his answers in another subject, mathematics. Woojin anxiously asks her if any are wrong, pleading for at least one mistake. But when Bomi finishes checking, she hesitates and tells him everything is correct. Woojin falls into an even deeper depression. He says that he understands now. He really got everything right. Bomi, on the other hand, thinks that this is something to be happy about. She tells him that this is a great achievement and should be celebrated. But Woojin says that this is not what he wanted. He wanted to be ordinary, but being ordinary is harder than he thought. Their parents always told him to live a normal life, but now it seems impossible. Bomi realizes how their parents will react when they find out. She tells Woojin that they will be very surprised. Woojin agrees, saying that of course they will be surprised. He got a perfect score. Bomi realizes that her brother sees things in a completely different way than most people. Woojin, still emotional, says that he will never be ordinary. Now, Bomi starts getting annoyed. Just then, their parents arrive home. Bomi immediately runs to them and excitedly tells them the news. Woojin got a perfect score on the test. Their parents, initially confused, react with shock. Their mother, remembering how Bomi said he did badly, asks if this is really true. Bomi explains that they just finished checking all the answers and everything was correct. Their father, amazed, asks if Woojin really got a perfect score. After a brief moment, he smiles proudly and says that he finally understands Woojin must have taken after him. Hugging his son tightly, he praises him, saying that he has done well. But their mother immediately disagrees, saying that it is not from his father. Woojin takes after her. Hearing this, Bomi suddenly feels left out. She asks what about her, but before she can get an answer, the family continues to celebrate the shocking discovery of Woojin's perfect score. Filled with pride, Woojin's father calls everyone and tells them to gather the next day. He insists that he will treat everyone to a meal because of Woojin's achievement. He remarks that his son takes after him, calling him super smart. However, his mother gets angry and claims that Woojin got his intelligence from her. Meanwhile, Bomi watches them, enjoying their argument. Woojin feels uneasy. To him, it feels like his father is telling everyone that he is not ordinary. His father, still excited, starts listing possible career paths for his son. In his opinion, Woojin could become a doctor, a prosecutor, a lawyer, an appraiser, an accountant, or even a tax officer. His mother, now frustrated, scolds his father for putting pressure on their son. She tells him that Woojin should be free to choose whatever he wants to be. Then, turning to Woojin, she asks him which university he wants to attend. Woojin answers that he wants to go to a normal university. His response surprises everyone. They were expecting him to name a famous school, but instead, he just says he wants something normal. Bomi, curious, then asks which major he wants to study. Woojin replies that he has not decided yet. Later that night, sits in his room using his mobile phone. He begins researching different professions one by one. The first profession he looks up is an appraiser, prosecutors, and other officials. Then, he checks what a tax officer is. Next, he searches for information on architects. He continues looking into other professions like doctors and prosecutors, realizing that all the careers his father mentioned follow a pattern. They all operate within the legal or government framework. Curious, he decides to research famous people in these professions. He finds information on well-known individuals, including prosecutor Lee Jong-mi, Dr. Im Jae-jun, accountant Shim Dong-min, and lawyer Frank Soo-jin, and others. As he looks deeper, he notices most of these successful professionals graduated from the same university, S University. This makes him wonder if S University is considered the most normal. After that, Woojin leaves his room and announces his decision to his family. He declares that he will attend S University just like normal people do. His family gets shocked. They don't believe that S University is a normal school at all. His father, however, gets excited again. He agrees with Woojin, saying that if they are aiming for a normal university, then S University is the best choice. He even jokes that Harvard would be considered normal from Woojin's perspective. Days pass and winters arrive. Woojin's test results are released. With his plans set, he prepares for an important journey. He boards a high-speed train, carrying food in his bag. As he sits down, he takes out his meal and begins eating. He has always wanted to experience this moment. He cracks a boiled egg on his forehead before eating it and enjoys the simple but satisfying combination of food and soda. As he sips his drink, he understands that this is why people love eating on trains. It is an enjoyable experience. After finishing his meal, he gets off the train and continues his journey by bus. He eventually reaches his destination and approaches a counter to complete signing some paper. After completing the paperwork, a staff member guides him towards a room. As Woojin enters the room, he looks at the door and remembers a time when he was held captive. He recalls the harsh and cruel words of the person who imprisoned him. His captor once scolded him, saying that he was useless and could not even accomplish simple tasks. The officer takes Woojin to meet this captor. Sitting in front of each other, his captor looks at him and immediately reacts with disbelief. The man questions why Woojin has come to see him like this. Woojin remains silent, listening to his captor talk. The man remembers that Woojin cannot hear, assuming that he will not understand anything. But then, he recalls that Woojin can read lips. In Woojin's mind, there is no longer any fear toward this person. He feels nothing, but just emptiness. At that moment, he wonders if this is what true freedom feels like. In his memories, he sees himself standing in the warehouse where he was once held captive. His captor, now terrified, orders him to stop and go back inside. But Woojin steps closer, staring at the man, and realizes the roles have been reversed. The person who once held power is now trembling in fear. This is exactly what Woojin came to confirm. Returning to the present moment, his captor starts speaking again. The man insists that it was not his fault. He talks about his sister-in-law, saying that she had no real interest in medical herbs. He also reveals that she used to beat him with a stick. As he speaks, Woojin calmly responds. The prison uniform suits him. The man becomes furious. He is shocked that Woojin is speaking fluently, questioning if he can actually hear his words. Woojin points out that the man's voice is shaking. He reminds him that his family members died mysteriously one by one each year, some from heart attacks, others from poisoning. The man grows furious and wants to attack Woojin, but the officers quickly stop him. As Woojin watches his captor struggle, he reflects on human nature. He realizes that people only see what they want to see. They believe what they want to believe. They only listen to things that validate their existing thoughts. Looking at his captor, he remembers how the man used to beat others. Two of his former acquaintances, whom he abused, ended up dead. One suffered a heart attack. Woojin starts analyzing the details, his heartbeat increasing, his body reacting to fear. He wonders if he should push things further. As he stands there, observing the man who once tortured him, he ponders what to do next. Woojin says he has been struggling with a dilemma lately. He wonders if he should carve his release date onto his body so that he won't forget it. The man asks if he is threatening him, but Woojin quickly reassures him, saying that he is only concerned about his health. He asks if his captor is writing an autobiography and expresses curiosity about what it might say. The man, confused, asks how Woojin knows about that. Woojin continues, advising the accused to eat only when he is not full, to put down his phone before he feels satisfied, and to get some moderate exercise while avoiding too much sunlight. Woojin even mentions that he has deposited some money into the accused's prison account. He clarifies that he doesn't have much money yet as he isn't working, but he will send some from time to time. The accused starts to realize that Woojin's actions are part of a larger plan, a setup to keep him thinking about it constantly. He becomes agitated and panics, falling to the ground in fear. He shouts that Woojin is a murderer, accusing him of killing his family and neighbors. However, Woojin remains calm and thinks that this person has now become boring to him. An officer tells the man to calm down, but the accused insists that one of his lackeys is watching him. He says Woojin is the real culprit. Woojin finds the situation still somewhat interesting and decides to leave. After he comes back, Woojin lifts his hand to acknowledge the snow. He reflects how the snow can either bring joy or stress depending on a person's environment. He acknowledges how important the environment is, as it affects people in many ways. Even in this cold weather, he feels that he cannot take away the warmth people bring to each other. Soon, Woojin spots his sister Bomi with her friends. He decides to make a phone call to her and asks where she is heading. Bomi tells him she is on her way home. Woojin says he is standing right in front of her. Bomi, curious, asks him how he could be in front of her, but then she sees him waving. Excited, she runs toward him with a big smile, not even noticing how slippery the ground is. Woojin thinks that, like falling snowflakes, Bomi is running toward him with pure joy. She only looks at him and doesn't care about the slippery floor. He realizes how much a person's environment can shape their happiness. As Bomi reaches him, she gives him a hug and asks where he has come from. Woojin explains that he went to see someone he knew, someone he doesn't need to see anymore. Meanwhile, Bomi's friends are surprised to see her brother in person, noting how he looks more handsome in person. Woojin then takes something out of his bag and offers it to Bomi, telling her to try it. Bomi asks what it is, and Woojin tells her it is takoyaki, a snack he thinks is really delicious. He tells her that he wrapped it up carefully so it won't get cold. Bomi is touched and asks if the snack is just for her. Woojin confirms and encourages her to try it, saying it is really tasty. Some days pass. Woojin gets off a bus and walks down the road to reach his university. He notices something on a notice board. He checks the details of an event and thinks that the real purpose of the event is clear. There's no such thing as a free lunch. After that, he enters a lecture hall and looks for his seat. As he sits in the middle, he reflects on how ordinary that is. Sitting in the middle is the most normal thing to do. Soon, a boy approaches him and introduces himself as Park Jong-wook. Woojin recognizes the name from the freshman group chat. He smiles and greets Park Jong-wook, assuring him they will get along and not fight. Park Jong-wook laughs, commenting on how Woojin sounds like a textbook. He then asks if Woojin knows about the gathering after class. Woojin confirms that he does. As more students arrive, the classroom becomes crowded. Woojin is excited. This is his first university lecture, something he's always wanted to experience. The teacher walks in, greets everyone, and introduces himself as the professor for the Introduction to Business course. He asks the class what they think business is and invites the students to raise their hand to answer. The room is silent, so Woojin thinks to himself that raising his hand would be the normal thing to do. The teacher picks a student who seems nervous. The student answers that business is about leading a company. The teacher acknowledges this and asks another student in a white shirt for their answer. The student suggests that business is about managing and operating a business. The teacher agrees, calling it a valid answer. The teacher then asks what qualities a business leader should have. A student sitting at the back answers that they should be good at planning and giving directions. The teacher praises this answer and turns to the next student. Woojin wonders if he's been called on because he's sitting in the middle. Since he's been picked, he decides to answer. He says that business leaders should be good at persuasion. The teacher, curious, asks Woojin to explain what he means by persuasion. Woojin begins to think about stock trading and uses it as an example. He explains how a securities company holds stock trading competitions, offering prize money to participants. Many people are enticed by the prize and take part, but the company is also using the competition to identify skilled traders. The winners may be recruited by the company, creating a connection through scholarships and incentives. Woojin further elaborates on how advertisements can manipulate people, drawing them into a state where they're more likely to make decisions based on persuasion. He believes that business leaders understand this power and use it in various ways. Marketing is one way to apply persuasion, but at its core, society itself is built on persuasion. The teacher and the entire class listen attentively to his explanation. After a moment, Woojin raises his hand again, asking when the actual lecture will begin. He thinks that he just wants to take a normal class and experience the university like everyone else. Each and every student began staring at him, and were left amazed and confused at the same time, while the professor praised him for giving such an incredible answer. Everyone else also joined along and clapped for him. And he, on the other hand, just thought to himself that being a normal kid was actually harder than he had guessed. The professor then proceeded to start off the first class of the session by giving them an introduction to business administration, and Woojin's eyes lit up as he had been waiting for this first lecture for a long time. The professor explained to them that business administration involved how to effectively and efficiently manage an organization. There were core principles of business named planning, organizing, leadership, and control. Woojin already knew that as well, but still, he was paying full attention to hear what the lecture was about. As the professor went into details about each principle of business, it turns out Woojin had already seen all of it before, and this was not at all new for him. But just then, he noticed from the corner of his eye that another student beside him was staring at him, and he guessed that they must have noticed that he was not paying as much attention as the other students. So he quickly sat straight and started acting like he was focused. After the lecture was over, the professor took his leave, and since it was lunchtime, it was now time for Woojin to finally experience the legendary campus meal for the first time. He went straight to the cafeteria, took his meal to the table, and like always, he started eating it way too fast, making everyone turn their heads towards him. He rushed through the entire thing, and after he was finished, he just sat there thinking that it lacked MSG. Just then, he gets a message from Detective Tae-hyun, asking him if he was busy, and he replies that he was, as he just finished eating his meal. But then, the detective directly called him and informed him that he had a tricky case this time around, which was worth 100,000 won. It turns out Woo Jin had actually been helping out the detective for a while now, and he had solved a few cases for him. Every time, in exchange for help, Tae-hyun bought him a nice meal, or sometimes he also gave him money. So it was a fairly easy way for him to make money, and therefore, he once again agreed to help him out. However, the detective wanted to talk to him in person, and since his next lecture was already cancelled, Woo Jin asked him where he would meet him, and Tae-hyun told him to stay right there as he was coming to pick him up. Later, the two of them meet up outside the college, and the detective was really happy to see how much better he looked now that he was a college student. They then get inside the car, and the detective proceeds to get his tablet out of the bag. But then Woo Jin asks him if instead of watching photos and videos, they could just visit the crime scene, and Tae-hyun was a bit surprised to hear that. Woo Jin was of a mindset that people live based on experiences. That's why, the more experience one had about things, the more useful they become. And so, he told him that he wanted to experience this case firsthand. The detective did not argue, and he drove him straight to the crime scene. It was an apartment building, and upon reaching there, Tae-hyun exchanged some casual greetings with a police officer. Just as they were about to enter the apartment, he once again asked Woo Jin if he was really okay with this, and without any hesitation, he answered yes. He entered inside, and the floor in front of him was covered with blood. The wall near the front door also had blood on it, and he started analyzing all of this and created the scenario in his mind how all of this must have happened. The murderer first rang the doorbell, and when the person opened it, he quickly barged in and locked the door. He brought out a knife and first attacked the person by aiming for the throat, leaving that bloodstain on the wall, and then followed it up by stabbing him right in the stomach. The person tried to crawl away, but the murderer stopped him right there and continuously stabbed him until he was finished. Woo Jin explained all of this to the detective, telling him that the throat was targeted first and the weapon that was used was a knife, but it was not a simple kitchen knife, which meant that it was not an impulsive crime. It was premeditated. The detective was impressed, seeing that he could figure all this out just by looking at the scene. Woo Jin then asks him if they had found anything else, and he answers that they hadn't so far, but they did have the suspect's CCTV footage. Woo Jin takes a look at it while also inquiring if there were any fingerprints. However, there were none. Just then, as he was looking at the footage, judging from the way how the victim opened the door, it seemed that the suspect knew the victim. The suspect was a male, estimated to be 180 centimeters tall, with blonde hair and carrying a plastic bag with a soju bottle. Woo Jin then tells Tae-hyun that even though they caught this person, he did not think that he was the real culprit in this situation. Tae-hyun asks him why he believed that, since all the evidence was pointing out to this suspect being the culprit. But then he questioned him back that if he truly believed that, why did he ask for his opinion in the first place? The detective admitted that something did feel off since the suspect was not confessing no matter what. He claimed that he did not go home that night and was staying at a motel. Conveniently, the motel's CCTV was broken, and the owner was too drunk to even remember in which room the suspect stayed in. Woo Jin further adds that the murder weapon was a long and sharp knife, like a sashimi knife, and if they could assume that the culprit was proficient with a sashimi knife, it makes things a lot easier. Criminals always tend to use the tools that they were most familiar with because they believe that something familiar reduces chances of unexpected variables. And on top of that, if assuming that the perpetrator works in a profession involving water, that would also explain why there were no fingerprints found, even though the doorbell was rung with bare hands. The reason being, people who frequently work with water often develop severe eczema, which erases their fingerprints. Plus, the hair strand that was found at the crime scene, he believed that it could be an animal's fur, or it could belong to someone completely different as well. For all they knew, it might even be synthetic hair, which would mean that the culprit was wearing a wig. Detective Tae-hyun asks him if he was implying that the murderer disguised himself before committing the murder to create confusion, and he agreed. But rather than causing a mere confusion, he believed that it might be done to manipulate the entire situation. He then also points out the blood footprints that were on the floor and states that most of the weight was on the heels, which was why the front part of the footprint was faint. Whenever a person attacks someone, most of the weight is placed on toes. But judging from this case, he deduced that the culprit deliberately wore shoes that were too large. It leaves extra space at the front and makes the toe area of the footprint faint. There was also the side of the shoe imprinted on the floor, and the detective wondered if they just tumbled during a struggle. However, Woo Jin tells him that was not the case because the victim was killed instantly, and even if they do assume that a struggle occurred, If the foot was twisted at this angle, at minimum, their ligaments would have been strained, but a fracture was more likely. But then, looking at the CCTV footage, the murderer was walking away without limping, which simply was not possible, even if his adrenaline levels were extremely high at that point of time. And as for the hair strand, he also points out that it was slightly shifted compared to when he first entered the apartment. Hair could not just grow asymmetrically like that within a few minutes. Detective Tae-hyun, looking at all these, starts thinking if they actually deliberately wore oversized shoes and a wig, while Woo-jin adds on that the real culprit needed to deal with both the victim and the suspect, who was currently in police custody. He had to handle both at around the same time, and the victim was an easy target because of his small physique and easy to kill. But the suspect who was in custody now was taller and more masculine, and was not as easy to kill. He was 184 centimeters tall, and his shoe size was 270 millimeters. At the time of his arrest, his hair was black, and the police found that sudden hair color change suspicious, and they kept on pressing on it, questioning him where he dyed his hair from. From the footage earlier, Woo-jin had already deduced that the real culprit's shoe size was 255 to 260 millimeters, and it was clear that he had a personal connection with the victim, and turns out he had a strong reason to frame the suspect as well. He wondered what reason it could be that motivated him to disguise himself and frame one while killing another. Money? Revenge? Woman? The reason was not clear, but Woo-jin concluded that the culprit was highly skilled with sashimi knife and suffered from chronic eczema, which erased their fingerprint patterns, and they probably had at least a college degree as well, because lower education levels usually correlated with impulsive crimes. But the higher the education level, the more systematic and premeditated the crime gets. Tae-hyun then calls Gi-chul and inquires if he found anything. And he also confirmed that the hair they acquired was not a human hair, but a synthetic one, which surprised him very much, as it turns out Woo-jin was right all along. He then also mentions that since the culprit's shoe size was 255 to 260 millimeters, their height would be around 166 to 170 centimeters, someone in their 30s. Suddenly, Tae-hyun recalled that person he met in the sushi restaurant, and he quickly instructed Gi-chul to catch that person. Later on, Woo-jin was just walking by when he gets a phone call from the detective, and he thanked him for all the help, as the case was solved completely because of him. While Woo-jin did not care about that much, but he was still thankful for the 100,000 won. He was curious to know what the motive was, and the detective informed him that the culprit had borrowed money from both victims, but then the two of them started spreading rumors about him not paying them back, so he plotted all this. With that said, he once again thanked him and wished him luck for his studies. Just then, he gets approached by another boy, and he quickly starts everything about him. Judging by his wrinkles, he looked like someone in late 20s, which was the same age as Woo-jin, and he introduced himself as Mansu. He was really impressed with him, watching what he did during the first lecture, and it almost looked like seeing a professional lecturer. He asked him if he was going to join the stock trading competition, as a lot of students from their department were participating. Since many were joining, he wondered if he should join as well because he did not want to be the only one standing out. But if he did, he also needed a plan on how to approach it. He recalled about the antlion's larvae, which were also known as doodlebugs. They prey on ants, sucking out their fluids and discarding their bodies. However, this concept was not just limited to insects. Most people that were involved in the stock market always had a bunch of questions running through their heads, and whenever the market crashed, they could not tolerate the failure, and some even went to the extent of ending their lives. In the stock market, people called ants had their money drained, and since most normal people were becoming ants in today's time, he wondered if he should be one too. However, if he lost the money, he also knew that it would make his parents and Bomi sad. So, instead of getting drained, he decided that he would be the one doing the draining, just like sucking honey, because he also understood that self-realization was a part of being normal as well. He agrees with Mansu and, together with him, he heads to the stock trading class. In that classroom, students were gossiping about how some of them were in profit while some were in loss, and he sat there quietly observing and thinking that he needed to start soon too if he didn't want to be left behind. Then, the professor comes in, and he begins with the third lecture of the session. While the professor was explaining everything to the students, he started to get sleepy, and then when the professor looked at him, he was already fast asleep. And it surprised him because in just the last class that he had with him, Woo-jin was the most energetic person in the class, raising his hand whenever the professor asked something, and he always had more points to add to whatever the professor was teaching, making it look like he was explaining the lecture instead of the teacher. So, as a matter of fact, the professor was a bit glad that he went to sleep already because Talking to him always makes the lecture into a one-on-one debate. However, in reality, Woojin was not really asleep and was just acting. He believed that sleeping during class was a normal thing, and so he also wanted to experience it just once. But it was not that easy for him, and he could not go to sleep. The professor was finished with the lecture, and he wanted to give them all an assignment, which immediately caught his attention. And with full enthusiasm, he raised his hand and asked him what kind of assignment they would be getting. As he had always wanted to do one, the teacher answers that they all needed to read Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations and understand it. They had to be in a group of 4 and then discuss the perfect competition market, the law of diminishing marginal utility, analyze ethical management, and discuss the role of a business manager. But then, once again, Woojin raised his hand and expressed that, in modern times, the law of marginal utility could be approached differently, and he wanted to reinterpret it differently as well, while everyone else just stared at him, wondering what the hell he was saying. He gives an example saying that for those who eat excessively, the law of diminishing marginal utility applies differently to them, because even when they eat a lot, they still enjoy it. And he wondered if it could be considered an exception due to addiction. The professor agreed it was possible because gambling and gaming were also considered exceptions. But then he further argues that feeling of fullness was not just about the stomach, but about hormones, where leptin plays a major role. And yet again, no one in that class had any idea what he was trying to say, and most did not even know what leptin was. The professor, on the other hand, was also running out of answers to give him, but Woojin was not running out of questions, and the teacher did not know about the things he was asking. However, judging from his tone and eyes, he could tell that he was genuinely curious and really wanted to know about everything. But still, the professor was not capable of that, and he quickly takes his leave, saying that there was not much time and reminds them to form their groups for the assignment. He dashed off from the class, and then every student started calling dibs on Woojin, as everyone wanted to be in a group with him. Meanwhile, the professor thought to himself if he should bring him to the lab, but he decided not to because he also felt that he would be more trouble than help. Later, back at home, he finally started learning how to invest in stocks, and after confirming his order, he just sat there, staring at the monitor, not really feeling anything where instead he should be feeling happy. And he contemplated that normalcy was hard to achieve. He sees the graph slightly going down, and he remains calm, but then the graph straight up hits the rock bottom, and he starts to panic, but he tries to stay calm, thinking that it was just a simulation. He wondered if his subconscious self was to wake up. How would he react? Because everything that he had seen or heard, he was sure his other self knew everything that he was unconsciously ignoring. So he goes in front of a mirror and called him out. The subconscious comes forth, and he starts praising himself that his face was quite handsome, and he could totally become a celebrity with that face just for fun. But then, he takes off his t-shirt, revealing the countless scars that were on his body, and he understood that he could not. He sat in front of the PC, and he started going through the entire internet to learn more about stocks while thinking that this was something he needed to do. While they were locked away in that room, he had full control over this body, but now, Woojin was slowly taking over, and if this continued, he was afraid that he might disappear completely. Hence, he needed to show him his worth. He noticed some big investors were moving in, and there were signs of accumulation as well. He tells Woojin to not be a child and become an adult, as the simulations were pointless and there was no practice in real life. He proceeds to buy a bunch of stocks, and those stocks were actually rising at a tremendous rate. While he sat there, told Woojin that money was not something he earns. Rather, it was something that others make for him. What he meant by that was, unless he printed money himself, he would always have to provide some kind of value to receive it, whether he was an employee or a CEO. A company's CEO always needed to generate revenue to pay employees, and to generate that revenue, they relentlessly pursued business opportunities. The company owner hires employees to make money, and with that, money continues to flow in and out in a repeating cycle. It was natural for a person to avoid big risks and choose a stable life. However, if they wanted to seek wealth, they also needed to accept the risk of falling. And that was the definition of money. It allows people to enjoy hobbies, and it triggers endorphins and serotonin, bringing happiness while also reducing stress levels. Money improved both mental and physical well-being. And in a sort of way, money was like a personal massage therapist that takes care of one's inner state, but most people just don't consciously realize that. Then, after enjoying those hobbies and self-care, they could put that remaining money to work like an employee and make even more money. What mattered the most was where and how to deploy them. Currently, he had invested in Trentity Corporation. It was a company that once developed its own cosmetics, and their stock was also very stable, until the CEO changed 2 years ago. Since then, their stocks had been falling, but there were also signs of strategic accumulation. Their market capital was 80 billion won, and if a major investor holds enough capital, manipulation becomes possible. There had been several positive articles regarding Trinity Corp recently, so it was the logical choice to buy their shares and then wait for things to unfold. That's exactly what happened, as news started to come in that the company was collaborating on the world's first drug development, involving international professors in the project as well. And as a result, the stocks began to skyrocket, where everyone started buying and selling that company's stock. However, he remained patient and thought about how irrational humans were. They follow trends instead of making independent decisions. And while everyone was moving like a herd, he remained patient and was not going to sell. Eventually, after ignoring everyone else, he reached the point where his share reached the absolute peak in the market, and he was the only one there to claim it. The next day, just as Woo Jin was about to head out for college, his mother asks him if he did not want to eat anything before going, and he tells her he did not need to, while thinking that he was already full. Later in the classroom, a boy named Jong-hun was bragging that he made a 19% profit on the share market, and the others wanted to know how he did it, whether it was observing trading volumes or doing quick trades. However, he tells them that they needed to check the indicators as well, and at the end, it was all about observing and analyzing. But then he notices Woo Jin's group, and he was discussing that he had already read The Wealth of Nations. Jong-hun recalled how every single person wanted to be in Woo Jin's group the other day. So he went up to them and asked them if they were all doing well with the stocks. However, his teammate answers that he was not, since he did not really know how to work the stock simulation, and another girl named Na wasn't doing it either, as she did not really understand how to do stocks. However, he looks away from her and tells them that it was not that complicated as they were thinking, but then he looks at Woo Jin, and he was pretty sure that he must be doing it while he, on the other hand, was simply observing him. And he could tell that Jong-hun was showing a fake smile. On top of that, he also noticed that just a moment ago he felt something like fear from Na, which was more like a subconscious reaction. It was a typical example of how men were more visual creatures than women. They may stare at attractive women, but the moment they make eye contact with them, they quickly avert their gaze. When a man looks in the eyes of someone he finds attractive, he does not just feel nervous, he also feels a kind of fear. But this was just a simple evolutionary trait, a remnant of DNA that fears the leader of a social group. In ancient times, attractive women were usually by the leader's side, and even touching that woman could lead to death or expulsion from the group. And hence, this fear that was embedded in men's DNA also subconsciously influenced Jong-hun. And as we come back to the present, Woo Jin could clearly see that he was asking him that question with a fake smile. And the only reason why someone like him, who loves to brag and show off, came to him was because he wanted to make an attempt to appeal to Na by using him as the target. So he simply answered that he was doomed. Jong-hun starts looking down on him, questioning him if he was not able to make as much profit as him, and Woo Jin tells him that he was trying to simulate it, but he accidentally made a real cash purchase. Hearing that, Jong-hun began laughing at him, saying, "How could anyone be this stupid?" And he asked him if he ended up losing a lot of money. However, on the contrary, he replies that he actually made a 30% profit. Everyone was shocked to hear that, and he also showed the proof on his phone, which amazed the girls even more, while Jong-hun stood there frozen in place, thinking to himself that the person in front of him was not normal at all. He was wearing a cheap denim shirt, had an outdated phone and no watch, and his shoes were also really cheap, costing less than 50,000 won. But he had reached the daily trading limit, and he could not believe how he made that kind of profit. Meanwhile, Woo Jin also knew that Jong-hun was analyzing him and searching for something in him which could make him superior over him. Jong-hun then requests to let him take a look at what stock he invested in, and just as he was about to take his phone, it slips from his hand. Woo Jin immediately took everything into consideration like height, weight, and falling speed, and he knew that it would definitely break, so he quickly catches it and saves it from falling. Everyone was really impressed seeing how insane his reflexes were, but then Jong-hun notices the scars on the back of his waist, and he asks him how he got those wounds. Na also saw them and was speechless, while Jong-un, on the other hand, wasted no time to take advantage of that and started questioning him if he was living like a gangster or something. He makes fun of him, saying that even the tattooed gangsters would run away, and he even tells the girls to be cautious not to slack off on their assignments, while Woo Jin was still in a bit of a shock, wondering if this was finally happening to him. Whenever people criticize or talk badly about others, subconsciously, they feel a sense of superiority as the reward system releases dopamine in their body. Hating and cursing others was not just a simple emotion, but it was a biologically pleasure-related action for people. Jong-un here, with all his expensive clothes, watch and shoes, loved to show off without hesitation. And seeing how aggressively he corners and judges others, it became even more clear to Woo Jin that he remained addicted to self-display to this day. Unable to escape his addiction, he always tried to find a way to make things like these happen. Woo Jin understood very well that most of the time, those who caused harm were the majority, and the victims were in the minority, and hence those who suffered were not considered normal. And since he wanted to be normal, just like everyone else, he needed to side with the majority. So he decides to do exactly that, and he suggests to his group that before starting to work on their assignment, they could just drink for the day to bond. Because after all, he made a profit. His group was up for that, and he even offered Jung-hoon to come along as well, saying that he wanted to learn more about stocks from him, and he agreed to join them. While in reality, what Woo Jin was trying to do was make him step into the area that he had designed for him, a space where they could clearly see what lies inside him, just like an operation theater. And like the anatomy practice, he would be dissecting him piece by piece so that everyone could see his true nature. Later at night, they all head to a restaurant, but Woo Jin comes out to attend a call. The person on the call was also nearby in the area, and they also wanted to meet the friends that he had made, so the person asked him if they could stop by, and Woo Jin agreed. He then went back inside the restaurant, and there were his 4 classmates excluding Man-soo, who could not come because he had to help his cousin. He sits with them, asking the ladies if they ordered something for them. And they did, but then Jung-hoon changes the subject and points out to him that he had been dozing off in class a lot lately and was curious to know if he was losing his sleep over the stock market. He was sure that he must be checking stocks and news up all night, while the waiter also brought their meal to the table. Woo Jin, on the other hand, was completely focused on the food only. And seeing his expressions, Jung-hoon questions him if he was even listening to him. He replies that he did hear him and reminds him that he had already said he bought them completely by accident. But then Jung-hoon tells him that he should quickly sell it because these kinds of stocks were risky, and as a matter of fact, beginners don't even make money on those. And he was very curious how he ended up buying those stocks. Woo Jin simply answered that he looked at 19 different indices, checked commodities like gold, silver, copper, WTI oil, and foreign exchange rates by country, but then he came across this via some news articles and rumors. Jung-hoon could not even comprehend that he based his choice on things like that, while Woo Jin once again states that it was just an accident. Nonetheless, In-ma was really impressed with him because even though it was by mistake, he still got a 30% profit. It was becoming very clear that Jung-hoon was feeling frustrated, as he also commented that it was indeed impressive for a mere mistake, and he poured some drink for him. Woo Jin notices that he was putting his hand on his waist to make himself look bigger, which was exactly like a cobra puffing up its body to make itself look more dominant. But most of all, as In-ma continued to praise him, saying that because it was a mistake, it was even more amazing. It was obvious that Jung-hoon was not liking that. He was so addicted to showing off that he was not going to simply back down, and he poured drinks to the girls with his left hand when he was not even left-handed to begin with, which clearly indicated that he was going to brag again. And that's exactly what happened, as he tells them that he could buy another watch like the one he was wearing if he also made mistakes. He always tried to shift the conversation towards himself and wanted to make himself the center of attention. But putting all that aside, they all raise their cups to make a toast. And Woo Jin was just excited as he gets to experience his first taste of alcohol. But then, the moment he drank it, he did not like it at all, while the others around him seemed to be enjoying the flavor quite a lot. People say that alcohol tastes amazing once they become an adult, but since that was not the case for him, he started wondering if he was still just a kid in a grown-up body. Just then, he gets a call from Lee Hyerim, and he informs them all that a friend of his was nearby and wanted to stop by. So he asked them if they were okay with that, but on the inside, it did not matter to him even if they opposed, because he really wanted Hyerim to come and teach Jung-hoon a lesson. They did not have any problem with that, and so he told Hyerim to come over. And then he waited. A few moments later, Hyerim finally comes in, and she was actually surprised to see that Woo Jin liked these kinds of places. She introduces herself to all of them as his friend, and the group greets her back while they were simply amazed how beautiful she was. She asks Woo Jin if he was really into wine now, and he tells her that they only came here because Jung-hoon said that this place was a hot spot. Speaking of him, Jung-hoon, the moment he saw a pretty lady, he excitedly introduced himself, and the first thing he asked her was if she was just a friend of Woo Jin or she was his girlfriend. She immediately noticed the way he was dressed and the watch that was on his wrist. and with no expression, she simply responded that they were just friends. She was the type of person who absolutely hated people who try to present themselves differently from their actual situation. Jong-hun then notices the watch that she was wearing, and he immediately hides his own with his arm, as he recognized that the watch she was wearing was something an average person could never afford. He then once again brings up the topic and asks if the two of them were really just friends, because they actually looked great together. And Woojin again answers that it was nothing like that. He switches the topic and asks Ju-hwan if he was doing swimming as a hobby, since people often said that he had great proportions, and he confirmed that he did, while at the same time he was surprised to see that he knew about that. Woojin was very curious to know if he was good at freediving and snorkeling as well, and Ju-hwan answered that he was great at those things and asked if he was interested in swimming as well. He starts explaining the important things that people should remember when snorkeling or scuba diving, and even became the center of attention for a while. Woojin then asks Mina if she had any particular hobby, and she tells them she did not have one, but she did like watching movies. And she began suggesting him movies that they could watch together. And while everyone was enjoying themselves, conversing with each other about their hobbies, Jong-hun, who had not been asked any question, became isolated. However, Woojin also knew that someone like him, who was addicted to self-display, would soon do something in search of pleasure again. And he does that by questioning Ju-hwan what stocks did he bought. Ju-hwan struggled to remember the name of that stock, and it only made Jong-hun more frustrated. And he began lecturing him how he could not remember the name of the stock that he traded, as when a man starts something, he should focus no matter what, or instead, he should at least make a mistake and earn some profit from it like Woojin did. While he, on the other hand, was just observing Jong-hun, who was now getting drunk and was not capable of rational thinking. Things like emotions, impulses, and survival instincts make the brainstem act more dominantly. When rationality weakens, emotional and instinctive behaviors become more pronounced, and each individual expresses emotions and psychological tendencies differently. Alcohol does not make a person weird, but instead, it reveals the true nature of a person by removing their mask. And that's what happened when Jong-hun asked Ju-hwan why he was wearing a bracelet, and he answered that it was said it brings good luck. Hearing that, he started mocking him, saying how he could rely on a bracelet to bring him luck, and that luck and opportunity belonged to those who chase them. Meanwhile, Woojin understood that he must have done this thing for a long time, finding satisfaction by teasing others and leading the atmosphere like an insider. However, the one who was truly in control in this room was, in fact, Lee Hiram, and she presented him with a question, asking him what happens if they chase luck. She shows him the balsam flower dye that she had on her nails, and it was said that if a person dyed their nails with it, their first love would come too. And since she was trying it as well, she questions him if that made her an idiot as well. Hiram was the kind of person who believed that the whole world revolves around her, and because of that, she did not care about other people's feelings or reactions. And she demonstrated that firsthand as she pointed out the fake watch, clothes, and shoes that he was wearing and questioned him if he was wearing them with the belief that they could uphold his tiny, shallow pride. It was now his turn to get angry in front of everyone as a defense mechanism. And Woojin was simply enjoying the show because everything was going according to his plan, holding Jong-hun like his puppet. While Bomi was messing around on her phone, she just started laughing at her friends. Honestly, her friends were always chatting about her brother these days. One of them even said, hey, maybe she could introduce her brother and he could become their tutor. Bomi thought that might actually work. Her brother hadn't really had a lot of life experience and probably wanted to try new stuff. Maybe she'd ask him about it later. But then, Bomi started getting a little grumpy. She really hoped nobody was bullying her brother. The thought made her grow angry, so she punched her pillow hard. She told herself, if anyone dared to lay a hand on her brother, she was definitely not going to let them get away with it. Back in the restaurant with Woojin and the others, things were getting pretty awkward. Hiram suddenly said she was curious about something, and then dropped the bomb. She mentioned the fake watches, clothes, and shoes that Jong-hun was wearing. She thought they were just sad. Of course, Jong-hun denied everything like his life was on the line. But Hiram didn't back down. She said, come on, this was like a little kid showing off some lame, cheap candy. Honestly, she thought it was a joke. Jong-hun started getting louder. He couldn't believe that Hiram would just call all his stuff fake, especially since they barely knew each other. He thought her words totally killed the vibe. Usually, that would mean the party was over, and Jong-hun was ready to point fingers. Except Hiram didn't even care. She just put something on the table and said, fine, if she'd ruined the atmosphere, she would pay for it. She figured Jong-hun looked like he could use the extra cash anyway. Then she turned to Woojin and said she was leaving. She couldn't handle it any longer. After Hiram walked out, Jung-hoon looked back at Woojin, clearly annoyed, and asked what her deal was. Woojin just shrugged and told him that Hyram was actually the daughter of Shinhwa Group's CEO. Suddenly, everyone at the table went quiet. They all stared at Woojin, super impressed that he even knew someone important like her. It didn't take long before people started glancing back at Jung-hoon, whispering about counterfeits. Some of them wondered if maybe Jung-hoon's story about making money in stocks was all fake too. Woojin didn't really get involved in their gossip. He just kept eating, but he noticed that now everyone at the table could see Jung-hoon's true colors. Jung-hoon was exposed, just like an open book. After that, Jung-hoon honestly felt super embarrassed. Without saying anything, he barged out and then left the place too. Woojin just watched him go without feeling anything, thinking that with this, everyone was now on his side and Jung-hoon would probably never mess with him again. So guys, this is how you kicked out your bully from the group. Meanwhile, Jung-hoon went outside trying to chase Hyram down, angry and tried to clear things up. But Hyram was just completely fed up. She told her bodyguard to stop Jung-hoon if he tried anything funny. Jung-hoon backed up and said he totally didn't mean any harm. He just looked silly standing there. As expected, back on campus, Woojin and the group had to get ready for their next assignment. Some of them were complaining. There were just too many papers to read. Woojin told them not to worry. He had a little trick. He tossed all the sheets in the air and started snapping mental pictures with his eyes, remembering every page in just a few seconds. His friends watched in shock, totally sure they could never do something like that. Standing up, Woojin told the group to relax. He said they could just use the papers as a reference, and that he'd summarize everything they needed for the project. He announced he would head to the bathroom for a bit. On the way out, he spotted Jung-hoon walking by. He casually greeted Jung-hoon and asked if he was there for his own group project. Jung-hoon said yes, but when he saw Woojin, he remembered everything that happened before and freaked out a little. He started mumbling about leaving his laptop in the classroom and ran off, wishing Woojin good luck. Woojin just gave him a blank stare. He thought to himself that from now on, Jung-hoon would probably stop acting up around him. That was good, because Woojin could finally get his ordinary life back. He thought it was a nice, normal reaction. Around the same time, some students were talking about wanting to eat black bean noodles. Suddenly, Woojin remembered that a certain detective had promised to treat him a black beans noodle sometime. Over at the police station, the detective was pretty annoyed about his current case. Looking at his face, the detective suddenly tried to analyze his friend. He noticed his buddy looked rather sad and pale, so he inquired if he was eating yet and if his blind date had been unsuccessful. He even teased him, saying he probably got rejected after asking for a second date, right? His friend just laughed and joked if the detective was trying to copy Woojin now. The friend said no. He didn't skip breakfast at all. He even had a big bowl of sundae-guk. Detective Taeyun see a stain from the soup on his friend's clothes and noticed his muscles were tense, classic stress signs. The friend confessed that, actually, the blind date got delayed because of the gangster they've been chasing. With a laugh, he told the detective that sometimes people shouldn't pretend to be what they're not, especially to mimic Woojin, or they'll just embarrass themselves. After that, the two walked to their car, complaining about how there seemed to be way too many incidents in their area lately. They headed off to a new crime scene. When they arrived, the detective was shocked. The victim, a 21-year-old, had been chopped up and stuffed in a cooling box. The detective wondered if this was some kind of grudge. He asked about the parents, and someone told him they were waiting inside. Inside the house, he saw the victim's parents. This was always the hardest part. He wanted to comfort them, but catching the killer was more important right now. That was the best way he knew how to help. He didn't really know what to say, but he had to ask questions. The dad couldn't take it anymore and started yelling, begging the detective to catch the murderer fast. The mom just sat in shock, no emotion, like she was about to collapse. After trying to calm the family, the detective stepped out and asked his partner if there was any new information. But his partner shook his head, nothing important yet. The detective got annoyed. He thought this killing had to be done by a serious psycho, someone who'd probably done this before. He couldn't believe someone actually dismembered a body and shoved it in a cooling box. He decided they had to start with the nearby CCTV cameras. Just then, Woojin called the detective. The detective sighed, thinking Woojin was probably asking for another food reward. But now he was desperate and kind of wondered what Woojin would want to eat this time. Because with every tricky case, Woojin always had a special craving. And honestly, the detective was starting to get used to it. When the detective answered the phone, he said it was surprising that Woojin was calling him first. That almost never happened. Woojin asked if the detective had eaten yet, since it was almost dinner time. The detective said, no, he hadn't eaten, and it looked like there wouldn't be any dinner tonight anyway. Woojin wondered if the detective was still at the crime scene. The detective said yes, he was, but he sounded tired. Woojin asked if he could come by and help a little. Hearing that, the detective got hyped. He thought any help from Woojin would be awesome. He even said that with Woojin helping, it was like having a profiler around. But he stopped for a second and asked Woojin if he was really okay with it. The crime was brutal, enough to give anyone nightmares. The body had been chopped up and stuffed in a cooling box. But Woojin just told him not to worry. He said he'd be fine. The detective wasn't sure, but finally, he agreed. He joked that if things went well, they could go to that fancy Wagyu beef place again. Woojin replied that wouldn't be ordinary. He explained that according to the law of diminishing marginal utility, eating the same good food too often made it boring. He thought they should switch it up sometimes. Woojin said eating jjajangmyeon, sweet and sour pork, and fried dumplings at the police station would be better. The detective was left speechless. He wondered if Woojin was just coming over so he could eat free jjajangmyeon. Soon, Woojin arrived at the crime scene. The detective met him out front and said hello, mentioning how easy it was for Woojin to find the place. He had wanted to pick Woojin up himself, but Woojin thought it would make him stand out too much if he arrived in a police car. The detective thought him even being there was already not ordinary. Anyway, they walked into the house, looking for the spot where the victim had been found. The detective asked why Woojin wanted to see the body. He wasn't even a part of forensics group. The detective then explained the body was being sent to the National Forensic Service anyway. Woojin asked who discovered the body and if there were any photos. The detective said he had already received the photos. The mother found the body when she came home after work, and the killer hadn't been caught yet. One of the officers at the scene saw Woojin and wondered who he was. The detective introduced Woojin as the younger brother he always talked about, the one with crazy profiler instincts. The forensic officer was shocked and whispered if it was really okay to let a civilian investigate. But the detective just patted his partner on the back and told him to keep quiet. With flat face, he said he was skeptical, and this better not backfire on them. Hearing all of those negative words, the detective grinned and told Woojin to ignore all that. Well, Woojin didn't care anyway. He said it was natural for a civilian like him to get that kind of reaction. But he still wanted to see the photos as soon as possible. Suddenly, the detective got serious again. He warned Woojin the pictures were pretty nasty, even he had never seen anything like it. But Woojin was chill. He just wanted to get things started. He began looking over the pictures, and his brain kicked into high gear. He examined the cuts on the arms and legs. He noticed the cuts weren't as smooth as if done by a machine, like at a factory. The killer probably used a saw instead. Then Woojin spotted some weird evidence and asked what it was. The detective said they found that on the body. It looked like it was thread or lint. They'd have to analyze it to be sure. But yeah, it seemed like some kind of cotton fiber. Woojin processed all this information in his head. He knew that people often used cotton gloves when doing things like butchering meat. It was cleaner that way. He asked if the people in the house usually kept their front door locked or if it was just open. The detective said they always locked their door, so it must have been a big shock to the family. Woojin realized the killer knew everyone's habits and schedules very well. It was probably someone they knew. He also noticed a spot where the wall had been wiped clean, like someone had climbed over it. The person had gone over on their belly and brushed off a lot of dust. That would mean the killer was probably about 170 centimeters tall and not super fit, maybe even an older person. The detective agreed, and Woojin asked who was still in the house. The detective said the victim's mom had just gone to the hospital, but the dad was inside. Woojin explained he wanted to check out the inside of the house, too. The detective was surprised, but let him go in, telling him not to touch anything. Inside, Woojin saw the police talking to the victim's dad. He started scanning the room for details. There were no family photos anywhere. Woojin could tell the dad was a man with a lot of pride who couldn't let go of the past. The house was fancy and had expensive appliances, but something felt off. It looked like their business must have gone downhill recently. Soon, Woojin got close to the dad and asked if he had any grudges with anyone or any conflicts. The dad got mad, demanding to know who Woojin was and saying there was nothing like that. He claimed he was a righteous man. Woojin thought the dad was acting weird, trying too hard to convince him by staying still and making strong eye contact. It was a classic freeze reaction. Then Woojin suddenly said two words: butcher shop. The dad freaked out. His shimmering eyes showed like something is clicking in his mind. Everyone in the room stared and wanted to know what Woojin meant by that. The dad was so shocked, he broke the remote and started yelling about a guy named Songbomb. He demanded to know if that jerk was the one who had done this terrible thing to his son. After that, Woojin asked who Songbom really was. When the father heard this, he tried to cover his face. Woojin kept watching, thinking the father might do this because he was overwhelmed or embarrassed. Maybe the truth was too hard to face, or maybe it was just a way to defend himself. After a while, the father finally started talking. He explained that a man had spread a rumor about his son. They said his son had raped his daughter. The man spreading the story was the butcher. The father was sure this butcher was the one who did it. He shouted that even though they tried to solve it peacefully and reached an agreement, he believed the butcher was a monster. He screamed for the police to arrest him, promising he'd kill the person himself if they didn't act fast. The father got more and more emotional, so the police had to calm him down. Woojin watched, then walked outside with the detective. The detective really wanted to know how Woojin had figured out so much, and guessed that a butcher might be behind the killing. He even asked if Woojin had some kind of superpower or a sixth sense. But Woojin just explained that it all seemed pretty clear if you looked at it closely. The killer wasn't afraid. He left the body at the front door, which showed he was bold, and maybe a little too confident. That meant he was careful, but also a bit too sure of himself. Even so, he made mistakes. He left threads and lint behind, maybe from his gloves. It was like he paid attention but also wanted to be noticed. Didn't that seem weird? The detective asked if maybe the killer just didn't care about the thread and lint. Sometimes, criminals were both careful and careless at the same time. Woojin answered that a really careful person would have planned everything. He knew the family's routines, so it was probably someone close to them. Thinking about the clues, Woojin thought the killer was older and not that quick on his feet. The saw marks on the body looked like someone tried to copy how butchers work, but the cuts were messier than an expert would make. Maybe the killer set up the scene to look like the butcher did it. Plus, it didn't seem likely someone who handled meat every day would just leave evidence like that. The detective wondered if the killer wanted to frame the butcher on purpose, using a butcher's saw and leaving fake clues. Woojin replied that this made total sense. A dead body goes through several changes after death, like fresh, bloated, decaying, and so on. The killer used ice packs to slow down how fast the body changed, not just to hide the smell or time of death, but to confuse everyone. The scene was a trick. The killer only showed what he wanted people to see. The saw, the lint, everything placed just right. When the detective said he couldn't even think that far ahead, Woojin told him not to feel bad. People usually only saw what they wanted to see, and that was normal. The detective laughed and said Woojin was a genius. But Woojin quickly becomes sad and said he was just a regular guy, like anyone else. Realizing he had hit the spot, the detective said that after closer looking, Woojin seemed just like a regular guy. Only then did Woojin nod, no longer sad. Damn, this guy's is no hope! The detective then asked if Woojin believed the killer really tried to frame the butcher, Lee Songbom. Woojin agreed this was likely. If they followed the clues like CCTV and road cameras, they'd find the trail led straight to Songbom's shop, just like the real killer wanted. It was similar to another case they'd handled before. Woojin told the detective to check the cooler box again. The detective said he didn't notice anything weird about the box, but Woojin pointed out that there weren't any scratches and that it looked brand new. That meant it was probably bought just for this crime. He also explained that the forensic team must have had trouble carrying it because it was heavy. How could the killer move it so easily without leaving any marks? It didn't add up. The detective thought about this and agreed. There was no way a regular person could lift a box like that without scratching it. Then one police officer came over and told them a man in strange clothes had been seen around the house and left wearing a cap and mask from the CCTV. But Woojin said Songbom's alibi was still perfect. The detective asked if Woojin could name the real killer if it wasn't Songbom. He wondered if it was too much to ask, but Woojin said he was pretty sure he could. He explained the killer might be someone who hated Songbom or even the victim, Park Jong-hyuk, and that the real answer could actually come from the victim's father. He opened the door and watched the father again. The man looked sick, his eyes a bit yellow, lips dry, swallowing hard, and looking like he needed water. When the father tried to get a drink, Woojin stopped him. He pointed out that the man's hands were cold and a little swollen, and that he probably needed to use the restroom a lot. These were warning signs for kidney problems, not just being thirsty. If the man drank too much water now, his kidneys could get even worse. The father snapped and yelled at Woojin. He wanted the police to catch the criminal and didn't care about his health right then. All he could think about was his son. Woojin told the man that he must have had a good business, but things got bad not too long ago. He shared what he figured out about the son's dead body. A contusion on the head, a wound from a sharp but heavy object, then the body was cut up. Normally, people didn't do this kind of thing unless they had a really big grudge. Woojin asked about the butcher because it didn't seem likely that someone like Songbom would go to such extremes, especially since he chose peace, not revenge, when his own daughter was hurt. Most dads would never agree to that kind of settlement. So maybe, just maybe, the real killer was someone who deeply hated the victim's father. The man kept saying he didn't have enemies and said he didn't know anyone who would hate him that much. But Woojin kept asking him to really think about it. Deep inside, Woojin knew time was running out. In Woojin's mind, the clock read 6:40 p.m. He knew there wasn't much time left. Woojin, I'm looking at you long enough. You must be thinking about food right now, right? Guys, this dude can't be helped. Woojin walked around and found a pile of business cards linked to a company called H with You Solutions. This was probably the father's bankrupt company, right? The father then explained, 4 years ago, there had been an incident. It was back in those days when it became so easy to know people's activities online. The scandal, Jongyuk's supposed sexual assault, it wasn't the first time. Even 4 years ago, there was a similar case. Back then too, the kids said the relationship was agreed upon. But wait, while hearing the man, Woojin only listened intently when he noticed the father wasn't calling him my son anymore, just Jongyuk. That way of speaking, using a name instead of my son, felt like the father was pushing his child away, maybe without meaning to, building psychological distance. Woojin asked if the other party accused Jonghyuk of assault too. The father answered yes. That was also when his beauty business started crashing, all because of his son's incident 4 years ago. Woojin wanted to know who the other party was back then. The father replied that it was a company employee's daughter. The man actually gave the employee a promotion after all that, thinking things were done and dusted. But people found out. The reporters published stories, and the employee's daughter ended up taking her own life. He said he cursed the media for that tragedy. Now, looking back, he realized maybe someone was taking revenge on him for that girl's death. Maybe that was what this was all about. Hearing all of that, Woojin already knew who the real killer was, but he wasn't sure yet if he should come right out and name them. The father's last words were ambiguous, as if he wasn't ready to be honest about the whole thing. Woojin asked if, at the very least, the father could remember the employee's or the daughter's name from 4 years ago, but the father said he couldn't, it was too far in the past. Looking around, Woojin saw all the trophies and awards scattered in the house. People who thought highly of themselves always put energy into something, even when their business fell apart. That was obvious here. Woojin then tried a different approach. He asked if the father enjoyed walking. The man said yes. He liked walking for his health. Woojin said that was important, but he also pointed out that if the former employee held a grudge, he would have needed to know this neighborhood as if it were the back of his hand, either moving nearby or scouting the place over and over. But the father said he hadn't seen any strangers, not even when out on his daily walks. Woojin explained that our primitive brains would just know if there was someone suspicious in the area, even if they hid their face. If it really was the former employee, the father would have noticed. Suddenly, the detective's phone rang. The person on the other end said they found a stolen car parked near the butcher shop, the one they just talked about. The detective barked orders, telling his team to check the butcher's alibi again. He glanced at Woojin and started believing Woojin knew more than anyone. His partner, Kitchell, just stared wide-eyed. This damned boy really is genius. He can predicted the police would find clues near the butcher shop. As everyone in the house scrambled to find answers, Woojin turned his eyes back to the table. He noticed signs someone had rushed to check for missing things when the son died. The father was a sensitive person, and things got pretty intense when he realized his son was gone. In his panic, the father bumped into trophies in the living room, clumsily putting them back just how they were before. Nobody else noticed, but Woojin did. He thought again about how being ordinary was actually really challenging. Woojin turned to the father to press him more. If he wanted this solved soon, he'd need to answer truthfully. Woojin asked if they cleaned the dining table after every meal. The father said yes, that was his wife's job after meals, but suddenly wanted to know what Woojin was getting at. Woojin laid out the logic. The man had diabetes, business failures, family shame, a failing body, the list went on. He used to be healthy and play golf, but now he was just a shadow of that guy. The detective started connecting the dots. The man who did this was about 170 centimeters, with low strength or maybe just older. Wait, he started to get it. Woojin didn't pull punches with his next question. He asked if the father ever dreamed of being an actor. That bomb made everyone pause. The father grew furious, calling Woojin out. and demanded to know if he thought he was a real police. Calmly, Woojin asked if he could borrow some luminol reagent. The detective retrieved it from the forensic expert outside. Confused, that man also came to the home with the detective. With the lights off, Woojin sprayed the chemical over the dining table. Suddenly, faint stains shone under the dark glow. Everyone froze in shock, blood, right there on the table. The police and forensics team started to panic, trying to understand why there was blood on the table. Woojin turned to the father and said, "Maybe that was from his son." He wanted confirmation. Then he delivered his final question, one that seemed to fill the whole room with dread. He said the house was full of clues, and there was no need to hide anymore. Did they really need more proof? Or was it enough for the father to admit it? He was the one who killed his own son. The father panicked and lost control. He kept saying it was all a misunderstanding. Yes, that was Jong-yuk's blood on the table, and he did argue with his son before he died. But the father insisted it was just an accident. He said he got emotional and gave his son a little push. Jong-hyuk only hit his head a bit. The blood was all in one spot. The father argued that if it was murder, the blood would be everywhere. He told them to check the floor and pointed out there was no blood there. Woojin watched him carefully, thinking there was 99% truth in his words, but also 1% lie. Woojin said it made sense there wouldn't be blood everywhere. Maybe the bleeding wasn't severe at first. The real problem was what happened after. Woojin picked up one of the trophies sitting on the shelf. The detective started realizing what the trophy meant and asked if it was what he thought it was. Woojin explained the surface had some light scratches, but the upper left part was shiny and polished. The father screamed that none of that was true and wanted to know what Woojin meant. Without saying much else, Woojin sprayed the luminol on the trophy. Instantly, everyone saw the faint glow of blood. The father was in shock. He couldn't speak. Woojin's mind replayed the whole event as if he had been there. He imagined the day the victim came home and found plastic covering the floor. He wondered what was going on and asked his father. His father asked if he was home, then walked forward, tripped over the plastic, and made some of his trophies crash to the ground. Jong-hyuk rushed to help, worried about his dad, and tried picking up the trophies. The father grabbed one of the awards, telling Jong-hyuk it was finally time to act right. Then, before anyone could react, he struck his son on the head with the trophy. Jong-hyuk panicked and begged his father to stop, but his father, blinded by rage, just screamed about how much he sacrificed to fix all his son's messes. The father said kids like that only ruin their family's name, and demanded his son start behaving. He kept attacking. Somehow, Jong-hyuk managed to run away, making his dad stumble and fall into a chair. The father muttered that he'd live with no regrets from now on, and blamed everything on the problems his son always caused. As Jong-hyuk tried to escape, he suddenly felt he would lose consciousness and collapse from the earlier blow, falling and striking the edge of the table. He died instantly. Woojin explained calmly that most killers hide or dump their weapons. But the father was the opposite. He kept the trophy because, deep down, he thought the award mattered more than his own child. It was obvious to Woojin. The man's pride and showy nature always came first. He wanted attention, but craving attention was his weakness. The father yelled, asking what kind of parent could chop up and kill their own son. He called Woojin cruel, but Woojin didn't react. Most people would never want such a truth, but there were parents out there even crueler, parents who let their kids die of starvation or abuse them just to feel better about themselves. Sometimes, real life was darker than anyone wanted to believe. The father insisted Woojin was just framing him, but Woojin stayed calm. He hadn't framed anyone. He was just curious. When did the planning really start? He asked if the father moved in after scouting the neighborhood for a while, so nobody would spot him. He wondered just how much insurance money was involved under Jong-hyuk's name. The man saw the cold emptiness in Woojin's eyes and started shaking, still denying everything. He begged the police to arrest Songbom instead. But the detective nodded to his team and told them to cuff the father. From now on, anything he said could be used in court. The father freaked out, screaming, but he was led away. After that, the forensic expert asked why, if that was the murder weapon, there wasn't blood all over the floor. Woojin explained the father must have covered the ground in plastic so the blood didn't get on the floor, just like in the bathroom, where the worst of it happened. There was torn plastic and blood in the tub too. Woojin said the wall-climbing stunt was only meant to fool witnesses and create the story of an outside intruder. Plastic everywhere let him move the box without making a mess or scratching anything. Slowly, the whole team realized what really happened. Someone from the forensic team asked if Woojin was some new super profiler. But of course not. He was just Woojin, tried to act like an average person, but it was the hardest thing for him. Suddenly, Woojin froze and checked his watch. It was almost 7:30 p.m. He called for the detective, his scream shocking him. The detective asked what was wrong, but Woojin could barely speak. Finally, Woojin yelled he needed to get to the police station right now. The detective got worried, asking if they missed something. Woojin almost lost his mind, said that it was a huge emergency. They were seriously running out of time to order black bean noodle for dinner at the police station before the restaurant closed. This time, everyone understood. The real danger was almost missing mealtime. See, guys? I told you this guy is no help. Inside the car, Woojin leaned forward and blurted out a big question. He wanted to know how many bowls of jjajangmyeon he should order. Then, his eyes sparkled with hope as he asked if they could get sweet and sour pork too. Detective Kim Tae-yoon just grinned at that classic request and told Woojin, of course, he could order anything, since the detective as his brother was treating today. Woojin, without missing a beat, said he would get the larger portion. But Tae-yoon raised an eyebrow and couldn't help asking why Woojin was talking about food while they had a case to solve. They were supposed to be after an accomplice, weren't they? Woojin, completely unfazed, answered in his standard flat tone that there probably was no accomplice. But, he added, there was actually something way more terrifying. Tae-yoon was instantly curious, asking what could possibly be scarier. Woojin dropped the real bomb. He reminded the detective about that famous Chinese restaurant across from the police station. Tae-hyun immediately recognized the place and wondered what Woojin was talking about. Woojin explained seriously that they stopped taking delivery orders at 7:30 p.m., probably because they ran out of ingredients super fast. He said it was almost a tragedy to miss out on food from such a famous spot, especially since they had the chance to eat at the station. Woojin declared, with a totally straight face, that nearly missing out on that food was way scarier than any criminal. The detective listened to Woojin's whole logic, which made zero sense and makes sense at the same time. He just laughed it off, telling Woojin that he really worried him for nothing, but that was just so Woojin. Tae-hyun agreed. Missing out on good jjajangmyeon was actually terrifying, so they should hurry before the noodles got soggy. At the police station, Woojin demolished the black bean noodles with a speed that shocked everyone. It looked like he'd been starving for 10 years straight. The officers in the room told him to slow down or he might choke. Another policeman guessed Woojin must have skipped lunch, and maybe even breakfast. Suddenly, one of the high-ranking officers walked in and called out to Detective Kim Tae-yoon. Tae-yoon greeted the chief warmly and asked what brought him there. The boss went straight to the point, asking if Tae-hyun had really caught the criminal, not just a suspect. Tae-hyun nodded and confirmed it was true. The chief's eyes landed on Woojin. He asked who the kid with the crazy appetite was. He hoped Woojin wasn't the criminal. Tae-yoon quickly explained that he'd already told the chief about Woojin before. His name was Shin Woojin. Recognition dawned on the chief. He realized it really was Shin Woojin and started thinking back. Had it really been a year since the kid who'd been rescued after so long? The chief wondered if Woojin was even the same person, since he barely recognized him. Then he recalled all the chaos from before, especially when Tae-yoon had explained that Woojin had noticed a certain YouTuber was in danger, making a big stir at the time. Trying to act casual, the chief asked how Woojin had been and what brought him in. He wondered if Woojin was filing another police report. Woojin, still busy slurping noodles, just said no. He was there for the jjajangmyeon. Tae-yoon jumped in with a slightly nervous smile and explained, well, sort of lying, that he just happened to run into Woojin and invited him for dinner, hoping the chief wouldn't figure out he had dragged a civilian into the crime scene and probably get himself yelled at. Then Woojin finished eating and told Tae-yoon he was heading out. Tae-yoon was surprised and asked if he was really leaving already, even though the mission was done. He offered Woojin a ride, trying to sound like a caring older brother. Woojin calmly said he was fine, but Tae-yoon insisted. The chief, overhearing, exploded and scolded Tae-yoon for trying to give Woojin a ride when there was still a terrifying mountain of paperwork waiting for him. Another policeman stepped in to calm things down, cheerfully saying it was just their responsibility to see Woojin off. The chief was totally bewildered and wondered what had gotten into everyone that day. A few days later, during the big campus presentation, Woojin showed up at university. One of his friends greeted him, and Woojin noticed some dark circles under the guy's eyes. So he said hello and asked if he hadn't slept well. His classmate admitted he was so nervous it was killing him, and wondered why he had to be the one to present. Earlier that week, Woojin and his teammates had been trying to decide who would do the big presentation. Of course, we all know our boy, the goat Woojin, is desperately trying to be normal, so he won't do the presentation. They played rock, paper, scissors. Woojin announced that, as usual, he would choose rock. The two girls on the team said they would also choose rock. Woojin observed that the girls were being honest, which was kind of funny. When they played, though, it was their friend Mansu who won. He's the only one who picked scissors because he thought everyone was lying before. Now, on the day of the presentation, Mansu was melting down from the pressure. Mansu even joked about needing to chug a bottle of soju before going up to present, his nerves completely fried. Woojin quietly thought to himself that all this anxiety and stress was just wasting Mansu's energy right when he would need it most for the presentation. So, for the sake of his team, Woojin figured he should change the subject. He turned to Mansu and suddenly talked about Mansu's uncle's toast shop, saying that business hadn't been so great lately. Mansu was startled and asked how Woojin could possibly know that. Woojin reasoned that Mansu, as a busy university freshman, always chose to go first and help his uncle's store. But recently, Mansu had more free time, meaning the shop must have lost its grand opening buzz. Mansu was shocked and asked again how Woojin knew and if he'd ever even mentioned the shop. Woojin answered that he'd often caught a faint smell of bread on Mansu, though it was gone now. Mansu sniffed his shirt, freaked out that he might smell like toast. Woojin reassured him that it wasn't a bad smell. He casually asked if Mansu's parents were farmers. That just made Mansu's brain explode. He wondered if Woojin was possessed or something. Woojin ignored the commotion, thinking internally that there actually was something inside him, his dark alter ego, always lurking. He looked at Mansu and thought that people just needed to observe without any agenda. If they did, they could understand almost anything. Then Woojin's thoughts drifted back to his old escape attempt. He remembered breaking out from his place of captivity and leaping in front of a police car. The officers in the car were furious at first, totally ticked off that someone was throwing themselves at their car on purpose. But when they actually saw Woojin's face, their anger vanished and was replaced by a look that Woojin never seen before. They recognized him instantly, and their faces filled with both worry and fear. Woojin was quietly stunned by that reaction before those officers took him away, and just by watching them in the rearview mirror, he could figure out everything that was going on. When the police took Woojin away that day, they did not bring him somewhere safe. Instead, they brought him right back to the place where he had been locked up for so long. His kidnapper was waiting and, as soon as he saw Woojin, flew into a rage. The man started beating him, yelling about how Woojin dared to try running away. He shouted that he had fed and sheltered Woojin, so how could Woojin try something like this? The two police officers didn't even care about the scene in front of them. They just watched and called Woojin a brat before telling the kidnapper to take it easy because they were leaving. The kidnapper, still angry, told the cops not to go empty-handed and kicked Woojin inside the house. From inside, Woojin could hear the man trying to convince the officers to stop by his place for a bit to get something. Sometime later, on a hot summer day, Woojin saw his kidnapper chatting with someone. Woojin watched everything in silence. He observed all the details about that conversation. The symmetry at the corners of the mouth, the joyful expression, the body leaning forward when talking to someone pleasant, little wrinkles forming near the eyes, and the mouth opening wide to laugh. He noticed how people became more talkative, saliva pooling in their mouths, lower jaws sticking out, hands moving excitedly, and nervous scratching. Woojin knew then he had to watch every little sign. He had to know everything. Back in the present, Woojin was standing with Mansu at the university. He reminded Mansu not just to look, but to observe. Mansu repeated this to get the meaning, but confessed he didn't really understand. Woojin skipped it, said they should hurry or else they'd be late, and started walking off. Mansu just followed, still confused. Dude, I am also confused. Is Woojin some kind of Ayanokoji or something? Inside the classroom, Mansu's friends tried to pump him up for the presentation. They cheered him on, telling him to do his best. Mansu, jittery and panicked, tried to hype himself up as well. The professor at the front soon announced that Group 1 would start first. As the presentations went on, Woojin sized up the competition. Since the grades were given on a curve, he noticed errors in other teams' presentations, but the professor just gave out grades anyway. When it was Group 2's turn, Jung-hoon stepped up to present. Woojin immediately realized that, with the curve, it was best for his group if he rattled the competition a little. When Jung-hoon asked if there were any questions, Woojin raised his hand, his face serious, and began grilling him with questions about how individual selfish actions could impact the market. Jung-hoon began to sweat, struggling for answers. Suddenly, in Woojin's mind, it was like they were characters in an old martial arts novel, with Woojin in demon sect robes and Jung-hoon as an opponent from Plum Blossom Alliance. Jung-hoon begged for time, stammering out half-formed thoughts. But Woojin pressed on, suggesting that sometimes individual selfishness could benefit the entire market. Jung-hoon couldn't answer and said that wasn't even in the material, but Woojin declared that it was all from the wealth of nations, the invisible hand. He launched into a barrage of next-level economics questions, referencing specialization, efficiency, growth, evidence, background, and more, never letting up. The professor, who in Woojin's imagination became a divine physician, agreed with Woojin and praised his knowledge. Jung-hoon, practically shaking, apologized for not researching enough. But Woojin kept coming with more questions, and eventually, Jung-hoon's entire group begged for mercy, saying at this rate, their sect would be destroyed. Back in the real world, Woojin kept asking sharp questions, and Jung-hoon wilted under the pressure. By the end, Jung-hoon closed the presentation looking completely defeated, almost like his clothes had been torn in an epic battle. The rest of the class thought this was a total knockout for Jung-hoon's group. Next, the professor called up Group 3. Woojin turned to Mansu and grinned, telling him this was his chance now that the enemy was defeated. Cheered by his friends, Mansu gladly took the stage. He stammered through the start but found his groove as soon as he started talking, turning the presentation into the Mansu show. His classmates cheered like they were watching Einstein himself. After class, outside the campus, his teammates congratulated Mansu, saying he had crushed it and even the professor had applauded him. Mansu just laughed, saying it was all thanks to Woojin. He joked that if they didn't all get A+ grades, he'd sue the professor. Woojin then quietly asked Mansu if they could visit his cousin's toast shop together. He explained that if he tried the toast, maybe he could figure out something to help Mansu's uncle's business, and the more samples he had, the better. Bro, is he just want to eat for free? This dude is really something I can't. Mansu then said he would appreciate that and felt Woojin might actually solve the shop's problem. But the shop was closed that day, so he asked if tomorrow was okay instead. Woojin agreed, then dashed off to catch his bus. Mansu called after him, asking him to get to eat together. From inside the bus, Woojin waved and thought, it would be nice if everyone spent time together since helping out friends was the most ordinary thing. After getting off the bus, Woojin arrived at a local restaurant. He told himself this was the perfect time to practice being nosy. Spotting an old man in a wheelchair and his grandson outside, Woojin walked right up and greeted them. He wished the man a speedy recovery as an icebreaker, and then started rattling off facts about how elders liked oxbone broth. But actually, with broken bones, you wanted more calcium, not more broth. The grandson looked totally confused and whispered to his grandfather not to respond. Woojin just smiled and moved on, satisfied that he'd managed to be nosy in a way that felt normal. Nah, you're just crazy. If someone like Woojin comes to me when I'm pushing my grandpa's wheelchair, I am gonna just think you are some kind of cult person. Later, cutting through an alley, Woojin saw a high schooler being bullied by his classmate. He walked past at first, like he didn't care, but then stopped. Deep inside, he reached out to the dark presence always lurking in his mind. He asked if it wanted to try being nosy too. The shadowy figure whispered that it would love that. Woojin smiled in answer. It's good, very good. Woojin glanced at the dark, empty alley and quickly spotted what was missing. There was no CCTV around. He wondered if these guys had picked this place on purpose. Kids these days might call themselves smart, but honestly, Woojin thought they were just plain sneaky. He turned his attention back to the group and watched a student get beaten by his bully friend. He figured that no security cameras probably worked better for him anyway. As he stepped closer, one of the bullies stared at him and joked, asking what Woojin was looking at and saying he was being creepy. Another bully offered Woojin a cigarette, acting tough, and smirked that maybe it was his first time seeing someone smoke. Woojin didn't even blink. He said he wasn't interested. Minors smoking didn't shock him at all, but it still seriously ticked him off. Something about seeing jerks like these made his blood boil. Woojin noticed the victim was now looking at him, unsure, maybe hoping he would do something. The bullies rolled their eyes, telling Woojin to mind his own business before they messed him up too. But Woojin calmly squatted down in front of the bullied kid and locked eyes with him, ignoring the threats. Confused, the bullies wondered if that victim knew Woojin or what his problem was. With a cold gaze, Woojin asked the victim straight up why he chose to live like this. The boy looked stunned, like he couldn't process what Woojin meant. Woojin pressed further, wanting to know why he allowed himself to keep getting beat up, choosing to live like a loser. As he waited, Woojin thought back to the days when he was also beaten down in captivity, punished again and again, and wondering why he couldn't just fight back. The memory made him grit his teeth. He couldn't stand to see someone else just take it, letting themselves get beaten all over. One of the bullies laughed, finding the whole thing weird and getting a bit more aggressive, telling Woojin that he should beat it unless he wanted a taste of the same treatment. Woojin just gave a crooked smile, shrugged, and told them he had no business with them. The bullies were seriously annoyed by his nerve and barked out curses, warning him again. Suddenly, one of them swung at Woojin, but Woojin smoothly dodged and, with a swift move, kicked the boy's legs right out from under him. The kid landed hard with a cry, grabbing his twisting arm. His friends panicked as he shouted about his broken arm. Woojin just gave them a lopsided grin and poked fun, saying if the hand was as weak as a straw, maybe they shouldn't fight. The other bullies charged at him, but Woojin made quick work of them, knocking each one out of the way one by one. When the beatdown was over, the bullies were sprawled out and groaning. Woojin dusted off his hands and turned to the bullied boy, telling him not to get mixed up in dumb stuff like this. The boy was still scared, frozen, so Woojin called him over and told him to get up and follow. The boy, still confused and wary, stammered out questions, asking where they were headed and who Woojin even was. Woojin took him to a small park and told him to sit. He repeated the order when the boy hesitated. Once he'd sat, Woojin broke the ice with one simple word: hurt. He wanted to know what pain meant to the kid. The boy figured Woojin meant physical pain, so he said, "Well, if someone is hurt, they go to the hospital." Woojin nodded. He made his point clear. If someone gets hurt, they look for help, right? So why? When this boy took a beating, didn't he get help? Why just lay there and suffer? The boy tried to defend himself with shaky words, saying he was too weak to fight back. He said that sometimes being outnumbered or outmatched made it impossible to win. But Woojin shook his head and explained that winning wasn't always about physical strength. It was about doing whatever it took, using any advantage, and always finding a way, even if you had to change your environment or make wild choices. Hiding and running wouldn't save you. There was no paradise waiting if you ran away. He told the boy that people live based on the environment that shapes them, and that was what real growth was. Facing up to their own reality and working to change. If someone could realize that, they could move forward. If not, they were stuck always running from what they feared. Woojin told the boy to change his mindset, and to do it now, because sometimes waiting meant it was too late. The boy looked down and mumbled that Woojin made it all sound so easy, and asked how Woojin could possibly know. Woojin smirked and said that the boy was already making judgments without even trying to understand. Then, he handed the boy his phone and told him to look. As the boy scrolled, he found an old news story about a boy who had been imprisoned for 12 years in a warehouse. The headline made him stop cold. Woojin told him that the boy in the story, Mr. A, chained and beaten for 12 years, was him. The boy could hardly believe it, shocked that Woojin had survived something way worse than what he was dealing with. Annoyed, Woojin mussed the kid's hair and told him to stop acting like he was the only miserable kid out there. He challenged him to fight and keep fighting, because he had so many more chances than Woojin ever did. The only thing that grossed Woojin out was the dandruff on the boy's head, and the boy blurted out that Woojin was the one who played with his hair. Woojin started to walk away, but paused to give the kid one last serious piece of advice. He told him not to back down from the things that scared him. Life would always throw trouble at him, but if he stood his ground and fought back, he'd realize his opponents probably weren't worrying about him at all. That was just plain reality, what adults called society. He ended with a tiny smirk and said it was just the advice of some old weirdo, so the choice was really up to the kid. As Woojin strode away, the boy called out after him, waving the phone and saying he'd forgotten it. "The fuck?" I almost cried, and now laughing. The next day, Woojin showed up with Mansu at his uncle's toast shop. Woojin stood out front, checked out the sign, and confirmed that this was the place, Toast Sote. Mansu told him to hurry in, bragging that he'd pay since Woojin must be starving. Woojin thought to himself it was time for some real-world training. Maybe he could try being nosy again, just for the heck of it. Guys, for real, why is this dude suddenly so obsessed with being nosy?
In front of the toast shop, we can see a big sign with a picture of a fried egg on toast, which honestly looked kinda cute. Mansu said he wanted to treat Woojin, so they went inside. Woojin looked around, scanning the place like some kind of expert. Yep, his brain was definitely working overtime. Out came Mansu's uncle from behind the counter. He looked kind and gave off serious, cool uncle energy. He asked Mansu if his presentation went well. Mansu, sounding all proud, said it totally did. Woojin then politely introduced himself and said he was Mansu's friend. Mansu's uncle said that he had heard a ton about Woojin already. Bro, it turned into a mini fan party. Mansu hyped Woojin like he was a celebrity. He told his uncle that Woojin's brain was off the charts, and even their professor was shocked. The uncle looked at Woojin like he was some kind of legend and even joked that Woojin was handsome, just like he was back when he was young. Mansu did not agree about that, and they joked around a bit. Then it was time to eat. The uncle wanted to cook something amazing, so he told them to pick anything, his treat. Woojin checked out the menu and asked for the most popular thing. The uncle put on his gloves and started making toast. He was really careful with the bread, egg, and ham. Woojin watched with eyes like a food detective. He even asked if the toast could be a bit more golden brown and crispy. The uncle was cool about it, saying it was no problem. Soon, the food came out. Woojin's stomach made this crazy loud noise. Yeah, total embarrassment, but nobody cared. He took a big bite, and bro, it basically knocked his socks off. He thought it was insanely ordinary, but in the best way. It was so normal and so good that it almost felt magical to him. Mansu and his uncle watched him super closely, worried it might not taste right, but Woojin told them not to worry. He just loved it, that's all. While finishing the toast, Woojin looked out the window and noticed the area was full of places for learning, like English academies, math schools, taekwondo dojos, and a bunch more. He thought this was the perfect spot for the shop, especially with so many students and parents around. Woojin, always the genius, put a little timer thing on the table. It was time to get nosy, which is his objective. He turned to Mansu and said he had an idea, even though it might seem kinda nosy. Mansu was pumped. He begged Woojin to be nosy and try to help, calling him Master. No joke, the excitement level was nuts. Mansu's uncle asked him to chill out a bit, but he told his uncle to shut up because the god Woojin is going to help improve this shop. Woojin got serious and said they should change the shop sign. Mansu was like, huh, the name? Woojin explained that they should put brain food on the sign to attract students and their parents. He said he noticed a ton of private academies in the area, and parents always looked for things that seemed good for their kids' brains. Hearing the explanation, Mansu found the idea super smart and asked if their toast was really that good for the brain. Woojin told him, nope, not really, but that was beside the point. The brain food is the brand. Woojin then pulled out some super neat papers from his bag. He had charts listing foods that help the brain, like eggs and blueberries. Mansu was shocked and asked if Woojin always remembers stuff like that. Woojin just shrugged and pointed out some dropped cabbage on the table, asking if he could eat it. Bro, this guy was a maniac in the best way. Woojin then gave him more advice. He said to use whole wheat ciabatta bread instead of ordinary toast, so it could be crisp and moist at the same time. He handed over a sheet with a secret recipe and a special sauce. Mansu was losing it. He could not figure out how Woojin even knew this stuff and wondered why he picked business administration as his college major if he was already a master of business like this. Woojin explained to target academy directors and parents, not just students. He said it was important to be ridiculously delicious first, healthy second, so kids and parents would want to come back again and again. Damn. Woojin's business brain was basically a cheat code. I bet people would pay $1,000 for consult with him in real life. After laying out the whole master plan, Woojin stood up to leave. He reminded Mansu and his uncle about the spicy sauce recipe at the bottom of his notes. He explained, in his brilliant but weird way, that eating spicy food causes the brain to release happy chemicals, so people basically get addicted to the good vibes. Woojin then thanked Mansu's uncle for the meal, bowed, and headed out. Yet Mansu ran after him to say thanks, telling Woojin he was the best. Woojin just told him to talk it over with his uncle and that the real work was coming soon. As the sun set, and Woojin walked alone down a side street to his home, things felt suddenly dramatic. A man, he looked like a reporter, noticed Woojin, pulled out his phone and called out, wanting to check if Woojin was really Shin Woojin. Woojin stopped and turned, not showing any emotion. He asked the man if he was a reporter. The truth is, last night, Woojin was sitting alone in his room with the lights off, just his computer screen glowing. He was looking at a news article from a site called Ginny World Times. Very seriously, he copied the name and email address of a reporter, Kim Dong-seok. Then he started to write an email, telling the reporter his story. He wrote that he was locked up for 12 years and just wanted to talk. Now, jump to the present, right where things left off. Woojin was in a small alley, facing Kim Dong-seok himself, the reporter from the email. The reporter asked Woojin if he was really Shin Woojin, the one who'd reached out. Woojin wasn't exactly friendly. He wanted to know how the dude even found his address so fast. Woojin even stated he would contact the reporter first, so why did the man come to his address uninvited? But if you look at the bright side, this proof there is still a demand for his kidnapped story. Suddenly, our MC acted scared and shivered. He said meeting the reporter face to face freaked him out. He admitted that he was scared just talking about the bad stuff from the past, like all those awful memories always haunting him. Woojin was like, bro, just wait until I'm ready. The reporter looked super worried and agreed to wait. Woojin thanked him and headed home, totally chill. While Woojin walked away, the reporter kept asking if he could just ask one question, but Woojin kept saying no, and said he would call him later when the time was right. At home, Woojin walked in to find his mom, dad, and little sister Bomi all watching television together. The news was on, and it was covering some crazy murder case, really dark stuff about a dad who did something evil to his own son. Well, that's the case a couple of episodes before. Bomi and his parents were freaking out, but Woojin thought about how stuff like that on television can make people feel scared, even if nothing bad has happened to them personally. Like, somehow people would put their feelings in the victim's shoes and show their empathy. But for our boy, he wished they could just see good stuff instead of all this danger. He explained that somehow, after watching dark case or horror movies, people begin to imagine non-existent things. For example, suddenly, people would feel paranoid and call it a ghost. But, bro, Woojin knew it was just science, hot air and cold air messing around. This is how the brain works when people keep thinking negative thoughts. He wished his family would only see simple, good things, instead of letting their brains play tricks on them. Suddenly, Woojin shouted that it was getting late and started making up some insane television drama, talking about siblings, love, adoption, and America. His whole family just stared at him like, what? Even Bomi wanted to know what channel this wild show was on. Yeah, Woojin was trolling them hard, but then he dashed off to take a shower, telling them to keep the television on and wait for him to watch the drama together. Bomi just shook her head. Her brother is really strange sometimes. Back in his room, Woojin got a call from Mansu. Bro sounded hyped. His uncle loved Woojin's business ideas so much that he already started making changes to the toast shop, and they were planning to reopen in a week. Woojin nodded. This works out pretty fast. Probably because his uncle's wife is expecting a baby soon, which kind of surprised Mansu. He acted shocked that Woojin had known. How the fuck did this dude realize that though? But Woojin brushed it off. Right now, he was just happy his nosy plan was working out for his friend. And now, he was preparing for his second step of being nosy. A week zipped by, and now the toast shop was back, but with a sick new name, Brain Food. They even had a new sign and everything. Woojin came by to check the place out. Mansu and his uncle were there, all hyped to see him. They said they didn't take any customers yet, just like Woojin advised. Mansu started talking numbers and costs, but he admitted he was a bit confused why Woojin was helping so much. Woojin thought to himself, easy answer. They were friends. That was enough. Mansu got all emotional and promised he'd pay Woojin back one day, but his uncle put Mansu in a headlock, joking that he should be the one to repay Woojin. These two were like little kids sometimes. Now, it was time to try the new menu. Woojin ordered one of the new ciabatta sandwiches and examined it like he was running a food competition. He took a slow, serious bite, wild tension, dude, then gave his verdict, pass. The uncle and Mansu lost their minds, celebrating like they'd just won the Olympics. But then, outside, things got extra spicy. The reporter, Kim Dong-suk, was standing on the sidewalk, looking at the shop. He stepped inside, asking if this was the place for an interview. Woojin told everyone he'd invited the man, so the uncle let him in. The reporter seemed nervous, but was ready for the big talk. Except he wasn't the only one. The place started filling up with other reporters. One by one, guys from different news outlets squeezed in, turning the tiny shop into chaos. Reporters even started arguing over who leaked the information when they thought this story was exclusive. Meanwhile, some people outside thought the shop must be famous now because of the crowd and noise. Inside the shop, Woojin took charge. He told them all to sit down and started from the beginning, giving his story. He looked down at his phone and saw the crime scene photos, and thinking about how seeing real crimes can stress people out, even if it's just on television. That's why he wanted his family to live a good, safe life. He did not want them full of fear, like all those television victims. Woojin then decided he would start doing more. He would use his own strength and story to stop real monsters, not just wait around. So, while it started out with sandwiches and friendship, Woojin was stepping up to make a real difference, and being nosy, even if that meant dealing with a whole army of reporters and maybe carrying a heavy burden. Dude wasn't just after an ordinary life anymore. He was going to fight for it. And man, his idea of ordinary just keeps getting weirder. The interview started, and all the reporters surrounded Woojin with recorders and notepads, ready for a scoop. They fired off the big question. Was it true? Did he really get locked in a warehouse for 12 years when he was just 6? Woojin said yes, and his memories jumped back to that dark warehouse. It wasn't just empty, it had giant, messy piles of books everywhere, like the world's weirdest library. Woojin thought to himself that his kidnapper was one of those people who couldn't stop hoarding stuff, but he also noticed it was because the man wanted to be special and get respect, even though he never took action to really improve his life. Just big dreams, but no work. Lame, right? The case is similar to, for example, a lady who always brought cats home, but she couldn't take care of them, so the place turned into chaos and neglect. The person grabs what they want, and when that want disappears, they just ditch it. It's super messed up. Back in the shop, a reporter asked if the criminal had some kind of disorder that made him collect things. Woojin said yes, it was all because of desire. He thought if you could read what people wanted deep down, you could control them easily, like pulling the strings on puppets. Right now, these reporters wanted his story so badly that they'd do whatever to get it, so he needed to make the story more spicy. They all wanted to know what Woojin did all those years. He explained that he did everything: growing crops, cleaning, taking care of greenhouses, you name it. This guy could probably survive anywhere at this point, no cap. Another reporter wanted to know how the police finally found Woojin. Woojin, being clever, kept the details secret so other bad guys couldn't learn and copy. He just said someone reported it and left it at that. Then Woojin noticed the clock. The 30-minute interview was up. He tried to stand, but the crowd went nuts. Reporters begged for just one more question, trying to block the door. But Woojin dodged them and escaped with a quick goodbye. Some reporters on the side whispered that Woojin seemed way more together than they expected. They are glad Woojin is not awkward in society. Don't forget his face. One reporter thought she was interviewing some chill celebrity. They even joked about debuting him as an idol instead of a victim. After Woojin was gone, the reporters realized it was lunchtime. Wait, there's food here. The pack of journalists literally started ordering at the shop, clueless about ciabatta, and hyped to try it. Inside, Mansu's uncle tried to handle the craziness behind the counter, and Mansu tried to keep up with the drinks, but Mansu spotted Woojin, slipping out to an alley. Mansu raced after his friend, super worried after hearing Woojin's story out loud for the first time. Mansu found Woojin outside, and was blown away by everything he had heard. He kept saying that Woojin didn't have to share such private stuff just to help out, but Woojin just patted him on the shoulder. He said that helping friends was normal, super ordinary, even if it meant sharing big secrets. Mansu just about cried, saying he would keep Woojin's past a secret forever and would always have his back. Woojin replied with the most important advice: only give coupons and discounts to S University students wearing their special hoodies, to make the shop look super exclusive and cool. Mansu promised to keep Woojin's secret safe, treating it like some top-secret government file, and he wanted to thank Woojin again and again for everything. Woojin had to shut him up by covering his mouth, telling him he was too loud, and headed off to the next mission. As he left, Woojin felt proud. For the first time, he was sharing a real secret with a friend, just like normal people do. Another item ticked off his live an ordinary life bucket list. Back on the street, people saw a huge lineup in front of the shop. Two women walked by, wondering if Brain Food was famous because it was packed. But come on, did Woojin plan all that media chaos at lunchtime just so Brain Food would look popular? After that, the scene switched. Woojin was now sitting at a tennis court bench with Detective Kim Tae-hyun. But every time he sees the detective, his stomach growls. Detective Kim tried to share some crime scene footage with Woojin but wanted to make sure the dude wasn't starving first. Woojin said he was fine, then got down to business. Inside his brain, Woojin planned to help Detective Kim get promoted since having more powerful friends could help his family too. They watched a video of a murder case, super dark, a woman dead on a bathroom floor. Woojin knew that the living sometimes lied, but the dead didn't. He believed it was his job to listen to the language of the dead. Dude, that was some heavy stuff. Woojin then tried to hear the truth from the victim for real. In his mind, everything at the crime scene became crystal clear. He noticed small details. The woman wasn't wearing makeup, there was just one line around her neck, and the living room curtain was used. While Woojin ran through all the clues, he thought about what Detective Kim Tae-hyun, who told Woojin just to call him bro, now had said. Usually, if someone was strangled to death and then made to look like they hanged themselves, there would be 2 marks around their neck. But here, only 1. Detective Kim explained how marks could show up in different ways, but something still felt off. Plus, the woman had been taking sleeping pills and antidepressants. A lot for anyone to handle. She'd even invited a friend to sleep over, which made things even stranger. Woojin told Detective Kim that at first, everything pointed to suicide. There was 1 mark on the neck and nothing around the back, almost textbook. The blood from her body had pooled in her feet, just like in normal cases. But he noticed that her stylish nails looked perfect, like she'd just gotten them done. Normally, that kind of detail was a sign the person cared about their looks and planned to keep on living, not give up. Detective Kim pressed him. Was that why Woojin thought it could be a murder? Woojin said it was odd that after the friend went to bed, she would suddenly do something so drastic, especially with fresh nail art showing she had plans. He pointed out her healthy skin too. The woman clearly took good care of herself, right? Then there were bruises on both her shoulders. The friend claimed this happened during a shared massage. Detective Kim said he already checked, and it was true. She'd really gone for a massage with her friend. Woojin kept going. What about her missing necklace? The woman very obviously liked jewelry and always wore lots of accessories, but there was no necklace at the scene. Detective Kim guessed maybe she took it off since she was at home, but Woojin didn't buy it. He thought they needed to know way more about who this woman really was. In his mind, he walked through a perfect copy of her apartment. He looked at where the women drank with a friend the night before. The friend left the couch first to sleep in the bedroom, woke up, and then found her friend dead in the bathroom. Woojin asked exactly where people were sitting, and Detective Kim was proud to report that he paid attention. He knew the details. Woojin was impressed, but he noticed something strange. All the snacks and food had been put close to the victim, Park Hae-hwa, not her guest. He pointed out that this meant Hae-hwa wasn't really considerate of others. Even when she had company, she only thought of herself. There was also only one toothbrush. If she cared about guests, there would be a spare, right? It turned out this woman loved nightlife, loved her jewelry, and seemed to really only care about herself. Detective Kim said she took a ton of selfies too. Her phone was packed with just pictures of herself. Woojin guessed the woman had a big superiority complex and found it hard making close friendships. People like that could have harsh personality problems, like being histrionic, narcissistic, or having trouble with social anxiety. Woojin asked if this was the curtain used in the death, and Detective Kim confirmed it was. He'd already checked that the window was locked. At this point, Woojin said he had 3 puzzle pieces to work with. Bro was ready to figure this out. Inside his mind, he watched the crime happen, just like a movie. He saw someone hang Park Hee-hwa's unconscious body from the balcony using the curtain. Then, he saw more flashes, like the person actually strangled her on the floor first before hanging her up. All the clues were falling into place. Woojin stated that if there was a real struggle, her throat bone, the hyoid bone, must be broken. The truth about that crime scene was coming together. Just like Woojin guessed, they found out the victim's neck bone was broken. Detective Kim Tae-hyun realized that could only happen if someone used serious force, like stepping on her shoulders during the attack. Woojin smiled and told Detective Kim he did a great job for trusting his own gut. Detective Kim got a little embarrassed by the praise, but deep down, he looked pretty proud. The story zoomed out for a second, showing how police work usually went. Detectives had to learn about the victim's life and relationships. They will knock on the neighbor's door and ask about the victim, or interview the one the victim always meets. But Woojin was something else. Bro. He didn't just study evidence, he could read the whole vibe of a scene, like a psychic. Taehyun was low-key in awe, thinking Woojin could be in a movie as some shaman or superpowered guy. Back in their mental crime scene walk, Woojin spotted another detail. There was no delivery receipt anywhere in the house. Food was delivered that night, right? But there should have been a receipt. Detective Kim checked, but there was nothing in the trash or lying around. Made no sense. Then they looked at the footprints in the apartment. There were mop marks and only one woman's footprints besides the police. According to the friend, Park Hae-hwa spilled a drink while bringing in alcohol, so she cleaned up. But if every part of the cleaning was by the friend, and Park Hae-hwa just stayed on the couch, the footprints should reflect that, but they didn't. Woojin thought this only added to the mystery. Maybe the cleaning was done after the murder, not before, to erase clues or someone else's footprints. The friend, Lee Soo-jung, was acting super suspicious. Detective Kim remembers when he questioned Lee Soo-jung. She said Hae-hwa had a temper and not many close friends. Woojin figured it made sense. Someone with a strong personality might end up with only family putting up with her. If a friend did stick around, it would take a lot out of them, and she might even use them as a dumping ground for her own problems. Hae-hwa would probably believe everyone should listen to her, which usually pushes people away. So who else would stick by her unless they were really tied together, like an accomplice in something bigger? Back in the tennis court, Woojin told Detective Kim he wasn't saying Hae-hwa was a bad person, just that her behavior made some things hard. Now Woojin replayed the crime in his head again. He imagined Lee Soo-jung on her phone in the bathroom, texting someone, Hae-hwa is drunk and asleep now. A delivery guy waited at the door. Lee Soo-jung let him in, but since Hae-hwa woke up, they had actually to do a delivery and hand her the food. This guy wasn't a random driver, he was probably a friend or a lover, someone who knew them both. To cover up his moves, he didn't leave a receipt. After Hae-hwa fell asleep again, that's when the real murder happened. Woojin figured the accomplice was likely smart, and maybe went to a good school, but had emotional issues, like being impulsive, quick to drop out, or give up, or even with a past of violence. The massage bruise on Hae-hwa's shoulders? Probably Soo-jung's idea, to help explain it away later, to make the bruise covered with the massage alibi. Detective Kim felt a little stupid for not checking up on Lee Soo-jung's background, yet Woojin kept dropping details, like the names of the 2 nearby takeout spots the food came from. He explained, with perfect logic, how the timeline worked out. The delivery guy waited in the apartment building, then snuck back in later with Soo-jung's help to commit the crime and make it look like suicide. The accomplice even covered his tracks by moving nail art, adding fingerprints, and using chairs just right. Super careful and super guilty. Woojin looked right at Kim. He basically said, "This is not how you fake a murder and get away with it." If they didn't move fast, the killer and his partner were going to go into hiding. Now, Woojin said, it was time for the real hunt to begin. Detective Kim explained that if Lee Soo-jung was the accomplice, and this case is really a murder, then all of this is a properly planned murder case. So, the smartest way to deal with it first is to check the CCTV from the restaurant. Yet suddenly, our boy got fired up and standing, stated he would come to the restaurant directly. Plus, this is already 5 p.m., and he wants to feel the heat and smell of the scene. Bruh, that got Detective Kim speechless. The fuck, Woojin, I know what you think now is food. As always, trust me, he will get the chicken and tteokbokki at the end of the episode. In the car, the conversation continued. Woojin is convinced that Soo-jung and the killer must have had a seriously messed up but close relationship. Maybe even lovers, dude. He thought back over Lee Soo-jung's life. She worked nightlife jobs just like Manhwa, so they understood each other's hard lives. The man in their plan was probably someone in her world. Someone who could comfort her, but not a super rich boss or anything. More likely a male host at a host bar. Woojin noticed that kind of twisted trust only came from people with big secrets and tough jobs. And clearly, this guy wasn't rich, because he'd even stolen Haehwa's necklace. So, Detective Taehyun and Woojin visited the 2 food shops, where the killer pretended to be a driver. The owners remembered him. He had a helmet, wore all black, paid with exact change, and asked for no receipt. Woojin realized this dude planned it way ahead. He even ordered food from both shops so he could grab everything at once without leaving a trail. While Detective Kim was hyped to see the murderer, Woojin got distracted by the fried chicken on the counter and started drooling on himself. Seriously, Sherlock Holmes never had this problem. This dude is a food maniac. Next, Detective Kim called the police station. He told his buddy Gi-chol that they'd found the real killer, a fake delivery guy. Even with 1 million delivery drivers on camera, Detective Kim was loud about it, saying Woojin's logic beat them all. Gi-chol believed Woojin so much that he said if Woojin said it, it must be true, and started to bring Lee Soo-jung in for questioning right away. All the other cops got crazy excited about solving a real homicide, especially when they knew Woojin said so. Bro, at this moment they should beg our boy to become a detective and work together for real. Outside the restaurant, Detective Kim was so happy that he promised to buy Woojin a feast. But, for today, all Woojin wanted was the bag of still hot chicken Taehyun handed him. Woojin felt like he'd just finished a quest in a retro video game, beating a giant god chicken and winning a pile of food as his reward. With that, Woojin left with his chicken and told Detective Kim he wanted to watch the upcoming interrogations, since that was his specialty. Detective Kim agreed, telling Woojin to head home first, and he would call later, and even handed him bus fare so he wouldn't have to walk. On the crowded bus ride home, Woojin's chicken smelled so good that people around him started craving it. One person even pulled out their phone and ordered chicken for delivery, right there. Gotta respect the power of fried food, right? Then, Woojin got a call from Lee Hyerim. He almost forgot about this rich girl. He remembers the last time they met when they sat together in a fancy lounge. Hyerim told Woojin she wasn't going to study abroad, and Woojin thought to himself that she was the next big connection he needed to level up. After getting off the bus, Woojin called back and just went for it, asking Hyerim if she liked chicken. Dude, only Woojin could go from solving murders to making friends to eating hot wings in the same night. Ordinary? Not even close. But hey, he was starting to get really good at this life thing. When calling her out, Woojin remembers the detail when he and Lee Hyerim met in this fancy lounge. Hyerim dropped some big news. She decided not to study abroad. Woojin was a little surprised, since he thought that was just what rich kids were supposed to do. But Hyerim explained that, in her family, studying abroad was more like a strategy in a business game. If she left, her brothers and sisters would just use that time to take more control of the company. When she got back, she'd pretty much have nothing left. She'd just become another pawn in her family's big business deals. Oof, talk about stressful. Her dad even told her on the phone that getting married was the main point, since marriage was basically another business move for their family. He wanted to marry her off to the boss's son of some big construction company. Hyerim honestly seemed tired of all those sneaky family plans. From the phone, Woojin invited her to eat chicken by the Han River. At first, Hyerim thought he was joking, but Woojin was serious. He almost came to the river, by the way. Hearing that, Hyerim fired up and asked who the fuck Woojin was coming there with. Wow, she got a little jealous. With a dumb face, our boy just said he was going alone, and just wanted to enjoy some fried chicken by the water. He thought it actually sounded kind of sweet and simple, something he had always wanted to do but had never tried before. Well, since Hiram knew our MC is 1 in a billion, in a weird way, she agreed to come. So, that night, Woojin was chilling near the river, throwing rocks and waiting. He heard a woman's voice offering drinks. He thought it was a street vendor, but surprise, it was Hiram. She brought a bag of cold beers. She said, "What's the point of chicken without some drinks?" And Woojin teased her for being all romantic about it. The fuck? What's the romantic side of buying beer, dude? That's the face Hiram showed to our guy. They then sat on the blanket together, eating chicken, sipping beer, and goofing off. Woojin even tried to take the chicken neck for himself, saying cartilage was good for his joints. Hiram pretended to be grossed out but laughed anyway. That moment just felt super chill. No money, no business games, just chicken, river, and friends. No, they are dating. Then Woojin switched to genius mode. He asked Hiram if she ever wanted to run the family management on her own. Hiram was shocked. She'd never told anyone that, but she really did want to. Woojin knew her family never let her manage anything. Her dad didn't care about her plans, and all her siblings just wanted more power. So, how about making her own business first? Woojin then started quizzing her. He asked, "What do people always need, no matter what?" Hiram guessed money, but Woojin listed off the classics: exercise, studies, water, and food. Hiram nodded, since it was such a Woojin thing to say. Then he asked her which one had the highest profit margin. The answer was water. Businesses that sell water actually make crazy money. Cosmetics was up there too, especially since many cosmetics use water as their base. He pointed out that the makeup business was perfect. People always want to look good, and the profits are huge. Woojin explained her grandpa started out with nothing, building a cement factory from scratch. He told her she should start her own business from step 1, just like he did, and prove she had the same guts. She had an advantage, money, and access, but she needed to take a shot on her own to earn respect. After all, her grandfather would like a successor who can continue building the company, so she needs to prove she has a business knack like her grandfather. Hiram hesitated, wondering what to do next. Woojin said he'd help, and started to drop another knowledge bomb. If she wanted to succeed, she had to create something that made people react instantly on a gut level. He said, "People always have a visceral reaction to fear. Dude, you try to riz her with that serial killer face?" Woojin continued, stating that these were deep feelings people just could not control, like fear. Hiram wasn't sure what visceral meant, so Woojin explained it in simple terms. Fear is what drives people's actions the most. He gave some examples, like, when you wake up late for work or school and your heart almost explodes from panic. Yep, that's fear. Or when someone is bullied and starts to shrink inside, just because they're scared of being left out or erased. That feeling of being ignored or not belonging hits people deep, dude. That kind of fear stays in your bones. He explained that people today are always showing off online so no one forgets them. Everyone wants to be noticed. They post beaming at concerts, cafes, or with cool stuff to look important. But he said, people don't actually listen to each other. They're just busy talking about themselves. He even said monks are special, because they're the only ones who choose to be silent and really see the world, while most of us are desperate not to be left out. He and Hiram joked about it, but the point was clear. People buy things to fit in, to feel less alone, and to avoid the fear of being invisible. Woojin's big marketing idea? Use the fear of alienation as the secret weapon. Make cosmetics that people feel they absolutely need, or they'll miss out. Nothing too obvious, just a feeling that everyone else is using it except you. That's the real trick, bro. He said, forget boring stuff, like better ingredients or expensive ads. Instead, use a cool influencer, a regular person online who talks to followers so they feel special. People love that, "I gotta reply" rush. That's how you make a new brand hot. Then, Woojin explained, you take it farther. You make the product so cool. People want to imagine being like the brand image. Immortal skin. Looking forever young, like a dream vampire. Hiram liked the name Vampire for the brand, basically, become the envy of everyone else. Woojin warned not to scare people with talk of wrinkles or old age directly, because everyone knows that's just a sales trick. Instead, make them afraid of being left out, so they feel they must have your product to be part of the club. Just thinking about human nature as a kid, how much it sucked to be left out at the playground. Young Woojin was sitting by himself, drawing in the sand, and Hiram went to talk to him. She asked his name and, even though they were both outsiders, she pulled him in and they hung out together. That little act made people happy, showing just how powerful it is to be included. Suddenly, Woojin's phone rang. It was Detective Kim Tae-hyun. He called him over to the police station for the big moment. The suspects were being interrogated. After that, the date ended, and Hiram rode home in her fancy car, still thinking about Woojin. She thought he was full of surprises. Like, who just has a detective as a buddy? After some time, Woojin got to the station and found Detective Kim waiting. But get this, the criminal had confessed to the whole crime. Even Woojin got shocked. He came there to uncover a big crime, not just to hear the case is done. At first, the guy said he was innocent, but once the police found the stolen necklace, he folded fast. The detective said both suspects had different ways of telling their alibi at first, like how the woman kept silent and the man was very talkative. Woojin nodded and explained some crazy trick. When women lie, they usually say very little, but when guys lie, they talk way too much. Either way, these two suspects dropped the truth. Lee Soo-jung got angry, saying the victim wasn't a real friend, while her partner apologized for how wrong things went. The arrest was a big win. Woojin's help made Detective Kim look like a total hero. Suddenly, a higher-up cop even called and promised Detective Kim a huge promotion and a team dinner. Detective Kim was so excited he accidentally crushed Woojin with a hug, then started talking fast about treating Woojin to the fanciest meal he could imagine. But Woojin only begged him to move away. Hugging another man is not manly for him. But he was very glad. If Detective Kim leveled up, he would also gain tremendous strength. Right then, a serious man in a suit named Kim Chol-wong showed up. He was a prosecutor, and he wanted Detective Kim's help on another case. He was really glad to know Detective Kim as a good profiler and needed help from him. He said it was an ordinary case, but the suspect is hard to find. Though with Woojin at their side, you just knew it wouldn't stay ordinary for long. Woojin watched them, already thinking about the next mystery. Of course, he would help Detective Kim. He wanted to make Detective Kim fly higher and keep leveling up. Then, let's take the next step to see if he could keep wrapping the case, and if this plays out like normal. Well, Woojin himself always thought his wild life was just normal though. But dude, with a mind like his, normal was about to get another plot twist.
Later, Woojin was in his room looking at a food video as always. He then started planning things in his mind. He remembered all the small and big successes from the past. For example, Taehyun got a special promotion. Mansu's brain food restaurant exploded, and it was doing so well that it might even become a franchise. Hyerim showed she was good at managing her cosmetics business, and she even thought about sharing profits if it went well. In Woojin's head, everything looked like it was going just right. He thought that everyone in his group was leveling up, almost reaching max level. He wanted to build a strong system for his family so that everyone could be happy and grow. But Woojin also thought that, for him to level up more, he had to do one thing: watch short, funny videos on his TikTok again and again, just like everyone else. He thought if he could really keep watching those videos without stopping, maybe he could become more normal. Sounded kinda silly, right? But that was his plan. Dude really tried to be lazy-ass and ordinary like you and me, guys. Meanwhile, at a Korean BBQ restaurant, Woojin's dad and uncle were drinking together and thinking about Woojin. Uncle said he missed him and had not seen him since chapter 6. Don't ask me, he literally said that lol. Dad said that Woojin seemed fine now, like he got over his old problems. They clinked glasses and had another drink. Then Dad said that Woojin laughed a lot more now. They remembered a funny time when Woojin's parents woke up at night because of a weird sound. Mom was worried that maybe a thief broke in. They went out and found Woojin on his knees, cleaning the floor. Dad was confused and asked why Woojin was cleaning at that crazy hour. Mom thought it was strange. Yet Woojin just said he was cleaning. Dude, everyone knows our boy is kinda weird. Woojin's uncle also brought up how Woojin got a perfect score on the college test. He joked that he wished his own son could be half as smart as Woojin. The uncle wondered if Woojin was doing well in school, and Dad said yes, he was doing fine, just living normally. But the uncle had a different idea. He said Woojin was like a gem hidden in a bag, or like a pointy tool that can't stay hidden even if someone tries. So everyone would notice his skills anyway, no matter what. Woojin's dad agreed but felt a little worried. He just wished Woojin could be happy and not feel trapped by other people's eyes. He wanted Woojin to live normally, be healthy, and find his own happiness. That's enough for him after all. Woojin deserved the best after all he's going through. Back at home, Woojin is still scrolling TikTok, but this time, he was having an inner fight with his other self, his alter ego. He watched the videos, but in his mind, he complained. He thought that some videos had bad tricks, or the games were boring. His other self teased Woojin, thinking he was getting lazy and no better than himself. Our boy got annoyed and told him to just shut up. Suddenly, he called Hyerim. He asked if she got home safely. Hyerim said yes and asked if he was home too. Then he suddenly asked her for tutoring work. Hyerim sounded surprised and wondered if Woojin needed money or if he got into trouble again. Woojin thought about his parents and got worried about their health. He remembered his dad complaining about his back. Woojin felt his parents needed to go for health checks more often. Maybe tutoring would help him get money for them. Hyerim asked if he wanted money and if she should just give him some cash. Woojin said no. He just wanted to try teaching, maybe for a doctor's child. Hyerim was a bit shocked and asked why Woojin suddenly had this idea. Yeah, I was super confused too. Where the hell does tutoring a doctor's child come from? The next day, Woojin walked on a city street and chatted with Hyerim on his phone. Hyerim asked if Woojin saw the samples she sent, and Woojin said yes, but he wanted to see them for real. She told him that samples would come out in 2 weeks, and he said the timing was good. Hyerim asked where he was, and our boy said he was on his way to a tutoring job interview. She wondered if he got a call for it. Woojin said yes, and he thanked her for helping him get the chance. After he hung up, Woojin noticed a man walking ahead with a cane. He paid extra attention and saw that the man's steps were kind of weird. Suddenly, the man's cane broke, and he fell to the ground, throwing his papers everywhere. He made a loud noise. A young girl got startled from the scene. And guess what? There was a camera secretly filming everything. Woojin then said to Hyerim he would call her back soon, then turned his attention to the fallen man, who was groaning. But Woojin saw that something was not right. The man was a YouTuber, making a social experiment video, probably trying to see if people would help him. The man looked at the girl and asked for help, but she got scared and ran away instead of helping. Our perceptive god, Kang Woojin, noticed that she was limping, but he knew from the way she walked that it wasn't a big or old injury. He also noticed that she was really afraid of adults. Woojin called out to her, and she got scared again. He saw that her pupils got big, she held her arms close, and her steps were small and shaky. He understood right away that she was scared because of adults, and she might have had a small accident before. He then decided to help. He quickly wrote a note for her and kneeled down to give it to her. The note said he could help her, and he was friends with police officers. It also gave his phone number. The girl looked at the note, and Woojin asked if she got it. She nodded and walked away fast. Anyway, the other passerby thought that the man lying on the ground looked really hurt. So, the kids came running and started picking up the papers for the man. The man thanked the kids. Somehow, Woojin stopped one of the kids and took back a paper. Then Woojin told the kids something important. He said that adults should not ask kids for help, and he looked really serious. In his mind, there are too many missing cases for children, more than 1,000 cases, so this was not right at all. He then walked slowly over to the man on the ground. The man said thank you and asked for the papers. But Woojin did something crazy. He crushed the paper in his hand and threw it at the man. That was wild. The man screamed, and everyone around them was shocked, thinking Woojin was out of control. Now, Woojin looked super cold and scary as he stood over the YouTuber. He told the man to listen up, because he was about to explain exactly what kind of crap the man was pulling. The YouTuber shouted back, saying he was hurt and didn't deserve this treatment, and he asked if Woojin could see his injured leg. But Woojin said that the man was just pretending and that he was fine. Woojin also said those kinds of videos the man was recording now were no good. He told the man that if kids saw these videos, they might copy the same behavior and end up in trouble. He told him not to use a sad story just to get more views online. Then, Woojin explained about something super serious. He portrays a situation of a young boy being tricked by a man pretending to need help with heavy boxes near a car. This kind of situation could turn into a kidnapping. There were a lot of people with bad intentions in this world. He explained another scary scene too. A girl tried to help an old woman in a wheelchair. But what if the old woman just acted weak? As soon as they were out of sight of people, the woman stood up, and the girl got terrified. The woman was faking her need for help, and the wheelchair was just a prop. So creepy. Woojin looked at his past. He was the one who most understood that kidnappings can happen anywhere, and these fake videos could give ideas to the wrong people, or just make kids do unsafe things. He also remembered that almost 72,000 kids go missing each year, and over 1,100 are lost for more than a year. That was some dark reality, bro. Woojin told everyone again, children do not need to help adults. The YouTuber shouted at Woojin, asking who he thought he was to tell him what to do. Woojin only told him to keep quiet. He demanded that the YouTuber delete all those videos of kids helping adults, or else he would make sure the guy made no money from YouTube ever again. Then Woojin ended it with a bossy move, urged everyone to disengage and walk away from that YouTuber crap. The YouTuber on the street could only blank and was totally shocked. He was super mad. The guy could only call Woojin crazy under his breath. Bro, this was deep. To be honest, I never think like our god Woojin about this kind of video. But now I realized how dangerous it was for a kid to help an unknown adult. Even a real adult got sued for protecting a woman who was almost hit by a car. Like I said in the last chapter, this world is too dark, so prepare everything just in case. The story then switched scenes. Woojin walked toward a big hospital, thinking deeply to himself. He was going for his very first tutoring interview. He felt like he was supposed to be nervous, but he just wasn't. Maybe pretending to be ordinary was harder than he thought, and he knew it was tricky work. Inside the hospital, Woojin found the desk and was pointed toward an office with a dark blue door. He knocked, and a voice told him to come in. He then walked in and said hello to the professor. The professor was busy talking on his phone. He said that Woojin must be the student and asked him to wait because he was on an urgent call. While the professor finished up, Woojin started looking around the office. His eyes landed on an orchid plant that looked perfect and very well cared for. He figured this flower must be special to the professor, and maybe the professor loved it almost too much. When the call was done, the professor apologized and said he had to go to surgery soon. The professor thanked Woojin for coming to the hospital and told him to relax. Then, he gave Woojin a drink from his small fridge, saying that was all he had to offer. Woojin thanked him and started looking at small details. He noticed that the professor's ring was very shiny with no scratches, and the professor probably kept touching it without thinking. Woojin guessed that it was not from taking it off for surgery, but just a habit. The professor then said he had read Woojin's application. He said Woojin passed middle and high school with a qualification exam instead of the usual way and got into Seoul University with a perfect test score. Our boy nonchalantly confirmed that it was true. The professor asked why Woojin chose the qualification exam route. Woojin only said he had his reasons. The professor seemed to understand and didn't push for more. He folded his hands, and Woojin knew that was a gesture to comfort himself. Woojin figured out even more stuff just by paying attention. He saw the professor glancing at the orchid. He guessed right away that the flower was most likely a family gift, and since he knew the professor's wife had passed away, that made the orchid even more special. Woojin also guessed that doctors like this professor wished to have as many kids as they could and leave a big legacy. All he knows is the professor's son was a freshman in high school right now, but the professor looked old enough to maybe have more kids. Then the professor told Woojin something important. He warned him that tutoring his son would not be easy. Hearing that, our boy asked why. The professor said Woojin was already the 7th tutor they tried. All the tutors agreed that the boy was tough to talk to and always hid in his room. Woojin's brain kicked into full detective mode. He realized that the professor heard these things directly from each tutor, not from other family members. That meant the boy didn't have much family looking after him except the professor. The professor even set up the meeting at the hospital instead of his house, which seemed strange. Woojin decided to ask a careful but direct question. He said there must have been an accident, right? Inside his mind, Woojin pictured it like an interview, with the professor sitting in front of him, a bit surprised by the question. Woojin thought he needed to do some investigating of his own, as if he was building a model kit and looking at all the pieces. He imagined there was a manual for the professor's son, and that maybe the son was not in the best shape right now, like a toy that was hard to build again after being broken. So, Woojin started by wanting to know exactly when and what kind of accident there was with the professor's son, because maybe things were more complicated than they looked. Suddenly, the professor wondered if the person who told him about this tutoring job had already told Woojin about his family's sad story. A flashback showed Hae-rim calling Woojin, but she also did not know any details. She only connected Woojin to the job through some friends. To make it fast, Woojin told the professor that he heard some things, but honestly, he really did not know much. The professor finally explained. He told Woojin that 5 years ago, there was a big car accident. It happened when they were coming back from an amusement park with the family. The professor seemed surprised at why Woojin asked for details, but Woojin told him it was just to make sure he didn't do anything wrong when tutoring the professor's son. The professor actually felt thankful for Woojin's careful attitude, and he thought Woojin seemed pretty mature for his age. He added one important warning: don't talk to the son about family problems. Woojin agreed to this. Then Woojin asked if it was alright to start the tutoring that same day. The professor said sure, and told Woojin he would call home so everyone knew Woojin was coming. Later, Woojin arrived at a big, good-looking house in a fancy area. Woojin remembers how the professor thought quietly to himself about losing both his wife and his older son in the same accident. That was pretty sad, honestly. Woojin then went up to the door and rang the bell. Someone inside asked who it was. Woojin said his name and that he was the new tutor. That person sounded surprised, but let him in. A middle-aged lady, a worker in the house, greeted Woojin and explained she got a call from the professor. She told him that Dongmin's room was upstairs on the 2nd floor. The worker led Wu Jin up the stairs. She knocked on Dongmin's door and called for him, but she guessed Dongmin was still playing his video game. When she finally opened the door, Wu Jin saw Dongmin sitting at his computer, wearing headphones. The worker said she would get Wu Jin a drink, but Wu Jin said no thanks. She told him to ask if he needed anything and left. Now Wu Jin walked into Dongmin's room and introduced himself as the new tutor. Dongmin hardly even cared. He just kept playing, but finally told Wu Jin to sit anywhere. Wu Jin sat and began checking out the room and Dongmin's behavior. Wu Jin noticed Dongmin was thin, maybe because he didn't eat well or often. Dongmin did not seem scared or nervous, just quiet and a bit empty. He played an old-style computer game, which was kind of weird for young people these days. There was a mirror on his desk, so Wu Jin guessed Dongmin probably cared about his looks. Wu Jin saw that Dongmin didn't keep any fun stuff or cool things like toys, skincare, or flashy lights in his room. There was nothing to show what Dongmin liked, not even a single favorite thing. Dang, the room was kind of sad. Wu Jin decided to ask about doing some studies. He asked when they should start. Dongmin said he took off his headphones and was listening, and Wu Jin could start any time. Wu Jin thought to himself that Dongmin was just like what the professor described before. Still, Wu Jin wanted to see how much Dongmin knew, so he gave him a math problem. Dongmin looked at his mirror and admitted he didn't know the answer, and just wanted to be taught. While Dongmin looked in his mirror, Wu Jin started wondering what Dongmin usually thought about. Did he see his past, his present, or maybe his future? Not long after, Wu Jin decided to end the first lesson right away and told Dongmin to have a good evening. With that, Dongmin quietly said goodbye. Wu Jin then left Dongmin's room and met the worker again. She was surprised Wu Jin finished so fast, but he explained it was just for introductions today. He then asked if there was anything he should look out for in the future. The worker told Wu Jin one strange rule: never go inside the room next to the stairs. Wu Jin asked if that was the older brother's room, and the worker was surprised that Wu Jin knew about it. She said yes. Dongmin really hated when anyone touched that room. Wu Jin thought to himself that today he learned a little more about what Dongmin really wanted, things even the manual didn't say. Wu Jin believed that when you truly know someone's desires, it was easy to influence them. And if he could make Dongmin depend on him, Wu Jin would succeed in his job. Later that night, Wu Jin went to a PC Bang, which was like a big, noisy cafe for computer games. He started playing the same old-school game that Dongmin loved to play. He was all hyped up in his mind, thinking he had made a good entrance into Dongmin's life, almost like he was winning a video game mission and beating all the other players. He thought he was just a newbie, so he decided to log into the beginner server and play safely. He said he wanted to try this game anyway, and maybe he'd get matched up with another beginner. He remembered what kind of strategy the pro players used, then got busy with building, expanding, attacking, and being super quick. Wu Jin was proud. He blocked enemies and even made some quit the game, dude. Imagine playing a game and Wu Jin is your opponent. No thanks, I will delete the game. Anyway, while he was playing, his phone rang. It was the little girl from before, the one he met on the street when the YouTuber was trying that weird prank. She said she was the same elementary school girl, and she asked if he could really help her. Wu Jin decided to make her more comfortable, so he started sharing a bit about himself. He knew if somebody never shared information, no one would trust them, not even animals. The girl asked if Wu Jin could really help her. So Wu Jin asked if she had a cell phone, and she said no. He decided that was good. He asked if she had any friends, and she said she didn't. Wu Jin thought that was even better. Honestly, bro, that sounded a little cold, but he had a strange plan in mind. Wu Jin thought to himself that if the girl didn't have a phone, she would be less affected by rumors or social drama. With no friends, it was easier for her to avoid pain from betrayal. This way, Wu Jin could help her more easily, and she could start fresh with less stress. Wu Jin then got out of the PC rental and asked where she was. The girl answered, and Wu Jin realized she was clever. She picked a place where they could safely meet. Yeah, that place is the ideal place to meet without risking herself. There were security cameras up and down the street, emergency bells on the corners, and buskers performing everywhere. The whole street was bright and crowded, so there were very few spots where someone could hide or do something sneaky. The girl knew what she was doing. Bro, is she also some kind of genius too? When Wu Jin arrived, the girl was standing near some expensive music equipment where street musicians were getting ready. The street musician told her not to touch the instruments, and she quickly said, okay. Wu Jin noticed she made other adults keep an eye on her, so she would not be alone for even a second. Yeah, she was clever as heck. Wu Jin then came up to her and greeted her. He asked her name and confirmed she was Lee Hyuna, a third grader. Hyuna was still worried about adults, but she trusted Woojin just enough to show up. He thought to himself that Hyuna picked this spot on purpose just in case anything happened. She was already brave for asking for help, even though adults made her afraid. Woojin guessed that her life must be changing, a lot, if she chose to find him. He then asked how he could help her. Hyuna hesitated but finally opened up. And of course, Woojin promised to keep it a secret. Suddenly, he smelled cigarette smoke on Hyuna's clothes. It was strong. Hyuna told him the truth. Her mom hid her at home and forced her to skip school and pretend to be sick. Woojin asked about Hyuna's dad. Hyuna explained that her dad had been gone for a few years. Then, a memory played like a movie. Hyuna remembered when her father, Lee Jingyu, got arrested by a police officer right in their home. Hyuna, as the little girl, doesn't know anything and shows them where his dad is hiding inside the house. The police finally got him and said he was a drug dealer and had an illegal gambling business. Her dad shouted and cursed as the police took him away. Hyuna's mother became furious. She screamed at her husband and then blamed Hyuna for everything, saying it was her fault he got arrested. Her mom even yelled at Hyuna to start earning money and told her to clean the messy apartment and take out the trash while she was gone. After that, things just got worse. Her mom kept yelling, saying that she only had hard times because of Hyuna. The mother claimed that Hyuna was the reason she had to work late nights, and every night she made Hyuna feel guilty. When Hyuna said she did something wrong, her mom only got angrier and hit her more. Fuck that mom! No, she was not good enough to be called a mom! The flashback ended, and Woojin comforted Hyuna. He told her it was not her fault at all. It was the adults who were doing bad things. He thought to himself that children's brain could not really tell the difference between memories and reality when she got so stressed. But well, she didn't cry, even after all the hurt, maybe because she was not allowed to cry at home. Woojin realized Hyuna might not trust the police either. She went to Woojin instead of the station. He guessed maybe she was afraid of the police or thought the police would only send her back home. Our boy then asked if Hyuna's mom was close to any police officers. Hyuna said yes. A police officer visited her mom at home. Woojin now understood that Hyuna really felt trapped. If she went to the police, she believed she would only get sent right back to her mother. He then asked if Hyuna had any other family. She mentioned her grandmother, who treated her kindly. That made Hyuna's body relax a little, and she seemed almost hopeful for a moment. Woojin asked where she was hurting. Hyuna described pain in her left hip and waist, which explained why she had been limping, as well as her thighs and back. Woojin noticed that her injuries were mostly hidden under her clothes, places no one could see. He thought, deep down, that maybe he could help Hyuna have the good times he himself missed in his own life. He wanted to give her that chance. After that, Woojin took Hyuna to the police station. He told her it would be okay and asked her to trust him and a kind police officer. Hyuna quietly agreed. Inside, a female police officer talked gently to Hyuna, asking if she wanted juice or milk. Hyuna quietly said she was okay. The officer kept offering to get her anything if she was hungry. Detective Taehyun stood nearby, asking if Hyuna's mother was at work. Hyuna said yes. Detective Taehyun wished she knew the mom's phone number, because then things would be easier. Hyuna apologized for not knowing, but the officer quickly told her not to say sorry and sent Taehyun out because he was scaring the child. Detective Taehyun left the room to make a call. He called another officer, Gi Chol, and told him that this case was very serious since Woojin had made the report. He asked his friend to find Hyuna's mother as soon as possible. The story jumped to Hyuna's mother in a dark alley, talking on the phone with her police boyfriend. The mother was panicking as she heard police were searching for her. She could not figure out what was happening and wondered if her boyfriend had done something stupid or if she had been reported for something bad. Her boyfriend told her to hide, stay away from CCTV, smash her phone, and not contact anyone for a week. The mother finished the call angrily and kept saying bad words. Suddenly, a man appeared, wearing a hoodie and a mask, lurking in the shadows. What the hell? Who is this creepy bastard? Hyuna's mother got really scared and acted tough, asking who the hooded man was. The man called her a heartless, cuckoo mother and said he preferred calling her a criminal because of how she hurt her own kid. The mother started cursing and yelling, asking if the man was a detective. The man teased her about being scared of detectives and said her police friend had actually helped her avoid security cameras. She got more nervous. The hooded man asked if this was the path she used to escape the cameras. He said he had been waiting to meet her alone, but she got really shaky. The creepy man told her to be quiet, putting his finger up to his lips just like, "Shh, bro, I'm getting a real chill." She tried to scream, but he told her if she wanted to call the police, she should go ahead, laughing a little creepy. Now the mom was just shaking, thinking he might be there about drugs. She said she didn't take them, but blamed her manager anyway. The man didn't buy it. He thought she was bad news, and he shut her up by shoving a cloth into her mouth so she couldn't scream anymore. After she passed out, the man then took her to his car. He then brought that woman to the police officer. But plot twist, before he came to the police, that creepy man was our boy Woojin. Damn, bro, I lost my words. In Woojin's mind, it was like two sides of himself were arguing. Woojin was saying he didn't want his alter ego to go too far. His alter ego said giving simple warnings or threats wouldn't do any good, that people like Hyuna's mom never really changed, and that sometimes the trash had to be burned away for good. But Woojin, the real Woojin, told his dark side to stop. He said hurting Hyuna's mom even more would just give Hyuna other scars she'd never forget. So, the alter ego finally gave up but called Woojin too soft, saying that's why it took him so long to escape his own pain. That's why he needs 12 years to get out of that damned library and free himself. Then, the alter ego poured alcohol all over Hyuna's mom, ending his crazy and creepy moment. Back at the police station at night, Woojin pulled the unconscious and soaked Hyuna's mom out and then carried her inside. Inside the police station, Detective Taehyun saw Woojin stumble in, carrying Hyuna's mom on his back. Right away, he smelled the alcohol and wondered if Woojin had gotten wasted. But Woojin said he didn't drink, it was just Hyuna's mom, who he said he found drunk on the street. He lied and made it sound like it was just a random thing and totally not a big deal. Inside, Woojin repeated to himself to keep a poker face and not look suspicious. Bro, whatever you do is suspicious as heck. The other officers helped move Hyuna's mom, who was still out cold. She smelled so bad, Taehyun said she should stay in a holding cell until she sobered up. Woojin was left thinking to himself, was this enough? His alter ego whispered back in his mind, saying that Hyuna's mom would get out soon and this problem would probably come back. Woojin remembered a prosecutor he knew, the one who asked him and Taehyun to help resolve a normal case, which gave him another idea. Maybe the real solution was to make Hyuna's mom stay alive and really think about her own actions, to suffer that way, instead of just killing her. His alter ego called that idea weak and pathetic, but he accepted it for now. He said he'd done the hard part, and wished Woojin would let him out more often. Nah bro, we're good without you. The more screen time you get, the darker this manhwa becomes. I don't want this manhwa to suddenly become 21+ rated. Back into the story, our boy asks the detective, what about Hyuna? Taehyun told him that Hyuna was safe now, and staying with her grandmother. He explained that Hyuna's injuries were not serious, just bruises and stress, but she'd have a checkup the next day, and stay separated from her mother now. Woojin remembers when he and Hyuna were out walking to the police. Woojin gently called her and asked her a question. What was her dream? Hyuna thought for a second, then said she wanted to make lots of money. That's out of the box, so he asked why. She explained she wanted to buy her grandma lots of tasty food and help grandma get a nice new house. Woojin liked that answer and said, okay, he understood. That was cute. Me and Hyuna have the same dream. So if you are watching this now, please move your fucking finger to like and comment this video so I will get some money, okay? Don't be stingy, bro. Anyway, Detective Taehyun asked Woojin again where he had honestly found Hyuna's mom. Suddenly, Woojin saw a clock and jumped. He realized he was late or had somewhere else to be. Taehyun freaked out too, asking if something was wrong. But our boy just ran away and explained because he was late for his favorite web series update. Bro, Woojin is so random and goofy at the same time. Later, Woojin went to Hyuna's grandmother's house. It was a small but welcoming place. Woojin knocked while carrying big bags of groceries. Woojin said it was Uncle Woojin visiting. Hearing his brother's voice, Hyuna ran out and yelled for his name, sounding happier and more relaxed now. When our boy asked how she was doing, Hyuna gladly said she was doing well. She smiled and said that the police would help her live away from her mom. Woojin told her that was good. Hyuna thanked Woojin again for helping. She explained the doctor said she just needed to eat well to get better. She also explained the community center was looking for extra help or money for them, and if Hyuna's old school was too far away, she could change schools. Officers said they'd even drive Hyuna to school for a while. And it might be hard, but Hyuna was strong and said she could walk too. Looking at the bright girl in front of him, Woojin couldn't believe how bright Hyuna had become. Hyuna then invited Woojin into the house, even though she only had yogurt to offer. Woojin knew that if he went in, he'd want to stay even longer, but he tried to act cool. Then Woojin had something special for Hyuna, a big paper bag. He told Hyuna it would help her reach her dream one day. When Hyuna took the bag, a soft light surrounded her like magic. Woojin thought to himself that this was a new start for Hyuna, a chance to make better memories and leave the bad ones behind. Bro, this was wholesome. I deeply hope Hyuna could get whatever she wishes and only walk on the flower path from now on. Hyuna looked up, her face full of hope. She was super excited and wanted to know what our boy had brought. Woojin pulled out some comic books from the bag. The covers were cool, and the titles were things like Surviving in the Prehistoric Era and In Joseon. Hyuna was totally amazed. She asked if Woojin was really giving her these books. She was crazy happy. She said that she would read them well, because honestly she was bored at her grandma's house. She told Woojin that she didn't bring much from home. There were only a few books at home, and she had already read them a million times. She said that last time, she borrowed books from the library, but her mom tied them up with the recycling and threw them all away. Dang, that's rough. Woojin listened, and his face got kinda sad. Hyuna joked that she was telling too much info, and then she thanked him again and said she would bring him some yogurt. She told Woojin to come inside. Bro, our boy probably felt the heat. Look at how much sweat he have. Woojin said he would just leave today, but Hyuna insisted. She wanted him to sit down, so she ran to get the yogurt. Woojin walked into the yard, looking around. He thought to himself that the sun was super hot. He wanted some shade, so he moved a small table to a shady spot. Hyuna came back with 2 little yogurt drinks. They sat together on the bench. She explained that this was all she had to drink. Woojin started talking super fast about how yogurt was good for your health, helped with digestion, kept your bones strong, and all sorts of stuff. He just went on and on like a total professor, and Hyuna looked a little scared. She thought to herself that her uncle was acting scary. Woojin finally finished and said in summary that he was thankful for the yogurt. Then he asked if she wanted to read the book while he drank. Hyuna said yes right away and opened it. Her eyes went wide. It was full color. The picture showed heroes from Korean history and folk stories. The book talked about sharing, helping others, and spreading good vibes everywhere. As Hyuna read, Woojin remembered when that girl talked to her about her dream. She wanted to be rich so she could buy her grandma yummy food and a nice house. Our boy promised himself that from now on, with the right philosophy, like the book explained, he could help others and make things better. Even promised to help her earn money. After reading the book, Woojin noticed and offered her another book. She nodded, super eager. They sat together, reading side by side. Our protagonist looked at Hyuna and asked her if people in the prehistoric era ever thought about airplanes. Hyuna said no, probably because they couldn't even imagine it. Our boy nodded, explained that, over time, people started to imagine new things, and that's how airplanes were born. When we see a cheetah, people want to run faster, or when we see a bird, we want to fly too. He told her that to make money, you have to imitate good things and also create new stuff with your imagination. To make something inconvenient become easy. He made sure to have hobbies, like reading comics, watching shows, or playing games, because it helped with stress and made life better. With an open mind, people would be abundant. Hyuna just stared at Woojin, totally amazed. Our boy said that he would visit again soon, but for now, she needed to finish reading those books. Hyuna hugged the book and looked super determined and happy. This was the moment Hyuna would start to change. Bro, Woojin, please help me be rich too. Then, the story jumped to a fancy restaurant. Hyerim was sitting at a table, looking totally annoyed while talking on the phone. She was holding a champagne glass and didn't look happy at all. Woojin was asking her to be a sponsor, and she didn't get why she had to do it. Our boy said that he had never done this kind of thing before, but he wanted to try being normal just once. Bro, you never stop talking about wanting to be normal when normal people hardly support other people. Hyerim was still complaining on the phone, asking if she really had to give money as a sponsor. Woojin kept pushing. He told her about Hyuna, saying she was a smart kid living with her grandma and needed help. He begged her again and again, saying, "Give me the money," like a madman. Hyerim finally gave up. She said, "Okay," even though she was losing her mind from all his messages. She was so done. She then walked out onto a fancy balcony, looking down at a crowd of influencers and celebrities. But she didn't care about any of it. She thought the whole scene was lame, with people just trying to make themselves feel important. She didn't even know why she was there. Some partygoers made dumb comments to each other about social media followers, but Hyerim just wanted to escape. Suddenly, Woojin quickly said he had to go tutor and hung up, leaving Hyerim frustrated. Still, she thought it was kind of interesting to listen to him sometimes, even if it was totally random. Then, an actress in a brown dress came over and asked her if she was the granddaughter of the S-Group chairman. Hyerim just looked at her with a flat face. She suddenly remembered a past talk with Woojin. Our boy had told her that people usually try to use what other people want, even if they don't realize it. For example, they might buy gifts or food to impress someone. He said that Hyerim was someone that everyone wanted to connect with. Just being seen with her made people look better. He told her she could use that to her advantage, especially for her new cosmetics brand. Woojin explained that influencers would want to show off her cosmetics, hoping to get in her good books or get a big deal. Use them. Make them influence their audience to buy her product. Don't have those greedy desires. Don't be disgusted, endure and use them. Make them work for her, willingly and blindly. He said it was important to use people's desires instead of hating them. Hyerim smiled, thinking that Woojin was really good at making things clear, which was something that usually confused most people. Hyerim then shook the actress's hand and introduced herself. She said she liked the actress movie and started her plan to make her influence people willingly for her skincare. Bro, I love her more. She has grown into such a powerful girl from the annoying girl in the first chapter. Back to Woojin, he arrived at the professor's house for tutoring. The housekeeper welcomed him and told him that Dongmin was upstairs playing games again. She said Woojin should go up. When going up, our boy remembered her warning about never entering a room. She said that Dongmin really hated anyone going in there. He stopped in front of the forbidden door. He thought to himself that the secret to helping Dongmin was probably hidden in that room. He reached out, opened the door, and peeked into the darkness. He just said, wow. He could feel his heart beating hard. This was so thrilling. But no, he just pretended to be thrilled, because it's probably what normal people do. Anyway, the room was dark. Wait, to make sure things, he tiptoes into Dongmi's room. He put his ear to the door and heard Dongmin playing games in his own room, totally lost in his own world. Yup, this is the right moment, guys. Woojin closed, tried to be quiet, then turned to the forbidden room and turned on the light. Whoa, this room was super tidy, like someone had worked hard to keep it just the way it was. The bed was made perfectly. There were shelves full of books, math trophies, and family photos. Our protagonist realized that Dongmin had kept the room just like his brother left it. Dongmin's brother had been really into gaming and computers, so into it that he even had a special desk for it. On the shelf, he saw lots of math awards. He thought, wow, this guy was really good at math. Then Woojin started looking at the family photos. In one of them, everyone was at an amusement park. He saw that Dongmin looked the happiest in that photo, way happier than his older brother, who looked super serious. Bro, Dongmin is so precious in that photo. Woojin guessed that the family had gone to the amusement park mostly for Dongmin. Because, let's be real, amusement parks are for kids. Suddenly, he remembered something the professor had said. There had been a really bad car accident on the way home from the amusement park, and Dongmin changed after that accident. Woojin turned on the flash from his phone and looked up the details of the photo frame. No dust. He realized that Dongmin probably cleaned everything himself every day, keeping the room just the way his brother had left it. Dongmin didn't let the housekeeper come in, probably because he felt a huge amount of guilt about what had happened. That poor dude must feel he was the reason everything happened. Woojin even pictured Dongmin carefully wiping the photo frame all alone. Dang, that was heavy. After finishing checking out the room, our boy turned off the lights and quietly closed the door. But guess what? As he stepped into the hallway, Dongmin was suddenly right there, standing with his door wide open. He looked shocked and super angry. He wanted to know what Woojin was doing, and if he had just gone into his brother's room. Woojin played it cool. He greeted Dongmin and asked if that was his brother's room. Dongmin said yes, looking like he was about to explode. Our protagonist just acted chill and started walking to the bathroom, which was next to the brother's room. He joked about picking the wrong room and pretended he was just looking for the bathroom. But Dongmin stopped him, saying he would use that bathroom and that Woojin should use the one on the first floor. Dongmin was very clear. Nobody else was allowed in that bathroom or his brother's room. Woojin noticed how weirdly protective Dongmin was about that bathroom. He thought it was kind of strange, like the bathroom was another thing Dongmin shared with his brother. Woojin looked back at the brother's room and wondered if Dongmin really cared that much. He shouldn't leave the door open because anyone could just walk in. Wait, maybe he was leaving it open in case his brother felt stuck and needed to get out. Woojin muttered something about claustrophobia, meaning maybe the brother got scared of small spaces. Dongmin froze. He looked shocked and asked what Woojin had just said. But our boy just brushed it off and walked right into Dongmin's room, saying he didn't actually need the bathroom after all. Dongmin just stood in the hallway, totally frozen, and looked back at his brother's room, thinking about how Woojin knew his brother had claustrophobia. Woojin then sat down on Dongmin's bed and knew that his brother must have influenced Dongmin in some way. So he thought, okay, maybe it was time to check Dongmin's basic skills. He remembered the first time he tried to tutor Dongmin, and Dongmin had just said he didn't know anything and wanted help. At that time, Dongmin hadn't reacted at all, just saw Woojin as any other tutor. It was a bit sad, dude, because he was playing this old game over and over, kind of like he was addicted. Woojin guessed Dongmin was influenced a lot by his brother and was probably feeling pretty empty inside. But our boy just smiled and believed he could help Dongmin fill that emptiness with something new. Now, after entering his room again, Dongmin asked Woojin what he was doing, and Woojin said he wanted to teach him in a new way while playing the computer. Dongmin was kind of surprised and wanted to know if they were going to play a game. Our protagonist said yes, and that they were going to learn using the game today. Dongmin was confused because he thought this wasn't a pro gamer lesson. But Woojin explained that the reason Dongmin lost last time was because he didn't know math. He explained that the core of this game, kind of like an old folk game, was actually math. To get good at it, Dongmin would need to understand the math behind it. Suddenly, Dongmin remembered when he was still a kid, watching his older brother play the same game. His brother had told him back then that you needed to be good at math for this game. Now it all made sense. Back in the present, Woojin sat down at the computer and said it was time to start. He explained that at the beginning of the game, both players had the same setup, but his side could collect money faster because his worker could start mining right away, while the other side's worker had to wait. That gave his side a big advantage. He got all math nerdy for a second, talking about how worker production increased at the same rate and something called FT. But Dongmin's reaction showed he was actually interested. His eyes went wide and his shoulders pulled back. Woojin explained that function T was about how much money you collected over time. He said his side always made money, while the other side lost time and cash every time they had to build something. Woojin kept breaking it down with simple math. Every time the opponent built something, they lost 22.5 money, while his side gained it. And this happened over and over, so it added up to a big difference early in the game. Dongmin remembered his brother and wondered if that was why his brother always played that race in the game. Woojin smiled. He got it. The thing that could influence Dongmin. He kept explaining. Later in the game, things changed. His side only got stronger steadily, but the other side had an exponential growth, meaning they could catch up and get much stronger if the game lasted long enough. So, Dongmin would need to learn more advanced tricks to win, like using magic skills at just the right time. At this point, Dongmin started to look really stressed out. Woojin explained that the opponent took a long time to get their army ready each time, so Dongmin should try to slow them down and buy time whenever possible. Finally, Dongmin nervously asked Woojin a question. This was a big deal, because for the first time, Dongmin was actually curious about Woojin as a person, not just as a tutor. He thought to himself that getting a question from Dongmin meant something was changing. He decided that, no matter what Dongmin asked, whether it was a lie or the truth, he would answer in a way that Dongmin wanted to hear. Then Dongmin asked him if Woojin knew his brother. And then, super suspicious, he also demanded to know if Woojin had gone into his brother's room. Woojin noticed the language changed too. Dongmin said, "my brother" instead of "our brother" now. Big difference, bro. Our MC played it cool and said sure, he'd tell Dongmin his thoughts were correct. Yeah, our hero was about to go full mastermind on this one. In his head, Woojin decided that from now on, he'd act like he knew Dongmin's brother really well. So he leaned back and pretended to be a little hurt. He told him they actually greeted each other at the funeral home back then. Total bluff, by the way. Our boy never even went to that funeral. But Dongmin wouldn't know that. Woojin explained he was about to do something called confabulation. That's when you make up fake memories to fill in someone's missing blanks. It happens a lot with people who've had trauma or memory loss. Back in Dongmin's memory, things were super blurry. Dude was so shocked and sad after losing his brother that he probably couldn't remember half the people he met at that funeral. Woojin figured it was easy to just slide himself into that empty spot in Dongmin's mind. He imagined patting Dongmin's head at the funeral and telling him to stay strong, because that's the kind of thing a brother's friend would say. He even thought about how it was like gaslighting, but not exactly. He was just helping Dongmin fill in the gaps. Back in the present, he kept the lie going. He said the funeral was held at the university hospital. Smart move. It sounded legit. And that it was also the hospital where Dongmin's dad worked. Dongmin's eyes went wide like he just solved a puzzle, and you could tell his brain was scrambling to piece together his memory. Dongmin started remembering, well, more like imagining, that Woojin had patted his head at the funeral and said those "stay strong" words. Suddenly, he freaked out and shouted that he remembered. He got all excited and told Woojin he was the person who told him to stay strong back then. Woojin just smiled and said, "Yeah, do you remember?" Our MC thought to himself that it didn't really matter who actually said those words. He was just going with the flow, letting Dongmin's brain do all the work. Dongmin looked a little embarrassed, and then asked Woojin why he never told him earlier that he was friends with his brother. Woojin fake blushed and said he was hoping him would recognize him on his own. Dongmin apologized, saying he wasn't in his right mind back then, and Woojin, still playing the part, said it's okay. He felt pretty smug about it. Now Dongmin felt like he owed him something. Just a few days ago, Dongmin barely noticed him, but now the situation had totally flipped. Dongmin, feeling more comfortable, asked if Woojin used to play games with his brother. Our hero said, "Yeah, They played a lot and won and lost just like normal friends. Then Dongmin asked why Woojin seemed younger than his brother. Woojin dodged it with another lie, saying he was his academy junior, like he was a little younger and learned from Dongmin's brother at Math Academy. Dongmin asked if his brother taught Woojin math using games, and Woojin said yes, but after seeing him lose so much, he felt bad. Dongmin suddenly wanted to know what his brother used to say. Here, our boy Woojin made up some wise-sounding advice. He said the game was all about making small, quick choices to fight your opponent, not just building lots of units. It was really about every little choice you made every few seconds. All those tiny moves added up and changed the outcome. But then Dongmin got sad again. He muttered that his brother never said stuff like that to him, just math or game talk. Woojin saw that and kept up the act, saying that Dongjun told him, but planned to tell Dongmin when he got older, like middle school age. Dongmin looked so disappointed, thinking he could have understood even back then. But Woojin told him, nah, you still don't fully get it even now. Dongmin then really tried to figure it out. He asked if making good choices, one by one, was what it meant to win. Woojin hit him with some real deep stuff. He said making good choices right now is already part of the past. Right now, as they were talking, was already becoming the past. Dongmin was seeing Woojin's present, and Woojin was also seeing Dongmin's past. Woojin picked up a photo of Dongjun, acting like he was sharing some secret wisdom, and told Dongmin that his brother wanted him to value the recent past, even just the last few seconds or hours. He said Dongjun had wanted to tell Dongmin this when he grew up, but never got the chance. To win in games or life, you needed to make good choices every single moment. He told Dongmin to try living with full confidence. Mistakes are just moments in the past. That was the advice Dongjun supposedly wanted to give. Suddenly, Dongmin's thoughts took a dark turn. He remembered the day of the accident, how he'd begged his family to go to the amusement park, and how his brother and mom died in that crash. He started blaming himself, thinking it was all his fault. The poor guy was sobbing, totally lost in guilt. That's when our MC stepped in. Woojin put a hand on Dongmin's shoulder and told him the accident wasn't his fault. He said Dongmin had no control over it, and that neither his mom nor brother would ever blame him for what happened. Like in the game, the past is just a bad moment when one of your minions died in the game, but life must keep going. The game only ends when your time is over. Dongmin, still a mess, cried that he didn't know what the right choice was anymore, and he was scared of everything. Woojin told him not to worry about finding an answer right now. His brother would wait for him. He said the only time someone was truly gone was when nobody remembered them. But as long as Dongmin kept his brother's words in his heart, his brother was still alive in there. Dongmin kept hugging him while he cried. He sobbed that he had no idea what to do, even after 5 whole years. Woojin kept calming him down, saying they had plenty of time, and they'd figure out the right choices together. That was why he came, to help Dongmin with that. Soon, the houseworker showed up in the hallway with some towels. Hearing Dongmin cry, she was shocked. It's been a long time since she heard that little boy cry again. These years, he just looked like a zombie without any feeling left. After a couple of hours, Woojin finished up the session, told Dongmin they were done for today, and got ready to leave. Dongmin, looking a little better, walked him out and told him to get home safe. Woojin walked off into the evening, feeling kind of drained. Turns out, comforting a crying kid takes way more energy than teaching a whole class. But then, as Woojin kept walking, hunger hit him out of nowhere. He started thinking that next time, he should find a part-time job that came with free meals. Bro was straight up dreaming about food while dragging his feet home. Classic. As he walked down the tree-lined street, Woojin thought about how tutoring was going pretty well, but his work with Dongmin still wasn't done. He was also already thinking about his next plan. This time, something to do with Hyerim. He also has something to secretly plan in her unconscious self. Bro, this guy is super skilled when playing with other people's emotions. Later that night, at a super fancy restaurant, Hyerim sat at a table with her older sister, who had the attitude of a spoiled queen. The older sister was all up in Hyerim's business, complaining about her going to events, hanging with celebrities, and basically embarrassing the family. She told Hyerim she was ruining her reputation and asked how long she was going to hang out with losers like that. She told her to quit the gossip and hurry up with her plans to study abroad. A waiter came over and served the house appetizer, but the vibe was so tense you could cut it with a knife. The older sister kept throwing shade and said she'd handle all the preparations for studying abroad. But then, Hyerim suddenly said, "How the fuck is this place so damn noisy because a dog is barking here?" The waiter looked confused and apologized, saying there were no animals. The sister totally lost it, yelling at Hyerim and demanding to know if she was calling her a dog. Hyerim just sat there, cool as a cucumber, told her sister to sit like a dog, and went back to eating. Honestly, savage. The older sister looked like she was about to explode. Suddenly, a message from Woojin came, and Hyerim smiled. This dude somehow could make her mood better, even though he was a bit, weird. After that drama, the story jumped to the brain food toast shop, which was packed with people. Mansu was behind the counter, working hard, and his uncle was serving up food with a grin. Mansu then brought a fresh toast to Woojin. He said he didn't make anything special just for him, but you could tell he was showing off a bit. Woojin took a bite and looked like he'd just seen heaven. He gave a big thumbs up, saying it was crazy good, and Mansu lit up like a Christmas tree. Excited, he said his uncle wanted to treat Woojin big time for helping them out. Woojin got all pumped. He wanted to know what big time meant, like how much food he would receive. Mansu finally asked him what he wanted to eat for his big thank you meal, and that set off a fireworks show in our hero's brain. Woojin started dreaming up a list of super expensive, fancy foods. For him, finding what he wants to eat is harder than algebra. He tried to be normal, but he couldn't help when it's about food, so he had to tell himself to calm down and start imagining eating all that food. In the end, he told Mansu he'd think about it slowly, and Mansu could only laugh in despair, saying he'd need to start saving up. Poor guy knew he was in trouble if Woojin went wild with the menu. After dinner, Mansu brought up something important. He said there'd been tons of calls from people wanting to open their own brain food franchises. They wanted to meet up and learn the secrets. Woojin shut that down fast. He told Mansu not to even think about franchising yet. It was way too early. Mansu got all nervous and agreed, but you could tell everyone was itching to talk about it more. He tried to argue, saying the place was super popular with parents and schools, and they even had people wanting regular delivery. But Woojin wasn't having any of it. In his head, he was suddenly teaching Mansu a lesson. If he wanted to turn this into a franchise, he threatened him to find a way to keep store owners happy, or else everything gonna crumble. First, they need to think about satisfying the store owner, and Mansu realized the most important thing is to grow together, not to be a smash and grab the money only. But Woojin went full villain mode. If a company only chased maximum profits and sucked the store owners dry, there'd be a huge backlash they couldn't handle. Mansu totally panicked and promised to work hard and figure it out. If the franchise were a big deal, they would need to think and plan properly. Woojin smirked and said he'd let it slide this time, but secretly, he liked keeping people motivated with a little fear. That's our MC for you, part genius, part bossy overlord. Suddenly, Hyerim showed up, looking around, and Woojin waved her over. Mansu greeted her as if they'd just seen a movie star. He was shocked to have a third-generation chaebol aka super rich family kid in his humble shop. Hyerim also recognized him as Woojin's friend when she and Woojin went to the karaoke together a while ago. Hyerim sat down and looked around, saying she'd never seen the place before, but it was busy. She accused him of bringing her there just to eat toast, and Woojin said that was only part of it. When Hyerim asked what was special about the shop, Woojin told her they used his recipes. That totally surprised her. She had no idea he was the brains behind the food. He explained that he'd created a special sauce and even picked out the crispy whole wheat ciabatta bread. Hyerim joked that Woojin seemed to do everything, and then asked if maybe she could order a toast today. Mansu teased her, reminding her she'd just eaten, but she wanted to try Woojin's recipe. Then, she looked around the crowded shop, thinking he should really be getting some shares for all this. So she asked if he was getting paid, and our boy just said yes, he got plenty of food. Yeah, our MC has priorities. Suddenly, Woojin said to Hyerim, reminding her that she was a queen in a fancy event yesterday, surrounded by all these shiny, important people. But she needed to see the real world too, not just rich people. He figured if Hyerim got used to being around everyday folks, she'd start to understand them better, and eventually be able to lead them. Basically, he wanted her to fill her brain with ordinary stories, not just lectures or business lessons. Like the story about a normal person squeezed into a packed subway car, looking like they wanted to scream, or how they worked so hard to the bone. Being ordinary is the hardest thing for humans. So, he just watched her, waiting for her to figure out what ordinary really meant. Finally, Hyerim asked Woojin what his point was. In his tough mode, Woojin told her that after meeting all those celebrities and influencers, what she's feeling now in the middle of normal people. Hyerim just smiled. Well, she'd actually started having fun. She also reminded herself that Woojin had told her to use people by appealing to their own desires. In Hyerim's head, she pictured herself as a puppet master, controlling people like marionettes, and she said that was what made things fun. Our boy was impressed. She was learning fast. Meanwhile, at the prosecutor's office, Detective Kim Tae-hyun and prosecutor Kim Chol-wong were talking about Woo-jin's help with cases. The prosecutor wondered why things seemed slower whenever Tae-hyun worked with him, and Tae-hyun just grinned, saying that Woo-jin's presence made everything look faster by comparison. Now, without him, they are back to normal speed. To be honest, he was always trying to contact Woo-jin here and there. Yesterday, he even texted him if he wasn't curious about what the food the prosecutor was going to buy for him. And now, Tae-hyun told the prosecutor that he needed to say something about Woo-jin to him. Bro, is our boy going to be recruited to be a detective or what? Anyway, the detective told him that, actually, he wasn't the one who solved those crazy big cases recently. The prosecutor was like, what the hell do you mean, bro? At first, he thought Tae-hyun was talking about that time he got into a fight with a suspect, and he said he would handle it himself. But Tae-hyun waved his hands and said no, that wasn't it. The prosecutor was getting more annoyed, asking if Tae-hyun did something wrong, like taking dirty money. Tae-hyun shut that down real quick and finally said those lightning-fast cases weren't solved by him. The prosecutor just stared, totally shook, and asked who actually did it if it wasn't him. Was there some genius on the team? In the end, the detective finally admitted, yeah, they had someone outstanding, but not the whole team, just one person. The prosecutor tried to play it cool, saying they should have all gone out for drinks, and then teased Tae-hyun for being greedy and keeping the talent all to himself. Of course, the prosecutor wanted to meet this mystery genius. Tae-hyun looked a little nervous and scratched his head, explaining that it was not a detective or a cop, it was just a civilian, like an ordinary kid who was basically Sherlock Holmes. The prosecutor could not believe this. He almost choked on his own breath. He kept asking if Tae-hyun was serious. Then the poor guy suddenly grabbed his stomach and told the prosecutor he had a stomachache and needed to bolt to the restroom, which was honestly a pretty wild exit. The prosecutor was just left yelling after him, begging to at least know the name of this genius before he ran away. But Tae-hyun was out of there, bro. Door slammed, and the prosecutor could only sit there, dying of curiosity, thinking this was like some kind of TV drama cliffhanger. So, while Tae-hyun was chilling in the hallway, he started thinking that having a prosecutor connection could be pretty useful. But for privacy, he didn't want to spill everything. So he was calling up our hero, Woo-jin, who was just chilling in his room with a towel on his head after a shower. Tae-hyun asked if Woo-jin was busy, and our boy said he was free and told him to go ahead. Tae-hyun explained that there was a prosecutor really interested in meeting him, and Woo-jin somehow remembered him, and in his head, he started analyzing the whole situation like he was playing chess. He thought it was probably good to know a prosecutor and figured Tae-hyun was playing his own game, always moving a few steps ahead. He could see that the detective was basically setting things up for a special promotion and thought, wow, this guy is planning out his future moves well. He wondered if Tae-hyun was feeling down lately because his own skills weren't enough without his help. Our protagonist figured that, sooner or later, these guys would have to come looking for him since no one else could fill the gap when he was gone. Tae-hyun got back on the phone and asked if Woo-jin wanted to meet the prosecutor. Woo-jin was immediately hooked and said yes, but he had a condition. Tae-hyun asked what kind of condition, sounding a bit nervous. Bro, I bet it was another fucking food. Look at this guy drooling. The detective then went back to the prosecutor's office, looking smug, but the prosecutor was still dying to know the big secret. Who solved the cases? He finally admitted it was his close younger friend, the college student Woo-jin, and said he could meet him tomorrow night. The prosecutor was suspicious, asking if it really had to be tomorrow and if Woo-jin was really the one helping. Tae-hyun looked a bit embarrassed but confirmed it. But then he dropped Woo-jin's condition. If the prosecutor wanted to meet him, he had to book the dinner course menu at a super fancy restaurant for tomorrow night. Not the cheapest set, not the second best, but the full-on dinner course. Chol-wong was totally blown away by this. He just wanted to meet the genius, and now he had to pay up for some expensive food. He was muttering to himself, wondering if Woo-jin was the type who only worked well on a full stomach, or if this was just his whole act. But after Googling the restaurant and seeing the price, the fuck? 701 for just the course set? He couldn't believe his eyes. He literally gonna cry right now. The next day, this restaurant was straight up luxury, like out of a movie. Our boy Woo-jin rolled in wearing a classy suit, looking like a total boss. The waiter greeted him and checked the reservation under Kim Chol-wong's name, then led him to the table. Detective Tae-hyun was already there, looking super excited, acting like he'd never been to such a fancy place before. He even bragged that he shaved just for this. Our MC just nodded and asked if the prosecutor was there yet. But Tae-hyun told him to sit down and relax, and right then, the prosecutor arrived, looking all important. When Chol-wong saw Woo-jin, he was honestly impressed. He thought Woojin was tall and really handsome, not at all what he expected from some profiling genius. He thought our boy would be all skinny and scary looking, like L from Death Note. But nope, our boy was looking handsome. They shook hands and did the polite greetings. The prosecutor started chatting, saying he had heard a lot about Woojin and kept going on about how good-looking and polite he was. But Woojin wasn't messing around. He just looked right at the prosecutor and asked straight up why he wanted to meet him. The prosecutor tried to lighten the mood, saying Woojin could just speak casually with him since he was only 20. Woojin just stared at him with that blank, unblinking look and asked if he should call him uncle, which caught the prosecutor way off guard. Looking at the man's reaction, our boy was already analyzing everything in his head. He calculated how expensive this dinner was and thought he suggested it just to see if the prosecutor would actually go for it. Would this guy break under that kind of pressure? Turns out, if he was willing to lose money just for a meeting, there had to be something big going on. He figured the prosecutor wanted to use him for something more than just curiosity. When they did the handshake, our MC could feel it. The prosecutor was squeezing his hand hard, trying to pull him in, like he wanted to show who was boss. Woojin thought, from a psychology perspective, this was basically the prosecutor trying to say, I'm in charge here. Anyway, after being called uncle, the prosecutor laughed it off, saying he was fine and that he was actually the one in a hurry to meet Woojin. Our hero kept watching, thinking he knew exactly what kind of guy the prosecutor was, a man who liked to control situations, who kept his distance, but was ambitious as hell. If you looked close, you could probably find something shady if you poked around enough. Then, Woojin decided it was time to flip the script. He asked if he could ask a question. The prosecutor acted relaxed, but our protagonist could see him getting a little defensive, crossing his arms and all that. But the man said to go ahead. So Woojin said, more precisely, he was curious about Prosecutor Kim Chol-wong as a person with that job. The guy looked surprised, pointing at himself, and asked if Woojin really meant him. When Woojin said yes, the prosecutor just laughed and told him to ask whatever he wanted. Now, this is where our boy started showing off. He asked what the prosecutor thought about the law. Was it something you could twist any way you wanted? Like a nose ring or an earring, just depending on where you hang it? The prosecutor tried to say the law wasn't made that loosely, and Woojin probably didn't understand because he hadn't studied law. That's when our MC dropped the bomb. He told them he had memorized all the laws. The prosecutor was like, "What did you just say?" He started laughing, thinking our boy was joking, but Detective Kim just looked at him like, "Yeah, that's Woojin for you." The prosecutor challenged him to recite something, Article 25 of the Criminal Act. Woojin did it word for word, no problem. The prosecutor panicked and threw out Article 32. Boom. Woojin nailed that one too. The man was sweating now, throwing out more and more articles, but our MC just kept going, non-stop, even reciting revision dates. The prosecutor was about to lose his mind, clutching his head. Is this fucking real? Detective Taehyun just smiled, looking at the prosecutor's face. It was like seeing how shocked he was to know that Woojin is a super genius kid. Meanwhile, Woojin knew exactly what he was doing. He asked the prosecutor the same question, something super detailed, like the revision date for a certain law. The prosecutor freaked out, yelling that there was no way he'd know that without checking his notes. Woojin just watched, totally chill, while the prosecutor tried to escape the question by yelling for the waiter to bring food, acting like he was starving. After that, the prosecutor tried to regain his cool, asking Woojin if he planned to go to law school, since he knew all this stuff. Our MC just replied, nope, he was just a normal college student, living a regular life. The prosecutor didn't buy it at all. What the fuck is normal about this kid? And tried to figure out what Woojin's major was. When our protagonist said business administration, the prosecutor looked even more confused, asking if he was looking down on that major. Woojin just said no. It was the most ordinary path, and that's why he picked it. The prosecutor was still trying to wrap his head around the idea of a business major who does profiling and memorizes every law, and, on top of that, he is model-level handsome. He just couldn't figure him out. Woojin then spun it back around, asking what the prosecutor really thought about the law. The man started to answer, but before he could finish, the waiter brought out some fancy bread and butter. Looking at the bread, our boy was literally drooling. He couldn't handle food at all, as he munched on bread while crying because it was too good. The prosecutor continued talking about the law he knew, but our boy got really serious and shut him up. Gotta eat the bread while it's hot, and it's more meaningful when fresh. The prosecutor just stared at the bread, not knowing what to say anymore. Detective Taehyun was over there quietly laughing to himself, thinking this was peak Woojin. He was already breaking the prosecutor. This was just 1% of Woojin's ability. so he thought it was useless to think or try understand his behavior. No matter what, this kid is the one who exceeds anything. Suddenly, our boy leaned in and dropped another question on the prosecutor. He brought up some cases. A guy who stole 3 packs of ramen got 10 months in prison. An old man who stole to survive got 8 months. While some big-shot military guy leaked huge secrets and stole tons of money but just got a slap on the wrist. Woojin asked what the prosecutor thought about that. Right then, the waiter brought out crab ravioli, and of course, Woojin was all over it. The prosecutor tried to answer, saying they always tried to stay fair, but you could tell he wasn't feeling too confident. But Woojin doesn't care at all. He got stupid because the food again and ate the ravioli like a madman. Then, after finishing the meal and becoming normal again, Woojin hit the prosecutor with a real-life twisted case. He described a man and a woman in a running club. The woman sent a message talking about her preference for pain and asked the man to come over and beat her up as part of her fantasy, giving all her details and saying to make it look real. The man, who liked her, went along and did as she asked, but she called the police afterwards. Turns out, the person who sent the message wasn't even the woman. It was another jealous female member who hacked her phone and set the whole thing up. So Woojin asked, who should the law punish harder? The guy who did the crime, or the woman who set him up? The prosecutor, looking seriously stressed, asked if there was already a verdict on that one. Woojin nodded and told him to answer quickly, since time was tight. The next food is going to be out soon, dog. The food is way more valuable than the prosecutor's answer anyway. Yeah, Woojin always has his priorities right. While they sat in this super shiny restaurant with crazy big chandeliers, the poor guy was arguing with himself in his head, like he needed at least a minute to think. But the prosecutor was pushing. Then he asked if he had something urgent. Our boy admitted, yeah, there was something. But honestly, he was just thinking the food here was not cheap. And why did Woojin have to bring them out when everyone was in a hurry? Want to guess what Woojin's urgent matter was? He basically wanted the prosecutor to eat faster so he could get the main course, and only focus on the food. Real priorities, bro. Woojin was there, all chibi style, fork and knife ready, begging the prosecutor to just finish his food already because the steak was about to arrive. Our MC looked like he was about to faint from stress. Now, the prosecutor's mind was getting all foggy when he finally managed to answer Woojin's legal question. He said the person who hacked the phone and faked the case would get arrested. Our boy confirmed, but dropped a twist. The guy who actually hurt someone was found not guilty in court. He then wondered out loud if that guy was a real victim, who was merely used as a criminal tool. Conversely, from a moral and ethical perspective, is he still in the victim's position? Then Kim Cheol-wong said that the result was super hard to accept, and our boy started explaining that only after a bunch of drama did both bad guys finally get prison sentences in a higher court. He asked what the prosecutor thought about different interpretations of the same case. The prosecutor said he must also look at the court decision, but before he could finish, the waiter appeared with the steak. Woojin's eyes basically popped out of his head. Dude was so hyped for that meat. Now, the prosecutor Kim Cheol-wong, who was there the whole time, noticed that our hero's mood always went wild every time food came out. Was Woojin just a total weirdo who loved food too much? Like, maybe geniuses are always a bit strange or something. Then it was steak time. Woojin got all excited, calling the steak really solid because it was expensive. The prosecutor tried to join the conversation and said, steak is best when it has a bit of blood. But our boy shut him down. He schooled everyone that it wasn't blood. It was this thing called myoglobin. Because if blood remained, the meat would smell and spoil easily, so it's cleanly removed during the butchering process. In conclusion, the meat is cooked well and delicious. Hearing that, Kim Cheol-wong was just sitting there, totally lost, not understanding what all these globins are. Woojin explained more about science than anyone asked for, and Taehyun joked in his head that butchers would be in big trouble if people thought that was blood. The prosecutor looked totally embarrassed, and Woojin just kept eating like he was in heaven. He even said he had no regrets if he died today, and chose to not open his mouth again. After that, things got weirder. Our boy enjoyed his food so much that he didn't realize. He closed his eyes and was delirious at how delicious this meat was. Seeing that, Taehyun got worried, so he asked him if he was okay. But then our boy complains that Taehyun interferes with his meal times. Seeing their interaction made Kim Cheol-wong wander back to all the times people yelled at him in his job as a prosecutor. He remembered all these criminals shouting at him in restaurants, and other times when people invited him to eat but complained about the food. But this is the first time he has seen a character like this. Then, finally, everyone finished eating, and it was time to get real. As they stood up to leave, Woojin leaned in, suddenly all serious, and asked Kim Cheol-wong why he wanted to meet. The poor guy snapped. He yelled at him for interrupting all the time, but caught himself and tried to act like a dignified prosecutor again. he explained. He wanted our boy's help catching bad guys because crimes were getting smarter and there was no personal grudge. Then our hero looked thoughtful and asked why he should help. The prosecutor tried to sell it as an easy side job for him, saying Detective Taehyun told him he could handle it easily. Woojin disagreed, saying he was just an ordinary dude, not a genius, and as normal as a glass of water. But the prosecutor got desperate. He said that was exactly what he needed, someone as necessary as water, and he started asking Woojin how much he wanted to get paid. But Woojin saw the bill for this meal. Bro, it was 741,000 won, and thought he might have pushed it too far. After a quick break, where Taehyun ran off to the restroom, and everyone wondered if he was just marking his territory. Lol. Woojin decided to make a deal. He said he didn't want money. This totally floored the prosecutor, who asked what the heck he wanted instead. Our boy told him, just let him tour the prosecutor's office. The prosecutor was shocked and checked if he was really sure. No takebacks. He agreed, but then added one more condition. If he helped with a clue that could solve the case, all the credit had to go to Detective Taehyun. This made him super happy, and he joked with Taehyun about having such a reliable friend. Of course he didn't mind, and they all agreed the deal was done. They shook hands, fireworks went off in the background. Yeah, really? And the scene switched to the prosecutor's office building at night. After that, on another day in another place, our boy met up with Hyuna, a smart kid who had been reading history comics like he told her. She proudly told him all about the books and research she did, and Woojin was super impressed. She looked so excited too. She also planned to visit the history museum too. Now, our boy thought to himself that the best thing was how she wanted to learn even more things on her own. Yeah, now he is sure that he made the best decision, but choosing Hyuna. Then, he asked her to sit beside him and asked what she would do to earn money quickly. And she thought maybe she could collect cardboard from around the neighborhood. Our boy realized this girl didn't know about any other ways to earn money because nobody had taught her anything else. Her world was tiny. Then, there was this whole scene about how people worry so much about what goes into their stomachs, but never care about what goes into their heads. Woojin thought people just chased dopamine, always wanting excitement without thinking about the cost. He wanted to teach Hyuna things that really matter. Maybe he never get the time he wants. But now, he knows that Hyuna can use that time. So, he pulled out a coin and taught her about probability with a coin flip game. If it landed on heads, the Admiral, she'd win 81, but if it was tails, she'd lose 21. They played 10 times. And even though heads only came up 4 times, Hyuna made money overall. He explained that this was how he'd help her earn money, without collecting cardboard. She was still confused, but our boy promised to teach her step by step all the stuff they never teach at school. He told her he'd fill her head with only the things she wanted to know, things they don't teach at school, things most people don't even want to know. They mix difficult words and complex terminology for the public, but the important essence is simple. This only knows what they want to know, and he will teach her that. Now, he asked, does she know what the word cheolbuji, immature, ignorant, means? Then, Hyuna looked confused and tried to guess, saying maybe it meant someone who plays around too much and causes trouble at home. Woojin said that was kind of close, but explained there was another meaning. He broke it down. Cheol means season, and buji means not knowing or being unaware. So, cheolbuji was someone who didn't know the seasons. She asked if it meant literally not knowing when the seasons changed, and he told her she got it right. Our hero explained further. He said if someone who was cheolbuji tried to farm and planted seeds in winter, the whole thing would flop because they didn't know about the right season for planting. Hyuna laughed and called it season ignorance, saying the farm would totally fail. Woojin agreed, saying seeds need to be planted in spring and harvested in the fall. Then, he hit her with a brain bomb. He said that money was just like the seasons. She was like, what the heck is he talking about now? But he kept going, saying, money moves around on its own and looks for the right place and time to grow, just like seeds. People call that investment. Now, the girl tried to think about investment, but all she could picture was her dad with poker chips and her mom shopping with fancy bags. Our boy noticed she was super lost and told her it wasn't her fault. Even if she was smart, nobody ever taught her this stuff. He asked if she at least knew when to plant crops, and she got excited, saying that yes, she knew about the seasons. But when he checked if she knew about investing, Hyuna admitted she really didn't. Then, our boy explained that this was called economic and financial illiteracy. Poor Hyuna looked embarrassed and said she felt kind of dumb for not knowing. But our boy, Woojin, told her it was totally normal, since nobody teaches that stuff in school. Hyuna perked up and agreed, saying it's not even a school subject. She started wondering out loud why nobody teaches how to make money at school if it's so important. He thought about it for a second and said he'd tell her when she was a little older, because the real answer might make her feel the world is kind of depressing. Bro, Woojin is always holding back the darkness for the little ones. Then Hyuna remembered something about dividends and said she'd seen it at the store, so she looked it up herself. Woojin saw she was curious and decided to teach her about interest rates first. He gave her a simple example. If she put money in a milk bank with a 5% interest rate, she'd get a little extra money back. But if the snack bank across the river promised 10%, where would she put her money? She got hyped and shouted she'd go with the snack bank for sure. Our boy agreed, but then switched it up. What if the milk bank raised its interest to 10% and the snack bank dropped to 5%? Hyuna said she'd swap to the milk bank. He explained that money always moves to where it gets treated best, and that's called the interest rate phenomenon. She thought that was pretty cool. Now, our hero kept going, saying money always moves around looking for a place to grow, just like people want to work at big companies with lots of cash instead of small ones. He said it's the same thing with stocks, with people always chasing the places where everyone else is already crowded in line, like at a popular food shop. Then he explained a trick for investing. Never lose more than 2% of your money on a single bet. Even if you get it wrong 10 times, you'll still have 80% left. So basically, you always get another shot, as long as you don't go all in like a maniac. He said, if you can explain why you invested in something and really convince people, that's real investing. Hyuna admitted this stuff was a bit hard for her to understand, but promised she'd remember it. Our hero cheered her up, saying he believed she'd figure it out fast. But she still doubted herself and asked if a kid like her could even do stocks. He told her it was possible. Her grandma could become her legal guardian, so she could open an account. Then she said she didn't have a phone or computer. Woojin grinned and told her not to worry, because a reliable magician, older sister, would sponsor her with all the tech she needed. Anyway, now Woojin is back in his room. He watched live mukbang streaming, and they visited a restaurant run by a famous chef, but it turned out to be closed that day, and the chat went wild, calling out the bad timing and fake broadcasts. Classic internet, man. Just right then, he got a notification message from Dongmin, another student. Dongmin said he finally knew what to do about his brother. He was going to work hard at everything, like a game, just like Woojin told him. He realized Dongmin was basically repeating his own advice back, but he thought, hey, as long as the kid believes it, it's all good. Then, the student asked him if they could play a game together, and Woojin wished him luck. Later, Woojin and Hyuna went to a popular kimbap shop. He asked her, in stock market style, what the leading stock was at this place. She proudly answered kimbap. The worker offered her a roll, but she got shy and said no, so our boy ordered one for them. He reminded her that the leading stock could always change, and pointed out that suddenly people around them were ordering tteokbokki, fried food, ramen, and all sorts of stuff. Hyuna got it. The flow of money had changed, just like stocks. New trends pop up all the time, and the flow of money changes. Later that night, our hero met Hiram at a cafe. He was amazed at this brand new laptop, which is currently the Pro version 2, that she gave to him. She asked if it was really the right computer for Hyuna, and our hero said it's more than sufficient, it's overflowing. He was worried it might be way too much for a kid, so he added that he will give Hyuna his laptop and he will take the new one. Hiram did not agree. Then our hero told her he was just kidding about it. Woojin thanked her for also getting a phone for Hyuna. Then she said he must give Hiram her number too. She didn't look too happy about spending her own money, but whatever. Our boy asked if she wanted to come meet Hyuna too, but she was busy and said she felt too messy to meet anyone new. Then, our hero tried to cheer her up by saying she was pretty anyway. She looked surprised, like she wasn't used to hearing that. Meanwhile, Dongmin was at home struggling with tough math problems Woojin gave him. His assistant brought out snacks, and our boy thanked him. Dongmin finally finished and got all hyped about being done for the day. Then our MC popped up at university, acting like a total teacher's pet. He raised his hand in class, but the professor just told him to go eat lunch. As he walked through campus, a group of students asked him for the lunch menu. He listed all the meals in super formal style. But when someone picked a spicy pork rice bowl, he started geeking out about how it was the best value, and even offered to explain the recipe. The students begged him to stop nerding out so much and act more human. That night, Woojin's family was chilling at home. His dad was snoring so loudly, nobody could hear the TV. His mom tried to wake him up and complained about all the noise. Woojin's little sister Bomi was watching TV, totally ignoring the chaos. The next morning, our boy tried to wake Bomi up by threatening her with making a noise, using a frying pan and a spatula, joking around and calling her a rascal. Bomi freaked out and promised to get up if he stopped. Finally, he walked down the street, looking all chill. He thought to himself, come on. Spring, no matter what season comes, for him, it's always going to be harvest time. Now then, shall he harvest the fruits that have grown as designed?